Oasis Audio presents The Nancy Drew Diaries No. 5, Sabotage at Willow Woods by Carolyn Keene, read for you by Georgina Marie. Different high school. I should probably go brush up on my environmental knowledge if I'm ever going to be believable as a member of the Green Club. Chapter 1. The Wrong Message. Ooh, another cotton candy seller. My best friend Bess leaned back and craned her neck, pointing down the sidewalk to a middle-aged man surrounded by wispy puffs of yellow and blue, the Boylestown Raiders colors. We were attending a parade and block party to celebrate Boylestown's football team winning the state championship. Bess, her cousin George, and I all went to a rival school, River Heights High, so why were we celebrating with the competition? Well, George's cousin Carrie Kim had decided to run for Boylestown's town council, and she was making her first big speech at the block party. We all wanted to be there to show our support. I don't need another cotton candy, George, who was my other best friend, muttered with a frown. I'll puke. Bess turned back and shot George an annoyed glance. Bess is as blonde, curvy, and lively as George is dark, petite, and serious. Over the years, I've become very good at refereeing their arguments. I held up a hand. Now, ladies, you don't need to be such a grump. Bess frowned at George and looked down the street to where a parade would be starting any minute. I'm not being a grump, George sighed, following Bess's gaze to where the Boylestown High School band was getting into formation. I think it's great that the Boylestown football team won the state championship, and I think it's great that the town is coming together to give them this parade. I cocked an eyebrow. I knew what was coming next. But... George looked flustered. But, she repeated, shrugging, I just wish towns like this would pay the same kind of attention to other accomplishments. I smiled sympathetically. I knew that George was speaking from her own experience as a non-athlete. Non-sports-related accomplishments, Bess filled in and then shook her head. I could tell she'd heard this argument before. One of the drummers in the marching band banged her drum, and we all looked over to see the band members begin marching in place. The parade was starting. The band began playing, and I could feel my heart beating in time with the thump, thump, thump of the drum. What is it about fight songs? They were playing Boylestown Highs, and even though I never went to school there, it still made me want to jump up and down and cheer. As the band marched past us, I saw George straighten up and begin cheering. I knew my friend was really excited about the football team's win deep down. I cheered too, clapping along to the beat of the song. The crowd suddenly erupted in hooting and applause, and I turned to see that the football players themselves were behind the band, each wearing his uniform and carrying his helmet in his hands. Bess stuck her fingers in her mouth and let out her famous brain-melting whistle. George rolled her eyes and rubbed her temples, but notably didn't tell her cousin to stop. The Boylestown cheerleaders followed the players, but after them, the parade petered out. A few little kids marched by, waving pom-poms or flags, but I had a feeling they were an unofficial addition to the parade. This hunch was proven when a few middle-aged parent-looking types scurried by just seconds after, trying to round up the kids. "That's it?" George asked. "The band and the football team?" "And the cheerleaders," Bess corrected her, pulling some pink lip gloss out of her pocket and applying a perfectly shiny coat. I couldn't help being impressed. How did she put it on so perfectly without a mirror? But I knew I shouldn't have been surprised. Bess was an expert on all things clothing, makeup, or style related. She would have been a total girly girl if she weren't also an amazing mechanic. George let out a puff of breath and ran a hand through her short, straight black hair. George's interest in makeup or style ran directly inverse to her cousin's. She couldn't care less. What she did care about was technology. It seemed to me that George could do anything with a computer. Order up dinner, animate a short film, listen in on a conversation taking place across the world. She was also very concerned with justice and fairness, which made her incredibly useful to me in following my own passion, catching crooks. "Come on, guys, let's get moving," Bess said, gesturing to the stream of people flowing into the street to follow the parade down to the school grounds, where a block party would soon take place. We moved into the crowd. All around us, I could hear snippets of conversation. I didn't mean to snoop exactly. It was just a habit. "Such an amazing team. Really incredible. It's been 12 years since BHS even made it to state. I know, they're heroes." At those words, I heard George snort. She turned to face me, and I could tell from her expression that she'd definitely heard the same snippets. "Heroes?" George asked the willowy redhead who'd used the word. "For getting a ball down a field?" The girl turned to face George. She was a few inches taller and peered with large green eyes down her narrow nose at this unexpected interrupter. "It's not that easy," the girl retorted with a sniff. "I'd like to see you try it." "Well, I'd like to see you write a 3D animation program in C++, George cried. The girl frowned. "I don't know what that even means," she muttered, before walking away and disappearing into the crowd. George kept staring at the place where the girl had stood. Exactly my point. She turned back to me and Bess, and seeing our faces, sighed. "Look, guys, I don't want to ruin a fun day. It's just, not everybody plays sports," Bess said in a slightly bored tone. Bess herself was quite the field hockey champ. It hadn't been long since she'd brought home her own state championship trophy. "That's true," said George, "but almost everybody does something exciting that deserves attention. Did you know the Boylestown chess team is ranked among the top chess teams in the country?" That surprised me. "I didn't know that," I said, feeling a little bad that I hadn't. "That's really cool." "It is cool," George agreed, "and it takes hard work, but nobody's giving those kids a parade." I bit my lip and glanced over at Bess. I could tell by her expression that she was thinking about what George had said, but before she could speak, her eyes widened and she stood taller and waved through the crowd. "George, it's Carrie! Hey, Carrie!" I looked over where Bess was waving and saw George's rosy-cheeked, dark-haired cousin moving gracefully through the crowd. She wore a bright blue suit with a red-striped blouse and had a silver eagle pin on her lapel. "Wow," George said, grinning as her cousin approached. "You really look the part." Carrie blushed and grinned back, gesturing to her suit. "Do you like it? Julia, my campaign manager, thinks it's important that I look like someone who loves American democracy," she said, using finger quotes. A few weeks before, Carrie had told George that she was going to run for town council. George had thought it was a great idea. Carrie was one of her favorite cousins, and she was qualified. She had spent the last 3 years working for a local congresswoman, and George knew she'd be a great voice for the people of Boylestown. "I always thought I loved American democracy," George said with a sly grin, gesturing down at her jeans and peasant blouse. "But I guess, as usual, I'm not dressing the right way." Carrie reached out and playfully pushed her cousin. George smiled. "Hey, so are you ready for your big speech?" George had told us that Carrie, herself a former tennis champion at BHS, was set to introduce the players at the block party. First, she would make a brief speech about her own experience as an athlete there and her plans for the school, should she be elected. Carrie took a deep breath. "I sure hope so. I have a major announcement to make today, one that just might help me win this election." Bess cocked her head with a smile. "Do tell." Since Carrie was George's cousin on her mother's side of the family, Bess and Carrie weren't related, but I knew that she was just as impressed by Carrie's politics as George was. All of us knew Carrie pretty well, and growing up, we'd all looked up to her. Carrie shook her head. "No spoilers. You three will have to find out the big news with everyone else." George sighed. "No fair. Just whisper it to me. Cousin's privilege." Carrie grinned. "Learn some patience, little cousin." She reached out and ruffled George's hair before disappearing back into the crowd. "I hate it when she does that," George grimaced, trying to smooth her hair back into place. I patted her shoulder as we moved to get a good position several yards back from the stage. Already the band was filing into temporary bleachers, having moved on from the school fight song to America the Beautiful. I watched as Carrie moved through the crowd and stepped up on stage. The three of us waited patiently as the band played 3 more songs. Then the Boylestown principal got up and made a speech about how proud she was of the football team, and finally Carrie rose to speak. "Here we go," George whispered. "The reason we came." Carrie moved to the mic and introduced herself. "I'm Carrie Kim. I'm running for town council, and I was also a state champion athlete at Boylestown High, in tennis." The crowd went wild. "Boylestown! Boylestown! Boylestown!" A few boys to our right began chanting. Carrie raised her hand to silence them. "Boylestown has a history of producing exceptional athletes because the town values the ingredients that make a great athlete: strength, perseverance, and loyalty." She paused while the audience cheered. "But in recent years," Carrie added, "I believe that BHS, faced with some tough budgeting decisions, has let its facilities decline. As a town, we need to do more to support our high school athletes. The football field is in poor shape and on a rocky, uneven field. The bleachers are too small and in poor repair. Even the gymnasium at BHS is out of date. The football team has to work out at the Y because they don't have adequate facilities at the school." The football players who were lined up to go on stage all nodded their heads in recognition. The crowd let out a few stray boos. "That's why," Carrie went on, "if I'm elected, the main goal of my first term will be to champion the building of an all-new football field and sports complex at BHS." If Carrie said anything after that, I couldn't hear it. Her voice was immediately eclipsed by screaming, clapping, and cheering from what seemed like the entire crowd. Bess was hooting as loudly as anyone else, and even I found myself pretty excited by it all. But then I noticed that George herself was only clapping half-heartedly, and her expression was troubled. I nudged her and George shook her head. "More money for sports," she whispered to me. "Did you know BHS had to lay off 3 teachers last year? The town didn't budget enough to pay them." That dampened my enthusiasm a bit. Was George's cousin making a big mistake? But the crowd was still whooping and cheering. One of the football players ran up on stage and grabbed Carrie in a big bear hug. Carrie pulled away, laughing. "I hope you'll support my campaign for town council," she went on. "Now to the real reason we're here, to introduce the state champion Boylestown Raiders." The crowd got loud again, and the awkward moment was forgotten in pure celebration. After about an hour, when the speeches and awards were over, the three of us moved off toward the BHS parking lot, where I'd left my car. George spotted Carrie moving through the crowd, too. She seemed to be headed for the parking lot, but was making slow progress because people kept stopping her to shake her hand or give her a high five. "Hey, cuz." Carrie spotted us and gestured for us to wait for her. A few minutes later, after several handshakes, 3 high fives, and 1 kissed baby, Carrie emerged, flushed and looking energized. "Hey, guys, I think that went well, huh?" "Totally," George said. Carrie looked down at her hand where she was clutching a folded piece of paper. "Someone handed me this in the crowd," she said. "I hope it's not some guy's phone number." She opened up the note and looked down at it, and suddenly her face paled. "Uh-oh," she whispered. "What is it?" Bess asked. When Carrie didn't respond and just kept staring down at the note, George reached over and took the paper from her cousin's hand. She tilted the note so all 3 of us could read it. I leaned in to get a better look, then gasped. "Not everyone loves sports. Stop your campaign, or you'll be sorry." Chapter 2. A Surprise Enemy. Carrie went pale. What is this?" she asked, turning around as though she expected to find the note writer smiling and waving. "It's a threat," I said, a note of concern slipping into my voice. "An anonymous one. Unfortunately, politicians get them all the time." Carrie shook her head, looking back at the note. "I just don't understand," she said. "What I said was so basic. How could it make someone this mad at me?" "I think the someone in question isn't a rational person," George replied, frowning. "And we need to figure out who he or she is before they act on that threat." Carrie looked up. Her expression was so vulnerable, it made her look like a little kid. "Nancy," she said, turning to me, "George has told me a lot about the mysteries you've solved. I know you're very smart and resourceful. Will you look into this for me?" I smiled, taking the note from George and carefully placing it into my purse, trying to preserve the evidence. "I would have tried to catch the creep even if you hadn't asked," I said honestly. "I hope Carrie doesn't have to suspend her campaign," George murmured later that afternoon, picking at my bedspread with jumpy, nervous fingers. We were all settled in my room, and I held the offensive note in my hand. I was using my own personal kit to dust it for fingerprints. Snooping 101. "She won't have to suspend her campaign," I said comfortingly. "I'll find out whoever wrote this, and we'll figure out what's going on. But it's going to be a little harder than I thought." I put the brush down and pulled over my trash can, shaking the bright blue powder off the paper and into the trash. "I'm not getting a single print off this thing." "Ah," Bess said with a knowing nod, "a seasoned, threatening note writer." I pulled my mouth into a tight line. Right? Must have worn rubber gloves to write it. That made things a little difficult. Bess leaned over from where she was lying at the foot of my bed and took the note from me. "The handwriting is pretty standard, huh? Block letters, black marker?" "Yep," I agreed. "No distinguishing marks." Bess looked closer at the note and frowned. She brought the paper close to her face, then moved to get closer to the reading lamp on the bedside table and turned it on. George perked up from her seat at my desk. "What do you see?" Bess tapped her lip with a perfectly polished fingernail. "There's a bit of a logo here, like this was written on some kind of official stationery." I leaned over to look, and Bess gestured to the top of the note. Sure enough, a tiny bit of embossed blue ink was visible at the very top, like whoever had written the note had cut off the identifying part of their stationery. It wasn't much to go on, though, just a bit of a circle and the very bottom part of what looked like 3 letters. "What letters are those?" George asked. She'd jumped up and was now standing over us, peering down at the note. "I can't tell." I brought the paper closer to my face, then breathed in and coughed. "Oh, well, here's another clue. This reeks of smoke." Bess sniffed the note and nodded. Written by a smoker, clearly. I squinted at what remained of the letters, a curve with a flat bottom, a single line, and double equally spaced lines. I'd looked at enough ripped-up clues in my time to know what the letters might be. The first one has to be a B. The second could be an I or a T. The last one looks like an A or an H. George raised her eyebrows. "B for Boylestown?" she asked. "A for association?" Bess suggested. I looked up. "George, where's your tablet?" George grabbed her purse and pulled out the latest addition to her gadget arsenal, a small tablet that she ran her finger across to wake up. Then she pulled up her browser. "Let me do a search. Boylestown Association. She paused while the search engine did its magic, then read the results. Boylestown Seniors Association. "No," I said, frowning down at the note. "The middle letter definitely isn't an S." "Boylestown Fire Safety Association? Boylestown Stamp Collectors Association?" Bess groaned. "No to both of those." George read the next entry and looked up, crooking an eyebrow. "Boylestown Teachers Association?" I looked down at the note again. "That's it. George, go to their homepage." George bent over her tablet and obeyed. "Here we go," she said, lifting the tablet to show us the homepage of the Boylestown Teachers Association. A round seal dominated, a seal that seemed to match right up with the tiny bit of circle left on the note in my hand. "So it stands to reason," I began, "that the person who wrote this note is a teacher at one of the Boylestown schools, and since Carrie is proposing a major change at Boylestown High—" I trailed off, but the gleam in Bess's eye told me she knew exactly where I was going. "It makes sense to start there," she murmured. Luckily, RHHS had a teachers' conference the next day, which left me free to begin my snooping. I snuck down into the kitchen while Hannah was dusting the living room, not wanting to answer a bunch of questions about why I was shoving a hastily made peanut butter sandwich into my mouth. Then I grabbed my backpack and jumped into my car, checking my reflection in the mirror. A simple skirt and polo shirt Bess had picked out for me, an artfully messy ponytail. I looked cute enough to blend in, but not cool or noticeable enough to stand out. I drove quickly to Boylestown High School and parked on a nearby side street. The bell was just ringing for their second lunch period. Perfect. Soon, the campus was crawling with kids carrying brown paper bags or trays laden with franks and beans, all looking for a place to eat. The school was pleasantly chaotic. Nobody would notice a girl who maybe, if you were really thinking about it, didn't belong. I walked confidently into the main building, smiling at any kids I passed, like I was just one of them. Most kids smiled back. Nobody asked who I was. I was able to make my way easily down to the basement level, past the cafeteria to the room I was seeking, which was exactly where the map I'd found online had said it would be. A thick metal door, painted green, held a small window that had been papered over so you couldn't see inside. Typical, I thought. I raised my hand and made a few sharp knocks, my knuckles bumping against the C in Teacher's Lounge. The door finally swung open to reveal a tall man with longish sideburns and a shaggy mustache. He peered down at me through 2 thick glasses, looking instantly annoyed. "This is the Teacher's Lounge. It's private." "No students," he barked, then pulled back his arm to close the door in my face. "But wait," I said, holding up my hand in the universal please stop gesture. I know the teacher's lounge is private. It's just that I found this lighter right outside the door here. I figured it must belong to someone inside." I reached into my pocket and pulled out a small butane lighter I'd bought at the drugstore a few hours earlier. I'd been careful to buy a gender-neutral color, green. The man frowned, peering down at the lighter. "Hold on." He closed the door again briefly, while I could hear him talking to the other teachers inside. "You sure? Okay." He opened the door and shrugged at me. "I don't know whose that is. It doesn't belong to any of the teachers in here." I put on my best "oh gosh" face. "Oh, that's too bad. I'd really like to return it. Do you know any teachers here who smoke?" The man sighed as if he were getting tired of this distraction from his rare me time. "Which teachers here smoke? Well, there aren't many. It's bad for you. You know that, right?" I nodded solemnly. Oh, I knew. In fact, my dad had found that it was much easier to quit smoking than to put up with my constant nagging. Win for Nancy Drew. The man shook his head. "There's, Ms. Cashin. She still smokes. And Ms. Meyerhoff. You could try them." "Thanks," I said cheerfully, but barely got the th sound out before the door was closed in my face again. I slipped the lighter back into my pocket and strolled off, up a flight of stairs. Ms. Cashin and Ms. Meyerhoff. I'd have to play dumb when the bell rang again. Tell some passing students that I was new and needed to find their classrooms. Of course, I could explore a bit now, see if I happened by them. As I walked down the hall, I wondered what either of these teachers could possibly get from sending a threatening note to Carrie. Maybe they didn't support her ideas to improve the school, but why threaten her? These were adults, not naive kids. Wouldn't it make more sense to simply not vote for her? Or better yet, campaign for one of her opponents? Sending a threatening note was personal. It said, "Not only do I not like your politics, but I'm afraid of what will happen should you win." But what about Carrie was that threatening? Even a new sports arena was just a new sports arena, not something that could really hurt anyone. As I reached the end of the hallway, loud chanting broke through the usual lunchtime din. "No new arena! No new arena!" It was coming from a hallway off to the right. Seriously, it's like they knew I was coming. I scrambled to follow it. I ended up back in the BHS lobby. Big trophy cases lined the walls, and a mosaic of the BHS Raiders logo was laid into the floor. In the middle of the lobby, about 20 kids were marching around in a circle, holding signs that said, "No new sports arena," and "We won't trade trees for trophies." I moved closer. These kids seem pretty opposed to Carrie's idea. What is this? "Hey." A tall, skinny boy with a messy mop of black hair and a nose ring pressed a flyer into my hand. "Take one of these. Read up. The future of your school depends on it." I scanned the flyer. But when examined more closely, Carrie Kim's proposal has many areas for concern. Willow Woods, which would be reduced by half to accommodate the new football field, has been undisturbed for more than 100 years, and it contains plant and animal species that can't be found anywhere else within 30 miles. Suddenly, I became aware of a shadow looking over me. I looked up and saw the same boy watching me with interest. "It's pretty upsetting, right?" he asked in a much gentler voice than he'd used before. I nodded, looking down at the paper. I guess I didn't realize the forest was going to be cut down to build the new football field and sports complex, I said honestly. The truth was, all the information in the flyer came as a surprise. I knew that not everybody in Boylestown would support having so much money being funneled into athletics when it could go toward other things, but I hadn't realized there would be environmental concerns. The boy nodded fervently. "Most people don't," he said. "People worship sports in this town. It's like nothing else matters. But there's no reason we have to destroy the environment to give something else to a bunch of already entitled jocks. Already entitled jocks. Okay, clearly this boy had a few issues with athletes. Keep that in mind. I looked up to meet his pale green eyes. Do you think Carrie Kim knows all this? I asked, waving the flyer. I know she was an athlete in high school, but maybe she'd change her proposal if she knew it would be so damaging to Willow Woods. The boy snorted, then seemed to take in my surprised reaction and shook his head. Sorry, I don't mean to be rude, but I can guarantee you, Carrie Kim only cares about getting elected. All politicians do when it really comes down to it. That's why it's on the people to stand up for issues we really care about. I glanced down at the flyer again, pretending to read over a section about the history of Willow Woods, but really, just buying some time to think this over. Could the mystery note writer be involved with these environmentalist protesters? Was that enough of a reason to threaten someone, worrying that they would do damage to the environment? I looked up at the boy and gave him a warm smile. I'm Katrina, by the way. Years of snooping around to catch crooks had given me a lightning-fast ability to make up fake names. He nodded, smiling back and holding out his hand. Barney. That's a nice name, I said. Actually, it made me think of a big purple dinosaur, but the Barney I'd grown up watching on TV had little in common with this serious, slight, pale-skinned boy. Besides, Barney leaned toward me, lowering his voice like he was about to let me in on a big secret. She's one of them. She was this huge tennis champ in high school, you know? She was all over the papers. One whole shelf of the trophies over there are hers, he said, nodding to the case. He stood up straight. Carrie Kim thinks athletics are the answer to everything. They made her life awesome, right? But she doesn't realize that sports actually make some people's lives miserable. He looked down at me, his eyes raw with honesty. I cleared my throat. Right, I said, riffing off his comments. I feel like I always have to feel bad about not being good at running or shooting a ball through a hoop. But do they ever feel bad about not being good at painting or gardening? The boy nodded. Exactly. Athletes already get everything they want. This is just one more thing. Barney put a hand on his hip. So, are you interested in getting more involved, Katrina? We're going to need all the help we can get to mount an effective campaign against Carrie Kim and her big sports-loving election-winning idea. And I don't want to get too woe-is-me here, but as a fellow student, I'm sure you know that athletes will always have more power at BHS than the little guy. If they want this new sports complex, well, we're going to have to work really hard to defeat it. Think outside the box a little. Maybe get our hands dirty. Think outside the box. Get our hands dirty. Each of Barney's words got my little justice-loving inner PI thrumming with enthusiasm. Even if Barney wasn't directly connected to the note Carrie had been passed, I had a feeling I could still learn a lot about the shady activities done in the name of green living. I'm in, I said, taking his hand and giving it a good shake. Barney winced and pulled away, but smiled at me just the same. That's great, he said, looking like he really meant it. So what's the next step? I asked, holding up the flyer. Who do I talk to? I'm ready to get my hands dirty. Read the flyer. Think about it. If the ideas resonate with you, then you can start by joining the Green Club, Barney said, grabbing my flyer and writing something on the bottom. Room 238. You'll need to talk to our faculty sponsor. And that is? I asked, taking the flyer back from him and squinting at the room number. Barney smiled. Ms. Meyerhoff, he said. I hope I see you at our next meeting, Katrina. Chapter 3. Caught on Tape. As I was walking back to my car, I got a series of texts from George explaining that Carrie had invited us to fill 3 unsold seats at a big fundraising dinner she was throwing that night. The other attendees would be rich potential donors to her campaign, so the event would be very fancy. "We can't say no," George's last text said. Well, who was I to argue? That night, I pulled up to the Boylestown Yacht Club at precisely 5:30, as George's email had instructed. Already the parking lot was buzzing with activity, with well-dressed people climbing out of cars and limos and walking a red carpet to get inside. I watched curiously, smoothing my own simple green dress over my knees. I hadn't been to many fancy fundraising dinners in my short life, and despite Bess's fashion advice, I wasn't totally convinced I'd dressed the part. I was pulled from my worries by a sharp rap on my passenger window. It was Bess, expertly made up and wearing a fashionable black cocktail dress, of course. I clicked the unlock button on my door and gestured for her to get into the car. George was right behind her, wearing a red skirt and striped shell, and she pulled open the back door and climbed in. "You look nice," George observed mildly. "Do I?" I fingered my hair, which I'd half-heartedly styled with a curling iron. I'm watching all these people go in and feeling only about 30% as fancy as I should be to attend this party. "Oh, come on, Nance." Bess reached over and pinched me. "You look great. And hey, your name even rhymes with fancy." "Fancy Nancy," George said, delighted, "like the picture books." I groaned. "Never call me that again, please." "I'm going to call you that every day." "Can we talk about something else?" I reached into the small purse I'd brought and pulled out the flyer Barney had given me, now folded and creased from multiple readings. I handed it to George. "For example, I think I have a lead on the mystery note writer." "Lead?" George asked, unfolding the flyer and burying her nose in it. "Did you go to the school today?" Bess asked. Before they'd left the day before, I'd gone over my plan with my friends. "At lunch?" "I did," I replied as George flipped over the flyer, making murmuring noises of approval. "And I stumbled onto a protest run by this environmental club, the BHS Green Club, which is already strongly opposed to Carrie's plans for a new sports complex and football field." "For good reason, it sounds like," George added, finishing up the flyer and passing it forward to Bess. "I had no idea Carrie's plan called for those woods to be half destroyed. In addition to prioritizing sports above anything else, it sounds like this new complex is going to wreak all kinds of environmental havoc." Bess was reading the flyer now, her brow creased. "I'm sure Carrie doesn't know how damaging this would be," she said, the corners of her mouth turning down. "She may love athletics, but she'd never want to damage the environment this way. Maybe there's a workaround?" "Maybe," I shrugged, "but for right now, my main suspect is one Ms. Meyerhoff, faculty sponsor of the Green Club, and one of the 2 teachers at BHS who smokes." "You think Ms. Meyerhoff wrote that note?" George asked, incredulous. "Marina Meyerhoff? Nance, have you heard of the Boylestown Shakespeare in the Park program?" "Yeah," I said, catching George's eye in the rearview mirror. Where was she going with this? "She runs it," George said. "She won, State Teacher of the Year a few years ago. It was all over the local news. She's possibly the most beloved teacher at BHS. Carrie still talks about her poetry lectures." I frowned at George. "Okay, so she's beloved. Does that mean she could never, ever do anything wrong?" George pursed her lips but remained silent. So did Bess, folding the flyer carefully back up and handing it to me. Our experience catching crooks together over the years had taught us all that criminals rarely look how you expect them to look. All it takes is for a seemingly normal person to make one dumb, rash decision, and boom, criminal. "Anyway, I don't know for sure yet," I went on, slipping the flyer back into my purse. "It's just a lead. I'll keep digging." "Thanks, Nancy," George said with a sigh. "It sounds like Carrie can use all the help she can get. Now, shall we walk the red carpet?" "Oh, I totally agree," Julia Jacobs, Carrie's old college roommate and campaign manager, said with an emphatic nod to the 70-something southern-twanged gentleman who sat across the table from us. "Driving your car is an unassailable American right." The man nodded emphatically. "As a former oil man, it always disturbs me when towns try to cut down on the rights of drivers. I should be able to drive my car downtown and park it with no hassles." They were discussing an issue that was fairly controversial in Boylestown, installing parking meters in the downtown area and putting all proceeds toward the struggling schools. George pushed a long green-stemmed baby carrot around her plate and nudged my elbow. "Julia doesn't actually know how to drive," she whispered. "She grew up in Brooklyn. She takes the bus everywhere and thinks everyone should do the same." I watched in amazement as Julia continued her conversation with the old man, still agreeing that yes, parking meters are big city foolishness, that part of being an American was being a little in love with your car. Julia worked for a big Midwestern PR firm. The way George described it, she was pretty hot stuff, and Carrie was lucky her old friend was willing to take a leave of absence from work to run her local campaign. "Carrie's for the parking meters," George whispered, like hugely 100% for the parking meters. That's when something amazing happened. Julia tilted her head to the side, as if something had just occurred to her, and said, "Although, there is another way to look at it." I glanced at George and Bess on her other side and raised my eyebrows. As we listened, Julia seamlessly laid out the ideas behind Carrie's feelings on the importance of education and how children are the future. And really, would having to pay 50 or 75 cents to park really dissuade people from driving? All the while, she studiously avoided contradicting the old man in any way or implying that he had said anything wrong. By the end of her speech, the man was nodding vigorously, saying, "Oh yes," like the parking meter plan was obviously the right choice. Bess looked at the two of us with wide eyes. "Whew, she's good. Why isn't she running for office?" she whispered. George didn't look quite convinced, though. "Because she lies too much?" she whispered back. "Of course," Julia was saying now, picking up her wine glass and settling back in her chair, as if this were just a casual fireside chat. "I'm sure Carrie would consider giving other incentives to drivers. The idea is to raise as much money for the schools as possible. Perhaps we cut down on bus service so more people will drive." George cleared her throat. She looked like she'd heard enough of Julia explaining what Carrie did and didn't believe. "Actually," she said, "I'm pretty sure Carrie would be against cutting bus service in this town. A lot of people rely on it. Also, didn't you tell us that you took the bus here tonight?" Silence fell over the table, so thick and unexpected, it was like we'd all been covered in glue. Julia turned and looked over at the three of us, as if noticing us for the first time, and clearly did not like what she saw. The older man, who hadn't acknowledged the three of us in any way up to that point, gave George a disapproving look. Julia pasted on a frozen smile and cleared her throat. "I'm sure you misunderstood my story, George," she said, before waving a vague hand in our direction. "I love to drive. Anyway, have you met Carrie's little cousin and her friends, Mr. Driscoll? So cute, aren't they? Carrie thought it would be fun to let them come to this dinner and get a little first-hand political education. Of course, they're all too young to fully understand the ins and outs." She glanced up, and her eyes shot daggers at George. "George, would you be a dear and go find the waitress? We need a coffee refill." George glared at her for a second, but then quickly seemed to remember how much her cousin needed Julia, and got up from the table. "Sure thing," she murmured before disappearing into the crowd. I turned around and shot Bess a look. Poor George. She nodded as the conversation continued around us, the three of us forgotten. A few minutes later, while George was still gone, Carrie stepped up to the podium that had been set up on a raised platform along the inner wall of the ballroom. "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen," she said, and the ballroom erupted in applause. "I wanted to tell you a little bit about how much I love Boylestown and some of my plans for its future, should I be lucky enough to be elected to the town council." Carrie paused and took a breath, and George slipped back to our table and sat down. She shot an annoyed look at Julia, but the campaign manager was already focused on Carrie's speech, making a video recording with her phone. "As I was saying," Carrie went on, "I love this town. When I was just a little girl—" At that moment, a loud noise came over the sound system, like someone breathing deeply into a microphone. It didn't line up with what Carrie was doing, though, and that was confusing. I glanced at Bess and George, wondering what we were hearing, when suddenly Carrie's voice came booming out of the speakers at a much higher volume than her actual speech. "I don't care what they think," the voice, clearly Carrie's, boomed through the speakers, "as long as they can afford a ticket. Once I'm elected, I can do what I want. I don't have to listen to a bunch of rich old fogies." A silence fell over the crowd, followed immediately by a buzz of angry voices. What was going on? Carrie stopped her speech, looking like a deer in the headlights. Where was this coming from? George was frowning, looking at the nearest speaker. "It's a recording," she whispered. "Somebody's playing it over the sound system." "But why?" Bess hissed. "And where did they get it?" I added. It sounded like Carrie was insulting the kind of rich donors to her campaign who are here tonight. George shook her head, looking over at Julia. The pretty redhead had stood up and was craning her neck to look into the back room. She glanced back at Carrie on stage and spread her arms wide as if to say, "I don't know what's going on. I can't help you." Carrie cleared her throat. I... But as soon as she spoke into the microphone, her voice was drowned out by angry shouts. "When did you say that, Ms. Kim? When was that recording made? If you really feel that way about your supporters, why are we wasting our time here?" Carrie shook her head, looking miserable. "I didn't... Just give me a minute, please. I can't..." But people were already beginning to push back from their tables and throw their napkins onto their plates. Angry voices joined in frustration, a kind of chorus of disgruntlement. "Show her what I think about her attitude. Entitled and selfish. Throw my support behind the other candidates." Carrie was stunned and silent at the podium. She watched with hollow eyes as many of the guests headed for the door. Even the older man at our table, Mr. Driscoll, who'd been so concerned about the parking meters, shook his head and got up. "Please, Mr. Driscoll, don't go," Julia begged, her smile wide but desperate. "Obviously we're having some sort of technical difficulty, but I know Carrie's heart." But Mr. Driscoll gave Julia a look of pure contempt. "I'm leaving. At the very least, Ms. Kim has some explaining to do," he said crisply. "I am withdrawing my support until she can explain her statements." Julia's face fell like an undercooked souffle. Mr. Driscoll nodded at the carefully styled older woman next to him, and they rose to leave together. Slowly the rest of our table began moving on, too. I looked helplessly at Bess and George. It seemed safe to say that the dinner was breaking up. George squeezed my arm. "Let's go find Carrie," she said. I didn't argue. I could imagine that whatever had happened tonight, George's cousin could use a sympathetic ear right about now. Bess, George, and I all made our way to the corner of the platform where Carrie stood, bent over and looking stricken. "Are you okay?" George asked softly, touching her cousin's shoulder. Carrie let out a sharp laugh and turned. Her eyes were red with tears. "I'm very much not okay," she whispered, dissolving into a sob. "I don't even know what happened." "Someone must have hacked into the sound system to play a recording," George explained. "Was that recording really you?" Bess asked softly. Carrie nodded. "That was really my voice," she said. But those words were taken totally out of context. This was a conversation I had with a few local reporters. The piece you heard was part of a much longer answer about how I'm not going to be swayed by special interests. I want to govern in the best interest of my constituents. She sniffled. I think it's important for politicians to represent their town fairly, not just the people with money. Well, someone got access to that recording and created a totally different message, George said grimly. Someone with pretty good editing software, because it sounded natural. Usually if you cut and patch dialogue together like that, it sounds choppy. Carrie shook her head and swiped at her eyes. I followed her gaze across the room, where Julia was chasing down a group of 4 little old ladies. All a big misunderstanding, she was saying. If you knew the Carrie I know, like I know her. My mind was spinning a mile a minute. So many questions were swirling around in my brain. If Carrie was telling the truth and the recording was taken out of context, who would want to sabotage her campaign like this? Was it the same person who'd written the mystery note? Could this be step 1 of what the note had promised? You'll be sorry? And did it all trace back to worries about the environmental effects of building a new sports complex? Carrie accepted a tissue Bess offered from her purse and wiped her face, then noisily blew her nose. She seemed to be trying to pull herself together. Come on, girls, she said, looking from George to Bess to me. I want to see something. Carrie led us through a closed doorway that led to a noisy, hot space. The kitchen lay down a narrow hallway. Just off the hallway was the control room. Carrie walked over to a large sound system. She reached out, and before I could yell, "Don't touch it, you'll mess up the fingerprints," she pulled a tiny flash drive from a USB port. George held up her hand. "Give it to me," she said. She dug into the black leather tote she'd brought and pulled out her shiny tablet. As soon as Carrie handed her the drive, George had it plugged in and was touching the screen to play the audio file that lay within. "I don't care what they think," Carrie's voice rang out, small and tinny from the tablet speakers. George stopped the recording and looked at me. "Ladies," she said, "I think we found some evidence." Chapter 4. Fishing for a Culprit. When I got home after the failed fundraiser, I felt so exhausted that I got into bed right away. I figured I'd be out like a light as soon as my eyes closed. But instead, I tossed and turned for an hour, mulling the whole case over in my head. Carrie's sports complex plan. What would it do to Willow Woods? Barney and the mysterious Ms. Meyerhoff, beloved teacher and Green Club sponsor. How effortlessly Julia had bent the truth to win over Mr. Driscoll. And the recording, which Carrie claimed was manipulated. And her face when we'd gone to comfort her after her speech was disrupted. What was really going on here? I stared out the window at the willow tree outside my bedroom, the long fronds undulating softly in the night breeze. I wasn't aware of falling asleep, but I must have, because suddenly I stood in a small clearing surrounded by dense forest. It was pitch dark there. I had a tiny flashlight to light my path, and even though I knew we weren't far from the high school or the road it sat on, it was dead silent. How had I gotten there? Where was everybody? Bess? George? I called urgently, shining my flashlight in a slow circle around me. Dad? An owl hooted, and when I turned around, Barney was standing right in front of me, his pale skin almost blue in the dull light. "How did you get here so quickly?" I demanded. I hadn't heard any movement behind me. Barney just smiled. "I think a better question is, what took you so long? Come on." He grabbed my hand and pulled me into the trees so roughly I dropped my flashlight. "Wait, wait!" I cried. "I lost my—" Barney turned around, His lip pulled back in a sneer. "You don't need it," he hissed, dragging me farther. "This is important, Nancy. I want you to stand right here." He knows my real name? The thought occurred to me after Barney pushed me roughly up onto a tree stump, then disappeared into the darkness. "Barney?" I called. "Barney! Where are you?" "Don't move!" His voice yelled from the darkness, but I still couldn't make him out or tell where the voice was coming from. He sounded angry now. "Really, Nancy, it's the least you can do." I stood uncertainly on the stump, staring into the darkness. What's the least I can do? Then I was blinded by an overpoweringly bright light. I let out a cry, but it was lost in the ear-melting roar that suddenly came from behind the light, the sound of 100 truck engines starting up at once. The light started moving toward me, and I realized what it was. A steamroller, and it was headed right at me. I screamed again. "Barney!" I tried to scramble off the stump, but it felt like my feet were held by heavy concrete. "I'm stuck here. What do I do? What do I do?" He slipped up next to me then, as silently and surprisingly as he'd first appeared. His expression held a terrible disappointment. "Duh, Nancy," he said, turning to the oncoming steamroller with a shrug. "Just tell them to stop." I woke up panting, soaked with sweat. The tree outside my window shifted in the breeze, the leaves making a soft shh sound, and it only made me tremble harder. I glanced at the clock by my bed. 3:24 a.m. It was just a dream. I settled back against my pillows, trying to calm my jangled nerves. It can't hurt you. It was just a dream. I tried counting to 100, slowing my breathing, imagining myself at the beach, all the things that usually calmed me down. But nothing seemed to work. It was just a dream, I told myself again. But why did it feel so real? The next day, I stumbled through school, tired and irritable, until my last free period, when I changed my clothes and jumped into my car. I was back at Boylestown High, filled with a new sense of purpose, just as the bell signaling the end of the school day rang. Sure, in real life, Barney had seemed nice enough, and the goals of the Green Club seemed noble and sensible. If Carrie's sports complex really was going to cause irreparable damage, then yes, it made sense to let people know. But the events at last night's fundraising dinner still turned my stomach. It seemed awfully below the belt to frame Carrie for saying something she'd never really said, robbing her of the chance to explain her views. As the hallways cleared, I stepped cautiously through the doorway of room 238, sophomore English. "Ms. Meyerhoff?" I asked. The woman I saw at the desk was not at all what I was expecting for the Green Club advisor and possible note writer. She was soft and round, with slightly frizzy long brown hair and warm, gentle brown eyes. I realized that in the back of my mind, I'd been imagining some hip, edgy woman with piercings, organic designer clothes, and a punkish haircut. "Can I help you?" she asked, looking up curiously. I cleared my throat. I hope so." She smiled encouragingly. "Need some help with Shakespeare?" she asked, organizing some books on her desk. "All the English teachers send confused students my way. Just read it out loud. It always helps. It's amazing how universal the problems seem when you speak the words out loud." I pulled my laptop out of my backpack. "Actually, I'm an intern for the Boylestown Bugle. I'm doing an article on the new football field and sports complex that Carrie Kim is proposing. I'm collecting quotes from a sample of teachers. Would you mind chatting for just a moment?" Ms. Meyerhoff's open expression suddenly closed off. and she sighed and shuffled her books into a messenger bag. "I'm sure you could find more interesting people to talk to, Ms. What was your name?" "I'm sorry." I put my laptop down on a desk and held out my hand. "Katrina Vicks. And I'm interested in whatever you have to say, really." Ms. Meyerhoff gave me an appraising look, then shrugged and sat back down behind her desk. "Very well. Can we make it quick, though? I have a dentist appointment in half an hour." I smiled and sat down at one of the student desks, opening up my laptop. "Great, no problem. Can I ask your name and what subjects you teach?" She nodded. "Ms. Meyerhoff, Marina, and I teach English and music." I nodded too and tapped out some notes on the laptop. "And how long have you been at BHS, Ms. Meyerhoff?" 12 years. A long time. I typed that down as well, thinking that Ms. Meyerhoff had been at BHS long enough to develop some strong opinions. I looked up. "And Ms. Meyerhoff, can you tell me honestly, how do you feel about the proposed sports complex?" Ms. Meyerhoff shook her head and looked down at her sweater, where she pulled at a pilling bit. "Well, honestly, I'm sure it will be nice for the athletes, but I wish that money could be spent on arts education instead. Did you know we had to let 2 art teachers go last year because there wasn't enough money? But we have money for a new state-of-the-art sports complex. I know the woman proposing the complex was some kind of sports prodigy when she was a student here. I just wonder about this town's priorities sometimes." I nodded dutifully and wrote all that down. Then I paused and looked Ms. Meyerhoff in the eye. "So the environment doesn't feature at all in your concerns?" Ms. Meyerhoff didn't blink. "The environment? What about it?" I pulled the flyer Barney had given me from my backpack, unfolded it, and handed it to her. "Are you familiar with these conflicts? This flyer was handed out by the Green Club." Ms. Meyerhoff took the paper from me, glanced down at it, then up at me. "Yes, I am familiar with these." "And?" I cleared my throat. "Are you opposed to the sports complex for the reasons detailed in the flyer?" She shook her head. "I'm more concerned about what it says about how much this town values sports versus art education." She glanced at her watch. "Is that all? I'm running short on time." I kept pressing. "But aren't you the faculty sponsor of the Green Club?" Ms. Meyerhoff stopped short and gave me a curious look. "I'm sorry, what kind of an interview is this?" I tried to smile. "A thorough one?" I glanced down at my laptop, pretended to type something, and added, "I'm really just hoping to get a wide range of opinions on the proposal, Ms. Meyerhoff." She stared at me for a moment, bemused. "Yes, I am the faculty sponsor for the Green Club, but I have little input. The kids run the club themselves. I'm sure they put a lot of research into this flyer, and it was written by one of my best students. Would you like to talk to her?" I nodded vigorously, then tried to slow myself down lest I look insane. "That would be very helpful, yes." "It's Eloise Stromberg," Ms. Meyerhoff said, then spelled it. "Did you get that?" "Yes." I typed the name into my notes, then looked up at Ms. Meyerhoff. She really doesn't seem like an angry note writer, I reflected. She seems like someone's kindly, artsy aunt. "Thank you very much. I hope I didn't make you late to your appointment." With those words, I closed my hand around the flash drive we'd pulled from Carrie's sound system the night before, and then dropped it onto the classroom floor with a loud clatter. "Oh no, I'm sorry. Could you get that for me, Ms. Meyerhoff?" I really just wanted to see if the teacher had any reaction to the flash drive, a momentary panic, a quick paling of the skin, but Ms. Meyerhoff just knelt down and grabbed it, then handed it to me. "Okay?" I nodded sheepishly. "Okay." I was getting the sense this whole visit had been a dead end. I had wasted a perfectly nice teacher's time. And worse, I was no closer to finding out who was sabotaging Carrie's campaign. "Thank you for taking the time to speak to me, Ms. Meyerhoff." I said, shoving the drive in my pocket and heading for the door. I was in such a hurry to get out of there that I nearly collided with a tall, skinny boy walking in. Barney. "Hey there," he said, his face lighting up when he looked down and recognized me. "Katrina, right? Hold on, I just need to stick our club dues in Ms. Meyerhoff's desk, and then we can talk." I turned around and waited while Barney greeted the teacher. He seemed surprised to find her still there, and handed over an envelope filled with bills. Ms. Meyerhoff shot me another curious glance, one eyebrow raised. No doubt she was confused about how I knew Barney. Barney turned to me, his face wide open and smiling. "Anyway, let's get down to business," he said jokingly. "Like, are you going to join the Green Club or what? We could really use you." I hesitated. Well, I've definitely been thinking about it." Barney nodded. "Good to hear. Come with me. We can chat about it some more." I glanced back at Ms. Meyerhoff briefly and nodded my goodbye. She was still regarding me with some suspicion, and I figured it was just as well to have an excuse to get out of there quickly. Barney touched my shoulder and led me out of the classroom into the empty hallway, lined with walkers. There was an echo in the hallway which made it seem even more deserted. "What's holding you back?" he asked. "Are there any questions I can answer? Because I really can't see any downside to your joining the Green Club." I couldn't help smiling. Whatever the Green Club was up to, there was no denying that Barney was sort of charming, in an unguarded, eager-to-please way. "You know what?" I said when I felt we were too far from Ms. Meyerhoff's door to overhear. "You've convinced me. I'm in. Do you know where I could find Eloise Stromberg? Ms. Meyerhoff said I should talk to her about getting involved." Barney's eyes widened in pleasure and surprise, like even though this was exactly what he wanted, he couldn't believe it was really happening. "Do I? Katrina, I can take you to her right now. Let's get this party started." I blushed for him a little then. So Barney was also a little too enthusiastic. But I couldn't help liking him. Not in a romantic way. I already had a boyfriend, of course, but like a sweet little brother. I wanted to buy Barney a puppy and let him show me all his favorite eco-friendly toys. I followed cheerfully as Barney thundered down the hall, leading the way toward the BHS gymnasium. Right before we got to the gym, Barney took a sharp left and led me up a set of stairs. At the top of the stairs was a heavy metal doorway that he pulled open, revealing a big, dark room. He stepped inside and I followed. There was just enough light for me to make out Barney holding his finger to his lips in the universal sign for shh. I looked around and realized we were standing at the back of the audience for a small black box theater. Most of the lights were off, save a bright spotlight that shone on the girl who stood center stage. She had long, curly dark hair and huge brown eyes, and she was wearing long, feathery earrings and a twisted, folded kind of top that I knew Bess would know the proper name for. She looked exotic and cool. Even though I didn't go to this high school, I felt a little intimidated at the sight of her. It took me a minute to realize she was in the middle of reciting a poem. "And then there was only empty earth." Her voice thundered through the small space, fueled by anger. It burned from her big dark eyes, and suddenly she seemed a little scary, like a mother bear whose cub is being threatened. "Because we has torn all the trees away, and the earth bled, and the birds all fell from the sky. For we had taken all their safe places to perch." Her voice softened then. Sadness crept in. "And the people realized what a grave mistake they'd made." "Thank you." Scattered applause came from the audience. I looked down and realized that about 10 or 15 kids were seated there, spread among the 100 or so seats. They were a varied assortment of high school types, a couple of goth kids, one short boy with dreadlocks and a vintage Tribe Called Quest t-shirt, a girl with huge dark-framed glasses, and a cute skirt printed with baby deer. Definitely a cheerleader. That final one made me do a double take. A cheerleader at a poetry slam? Barney cleared his throat as the applause died down, and I felt a little trepidation as he waved to get Eloise's attention. "What's up, Barney?" she demanded in a not entirely friendly tone. We stepped closer, and she looked me over as I came into the light. She pushed her mouth to the side, thoughtful, as Barney led me up on stage. "I think I have a new recruit." If Barney noticed Eloise's lack of enthusiasm, he showed no evidence of it. His face was pink and happy, and he gestured to me with the excitement of a spokesmodel on a game show as the host announces, "A brand new car." Eloise's eyes flipped from Barney's face to mine, her unimpressed expression unchanged. "Yeah?" she asked. I nodded then. I was feeling the need to pull myself together and stand up to this girl. "That's right," I said. "I wondered if I could talk to you about the Green Club. Ms. Meyerhoff said you're in charge." Eloise's lip curled. "Talk about what?" she asked. "Either you're green or you're not. If you're not, you have no business being in our club." She paused, giving me a challenging look. "So are you?" I stared at her. What? "Are you green?" she asked, her eyes bugging in annoyance. I had the sense that I was only going to get one chance to answer this question correctly. Why am I so intimidated? Yes, I said. "I am. I'm green." Eloise still looked dubious. I was still dressed in my preppy garb, and she took in my braided headband, my stripy boat-neck shirt, my ancient khaki skirt, and my loafers. "Prove it," she said simply, a sardonic grin forming on her face. Then she turned back to the microphone. "Hey, everyone," she said. "We have a new presenter here at our weekly Green Poetry Slam. Her name is—" She paused and looked at me expectantly. "Katrina," I blurted. Man, this girl had rattled me. "Katrina," Eloise said with a smile, as though the name itself proved something she'd suspected about me. "She really, really cares about the environment, and she wants to share her feelings with us today. Take it away, Katrina." And with that, she handed me the microphone and pushed me into the spotlight. Chapter 5. On the Spot. Nightmare, nightmare. That word echoed in my head on a loop as I squinted into the spotlight, unable to even make out how many people were watching me. Had there been 10 people in the audience or 20? I have a confession to make. I'm a very literal person. I appreciate poetry, but I don't get it. I'm really good at dusting for fingerprints, pretending to be someone else, asking pointed questions, and escaping various dangerous situations using unexpected household items. I am awful at public speaking. Now I took a deep breath. Just fake your way through it, Nance. George's voice suddenly sounded inside my brain. It was advice she'd given me any time I'd had to make a speech in school, or do a presentation, or defend my paper in history class. "You're so good at pretending to be other people when you snoop, so just pretend to be a person who'd be really good at this. It's simple." "Nightmare!" I suddenly shouted into the mic, using a deep, guttural voice I never would have recognized as my own. "Oil spilling. Wildlife dying, chemicals in our water, global warming, football players trampling over a murdered land. When will it end? When will it end?" Figuring that was enough, and that I'd proven myself, I held the microphone out and then dropped it to the stage with a huge thump. A few claps slowly emerged from the audience, as if they weren't totally sure how to respond. After a moment, I heard someone chuckling. Eloise. She stepped back up on stage and held out her hand. "Wow, she said, shaking her head. Okay. To be honest, Katrina, I was just messing with you. You didn't really have to do that. She grinned. But you sure are committed. Come with me, kid. We can go to my locker to get some more information. I nodded and picked up the microphone, setting it back on its stand. Thanks. I was getting a weird vibe from Eloise. In general, I hate it when people claim to just be messing with someone they just met. If you're trying to test or throw off a total stranger, maybe you have something to hide. But at least she was cooperating now. Barney gave me a big high five as we left the theater and followed Eloise down a maze of hallways to her locker. That was awesome, Katrina. I could feel myself blushing. Thanks. How come I've never seen you before? Eloise asked me as we walked down the hall. Oh, I just transferred here, I said as casually as I could. My dad works for a big bank. We move around a lot, I added. Eloise stopped and looked at me. Really? Where did you transfer from? Cleveland, I replied easily. Every made-up character I play in the course of my detective work hails from Cleveland. It makes things easier. Eloise nodded, seeming satisfied. She finally paused in front of a top locker, long ago painted blue, but now showing patches of red and pink, too. Previous paint jobs, and spun the dials. 2 bumper stickers were stuck to the locker. Respect the earth, and go vegan. Are you vegan? I asked, more to keep the conversation going than anything else. Eloise nodded, pulling open her locker and revealing an unholy mess of crumpled papers, textbooks, notebooks, and folders. I couldn't judge, because I wasn't particularly organized either, but it was clear that Eloise wasn't going to find what she was looking for anytime soon. Lifelong, she said, shoving a couple of books aside and frowning. It just doesn't feel natural to me to eat animal products. I mean, what other animal drinks other animals' milk past the age of weaning? It's kind of gross when you think about it, right? It did seem kind of weird when she put it that way. Yeah, kind of. Eloise refocused her attention on her locker, and I watched carefully, looking at each paper and book, everything she had posted on the inside locker door. A photo of her with a smiling blonde girl. A picture of Ryan Gosling with a lipstick kiss. Nothing unusual there. I've been thinking of going vegan, but it's hard when my parents aren't, I said, hoping to keep her talking. Maybe you could give me some pointers. Oh, that's great, Barney said from behind me. I turned and saw his now familiar enthusiastic smile. Going vegan is a major commitment to the environmental cause. Eloise nodded, still fishing in her locker. The important thing is making sure you still get all the nutrients you need, like protein and iron. You end up eating a lot of beans and nuts. You might need to figure out how to cook a little, but it's totally doable. Suddenly, her digging shifted a few books back, and a sheaf of papers toppled down from the top and onto the floor. Eloise shoved the books back in and scrambled to grab the papers, but I got to them first. I turned them over and had to work hard to suppress my gasp. Boylestown Teachers Association. Eloise had at least 20 pieces of stationery in her locker. Had she stolen them? And more importantly, did that mean she could have written the note to Carrie? Eloise grabbed the papers back. I've got so much stuff in here, honestly. I don't know where half of it came from. But I found the literature I wanted to give you. She shoved a stapled packet of photocopied sheets into my hands. So you want to go green, read the top sheet. Here's what you should know. Thanks, I said, scanning the first few paragraphs. This looks really helpful. Suddenly, a sharp, tinny beep sounded from inside my backpack. My phone. Eloise looked at me appraisingly as I dropped my backpack onto the floor and dug it out. You know, we're not supposed to have our phones on inside the school, she said, pointing to a poster across the hallway. Turn it off, it insisted, with a photo of a huge cell phone that had to be about 20 years old. But you're clearly a rebel, Katrina, she smiled. I like that. I I didn't have much time to process Eloise's words, though, because as soon as I pulled out my phone, I saw a text from George. "Crisis. Come to Carrie's HQ, pronto." My heart started pounding. What now? Gotta go," I said, hastily shoving the phone back into my backpack and hoisting the whole thing over my shoulder. "That's my dad. He's waiting in the car outside." Barney nodded happily, but Eloise looked down her nose at me and said, "You should really take the bus, you know? Environmentalism 101. "I know," I said, pasting on an apologetic smile. "Still training the parents, you know how it is. See you guys at the next meeting?" Eloise started to speak, but Barney cut her off. "Yeah, give me your number and I'll text you the day and time." Eloise raised her eyebrows, but I didn't have time to wonder about her reaction. I quickly gave my digits as Barney typed them into his phone. Then I apologized again and said a quick goodbye. "I'll text you," Barney called after me, but I was already halfway to the door. It took a while to get to Carrie's campaign headquarters in downtown Boylestown. I'd gotten completely turned around in the school and forgotten where I'd parked, then had to struggle to find parking in the busy downtown district. It was at least half an hour between the time I got George's text and the time I ran panting furiously through the front door of Carrie's headquarters. When I walked in, Carrie was sobbing hysterically, sitting at a long table along the side of the room and surrounded by George, Bess, and Julia, all of whom seemed to be trying to calm her down. "What happened?" I asked, leaning against a folding chair as I tried to catch my breath. Julia glanced up at me coolly and then reached for a box I hadn't noticed on the other side of the table. "Well, we received a disturbing package," she said. The box was about a foot square, covered in stamps and labels, totally unassuming. Carefully angling it away from Carrie, Julia cracked the top of the box open. When I saw what was inside, my stomach roiled and I had to look away. A cold vice of disgust clutched at my heart. Who would send something so upsetting? The box contained a dead squirrel. Its eyes were already clouded over, and it had dark, nearly black blood still congealed around its mouth, which was open to reveal jutting, sharp, yellowed teeth. "There was a note, too," Julia said softly, opening up a folded piece of paper she'd placed on the table. The note was still stained with blood. I peered closer to read it. "This is just the beginning if you don't end your campaign and stop the sports center." Chapter 6. Evil is Winning. After the revulsion passed, the first thought I had was, maybe I should do some forensic testing on the squirrel. I had a crude forensic testing kit at home. Maybe if I could figure out a cause of death, I could... My second thought was, but gross. I didn't need to be messing with mysteriously deceased wildlife. The squirrel could have rabies, or worse. Besides, "Have you guys called anybody about this?" I asked, gesturing to the now closed box. Julia nodded. "The police are on their way." Oh, great. If the Boylestown PD was anything like the River Heights PD, that didn't necessarily mean they'd solve the case. But at least some more official channels could deal with the squirrel. Carrie sat up then and let out another wail. "It's too much," she sobbed. "This is not what I signed on for by running for office. I just wanted to make a positive change in our town." "You will, Carrie," George said, rubbing her cousin's shoulder encouragingly. "If you can just stay strong and make it through this rough patch, you know the voters will see who you really are. And once they see that, there's no way they could not elect you." Julia moved closer, patting Carrie's arm. "She's right, Carrie. Come on. You're the best man or woman for the job. You know that. Block all this out. That's the only thing that matters." Carrie took a deep, shuddering breath and shook her head. "It's not the only thing that matters. Keeping my sanity matters, too. I just wasn't prepared for any of this." Bess cleared her throat. "Carrie," she said softly, "if you suspend your campaign, the bad guy wins, and your sports complex will never happen. Is that what you want?" Carrie looked away. She didn't say anything, but she let out a little whimper. I took a seat in the folding chair I'd been leaning on. "Carrie, have you heard of any environmental concerns about building the sports complex?" Carrie turned to me, opening her eyes wide. "Do I know it's not a perfect plan? Sure, there are pros and cons, but I really want to do something to help the athletics program at BHS. I mean, I got so much from my time there." I opened my backpack and fished out the old creased flyer Barney had given me, then passed it across the table to Carrie, Bess, and George. "I know sports are important to you, but some people are saying that a bunch of old forest will need to be cut down to build the field." Carrie let out a deep sigh and wiped her eyes. "Oh, I've heard a little about that." "Could the center be relocated?" asked George hopefully. "Maybe there's a way for everyone to win here. Does the forest have to be half flattened to build the football field?" Carrie shook her head, pulling her mouth into a tight line. "No," she said, her voice becoming stronger. "For a lot of complicated reasons, having to do with topography, irrigation, and a lot of environmental engineering reasons, the football field would only work in this one particular place, where the forest is now. That's the only affordable solution. It's unfortunate, but I've tried to address it in our plans. We're going to plant 100 new trees on the existing football field to make up for the trees lost. Isn't that enough?" Bess and George made encouraging noises, but I stayed quiet. I knew that Barney and Eloise would emphatically say that no, that was not enough, and I could see their point. There's a difference between a 100-year-old tree growing in a unique forest environment and a newly planted tree. I could respect that Carrie was trying to address the concerns, but I could also see why the Green Club was still opposing her plans. George stood and gestured to me and Bess. "Guys, can we talk for a sec?" she asked, gesturing outside. I nodded and stood, telling Carrie and Julia that we'd be right back. George, Bess, and I walked out the door, and George pointed to a bench sitting in a small garden just across the street. "So," I said, settling down with my backpack at my feet. "So," George said with a sigh, settling heavily down next to me. Bess sat down next to her and crossed her ankles. "It just gets worse and worse, Nance. I used to be opposed to the sports complex, but the more that happens, the more I feel like I want to support Carrie's plan, just to show these yo-yos that they can't bully her." I nodded, and Bess frowned sympathetically. "I know Carrie wants the best for the town," I said. "I just hate that whoever's behind this, he or she isn't letting their ideas speak for themselves." George nodded too, grimly. "They sure aren't. Listen, I've been using some special software to analyze the voice recording from last night." Before George had given me the flash drive to dangle in front of Ms. Meyerhoff, she'd copied the recording onto her tablet. "Carrie is right. It's definitely been tampered with. There are all these cuts, meaning that whoever made this took out huge pieces of what Carrie was saying to manipulate the message." "That's terrible," I said, though a little part of me was happy to learn that Carrie had been telling the truth. "It is terrible," Bess said, shaking her head. "And the worst part is that it worked. About half the donors who attended the dinner last night have cut off their support for Carrie's campaign. She's worried she won't be able to pay her employees this week. Even if we can convince her to keep fighting, I'm not sure the money will hold out much longer." I sighed deeply. "I hate it when evil is winning," I murmured. "Me too," said George, picking at a peeling bit of paint on the bench. "Did you learn anything at the school that might help?" "Maybe." I pulled the packet of papers Eloise had given me from my backpack and explained what had happened, from the apparent dead end with Ms. Meyerhoff to my off-the-cuff poetry slam. "Are you kidding?" Bess said, looking at me with apparent delight. "You seriously dropped the mic, Nance?" I shrugged. "I think so. I'm not sure. Honestly, the whole thing is a blur, but what's important is it seemed to convince Eloise to talk to me. I went on, explaining how Eloise had brought me back to her locker, and how a sheaf of BTA stationery had fallen out of it. "Whoa!" George cried. "Seriously? So the Green Club is behind this?" I sighed. "I'm not so sure," I said. "I haven't had time to think it through. Eloise does seem really passionate, but I still can't really imagine her doing that," I said, gesturing back to Carrie's headquarters. "That's also a pretty mixed message," Bess added, twirling a lock of blonde hair around her finger. George frowned at her cousin, confused. "What do you mean?" Bess tucked her hair behind her ear. "The Green Club is an environmental club, right? Would an environmentalist kill a squirrel to make a point?" Disappointment flashed across George's eyes, another lead gone, but then she turned defiant. "Maybe the squirrel died of natural causes, and the Green Club just took advantage." Bess groaned, and I held up my hand, speaking my thoughts. Or maybe it wasn't an environmentalist who sent the note. It didn't say anything green, really, just that there will be more trouble if Carrie doesn't quit her campaign, right? Both Bess and George looked thoughtful as those words sunk in. "I hate it when evil is winning and we can't even figure out who the evil is," George muttered. Bess and I nodded, murmuring in agreement. As I turned the case over in my head, trying to make some sense of it, my phone beeped. I dug it out of my backpack, read the text on the screen, and then showed it to Bess and George with a smile. "Hey, Rebel. Barney gave me your digits. Major environmental action happening tonight. Meet me on the football field. You in? Eloise." Bess and George read it and grinned, George gesturing furiously that I should write back immediately. I took the phone back and began typing. "Oh, I'm in," I replied to Eloise. "In fact, I recruited some friends." Chapter 7. Up for Anything. "Well, well, well." Eloise turned around with a big, impressed smile on her face as Bess, George, and I strode onto the BHS football field just after dusk that evening. "The rebel showed up." "I told you I was committed," I said with what I hoped was an enthusiastic-looking smile. "Hey, Barney." He was standing just behind Eloise and had abruptly stopped his conversation with the mohawked girl when I walked up. He smiled warmly at me. "Oh, she's committed," he said, walking over to me. "I knew it when I first saw her. This girl will really help us change things." Eloise wasn't looking at me anymore, though. Her eyes had turned to Bess and George, standing behind me dressed, as I'd instructed, in utilitarian jeans and T-shirts. "And your friends are?" she prompted. "Mirabelle and Jackie," Bess replied, reaching out to take Eloise's hand and forcefully shaking it. Eloise nodded slowly, taking it all in. "What unusual names," she murmured. I shot a pointed look at my friends. I'd said about the same when they'd chosen the false monikers on the ride over, suggesting they might want to go with a nice Beth or Jane. George nodded fiercely. "What can we say? Creative parents," she smiled. "Creative parents raise outside-the-box thinkers, right? Mirabelle and I are totally committed to the environmental cause." "Overdoing it." I swallowed and shot George a look that said, "Cool it." "How does Katrina know you?" Eloise asked. Bess and George looked at each other. I panicked a little. We hadn't discussed that on the way over, stupidly. But Bess turned to Eloise with a big smile. "Our moms know each other from the local Now chapter," she replied. "They really taught us the importance of being involved." "Mirabelle and Jackie go to St. Mary's," I went on, naming the Catholic school in Boylestown. "But they're really excited to help stop the sports complex from being built." George nodded. "This may not be our school, but it's still our Earth, right?" Eloise nodded slowly. "Yeah, Well, okay, guys. Here, let me introduce you around. She went around the small circle of what I presumed to be Green Club members. Some of the faces were familiar from the poetry slam that afternoon. This is Kiki, Justin, Derek, Sarah, Alicia, and Carlos, Eloise said, and each of the Green Club members looked up and nodded or waved in greeting. These are like the most passionate members of the Green Club. Kiki nodded enthusiastically. We're the core group, she added. Whenever I need something done, Eloise said, something that bends the rules, maybe, and might make some people uncomfortable, I know I can count on these guys. Barney nodded, because all of us are totally committed to preserving the environment. I nodded slowly. Excellent. These were the people I wanted to get to know better. These were the people who could lead me to Carrie's enemy. That's awesome, I said. Well, me and my friends are up for anything. Really. Don't hold back. Barney grinned at me again. Oh, I wouldn't hold back from you, Katrina, he said, reaching out to pinch my side. I let out a squeal and moved away. I am about the most ticklish person on the planet. But really, I added, looking at Eloise and trying to regain my composure. Dramatic action is needed, don't you think? After what Carrie Kim has proposed and all the environmental damage that it's going to do? Eloise nodded, looking a little, well, duh. Yeah, I got it, new girl, she said, one corner of her lips turning up. You're totally gung-ho. Noted. I could feel myself blushing, but before I could worry that I'd overdone it, Barney moved over to my side and took my elbow. So, what do you like to do besides this kind of thing, Katrina? He asked. This kind of thing? I tried to smile. I don't even know what we're doing yet, actually. Barney shrugged. I don't either. Eloise gets all secretive about this stuff. She likes to be the mastermind. Anyway, do you like music? What a weird question, I thought. Does anybody seriously not like music? Yeah, I said slowly. Do you know the Boxing Badgers? Barney asked, a hopeful tone in his voice. I scanned my brain. I could sort of remember seeing a CD cover with a couple of rodent-type animals wearing boxing gloves. I know of them. Barney's hopeful expression broke into an all-out smile. Aren't they amazing? They're going to be playing the Bell Jar on Friday. It's open to all ages. Would you maybe... Barney trailed off just as I was getting the alarming sensation that he'd been about to ask me out. I glanced nervously behind me to Bess and George, who were clearly listening and clearly trying not to look like they were listening. Bess bugged out her eyes at me like, come on. Okay, guys, Eloise yelled at that moment. Gather round. I have plans for tonight ready. My body went totally limp with relief. I turned around and saw Barney looking at me awkwardly, but I pasted on a bright smile and gestured to Eloise. Duty calls, huh? Maybe we can continue this conversation later? Like tomorrow? I kept wearing the same aggressively oblivious smile as I grabbed Bess and George and hustled them over to Eloise. Nance, Bess hissed under her breath. Seriously, you need to put that guy out of his misery and tell him you have a boyfriend. I know, I whispered, shooting a guilty peek back at Barney, who looked both disappointed and confused. I'm starting to feel a little bad, but I also think he'll be more likely to share information with me if he thinks he might have a chance to date me. George rolled her eyes. The ethical dilemmas of sleuthing, she whispered in a slightly sarcastic tone. Don't I know it? I murmured. A small circle had formed around Eloise, who was holding what looked like a map and smiling eagerly. After a few seconds, Barney walked up and joined the circle, a few people away from Bess, George, and me. Okay, Eloise announced. Tonight we're doing something that some of you may not be totally comfortable with. If that's the case, you can leave, and I won't think any less of you. My skin seemed to tingle with anticipation. What does she want us to do? Eloise took a deep breath and went on. Tonight, our mission is to egg Mr. Karlowski's house. The other kids started laughing and cheering. It took a minute for Eloise's words to sink in. Egg a house? But what does that have to do with Carrie? I looked at Bess and George and could tell they were wondering the same thing. Eloise went on excitedly. You guys know that I have irrefutable evidence that Mr. Karlowski does not recycle, even though he has access to recycling bins. It's a personal choice, but we're here to make him see how wrong a choice that is. I can fit 3 people in my car. Barney can fit 4. Katrina, do you have room for anybody? George actually had to nudge me to remind me that I was Katrina. That's how stunned I was. No, sorry. I did have room for 1, but I wanted to be able to talk to my friends without censoring myself. Okay, well, with Justin's truck, I think we all have rides. I've marked Mr. Karlowski's house on this map here. Everyone meets up there in 10. Got it? Got it, people shouted back, but I was still stunned into silence. Bess reached out to take a copy of the map from Eloise, with a big X drawn over where poor, ecologically irresponsible Mr. Karlowski lived. My friends herded me toward my car, and I followed like cattle, still not sure what to make of all this. Hey, Katrina, see there? Barney looked over from the small group he was driving to give me a hopeful wave. I shook myself out of my confusion to smile at him. Sure, Barney. See you in 10. He grinned and gave me a thumbs up, which I returned. Bess, George, and I arrived at my car, parked alone under a lonely lamppost. Parking safety. My father had drilled it into me. I plopped into the driver's seat and slammed my door as Bess and George closed theirs. You have got to be kidding me, I said, taking the map from Bess. Bess clearly had other things she wanted to talk about. That Barney kid is in love with you, she said, poking her head between my seat and George's. You get that, right? I held up my hand to imply that she should stop. As I have indicated, I said, I am aware of his feelings, but am choosing to ignore them for the greater investigative good. Now, what are we going to do here? George sighed, examining the map. This seems like a dead end, Nance, she said glumly. I'm sorry to say it, but it's true. I guess it's possible that the Green Club could still be working on scaring Carrie into quitting whenever you're not around. But if you ask me, these are a bunch of kids egging teachers' houses. I don't think they're nearly as dangerous as they'd like you to believe. Bess tapped her lip thoughtfully. We don't know that, though. I groaned. Now, I think George is right, I muttered. We're barking up the wrong tree. What do you think? Should we just bail? The last thing I need is to explain to my dad why I was arrested in Boylestown for vandalizing some teacher's house. George sighed and looked out the windshield. I could tell she was as disheartened as I was. Here's the thing. Bess held up a finger, and her clear, confident tone made both of us turn to face her in the back seat. We struck out tonight, that's clear. But there's still some weird stuff going on with the Green Club. They're the only organization we know that has a definite issue with Carrie's sports complex plan, and we still don't know why Eloise had the BTA stationery in her locker, which seems fishy to me, to say the least. I twisted my lips to the side, fiddling with my seatbelt. Bess was right, but I hated how few answers we were finding. I say we keep going, Bess said. We may still learn something that will be valuable down the line. And either way, Nance, despite my teasing, I do think it makes sense to keep Barney close. He definitely knows what's going on with this club, and he might tell you everything you need to know if you ask nicely. I looked at George. She turned to face me, and I could see that she saw the wisdom in Bess's words, too. I hate it when she's right, George said after a moment. I nodded and put the key in the ignition. So it's settled. We continue with the mission and try to learn what we can. Bess nodded. Settled, she said, putting out her fist. Settled. George added, tapping her fist to Bess's. Settled, I said, adding my fist to make it a trio. Let's just hope we don't get arrested. Mr. Karlowski lived in a modest neighborhood up in the hills of Boylestown. I drove through the maze-like streets until I located his barn-red ranch house and saw several other beat-up cars parked on the street nearby. Here goes, I said. I turned off the ignition, and the three of us unclicked our seatbelts and climbed out of the car, trying to make as little noise as possible. Barney had climbed out of an ancient black Ford down the street and gestured to us to hang tight and stay quiet. Little speed bump. We have a special ally showing up with the eggs, he whispered. Stay put until then. We all nodded and climbed back into my car. Seriously? George asked, annoyance edging her voice. She didn't even bring eggs? What kind of amateur hour is this? Bess looked amused, like you're some great expert on egging houses. If you're going to egg a house, bring eggs. It's simple logic, George fired back, glaring at her cousin in the rearview mirror. I officially doubt that these guys are involved in harassing Carrie. They're not organized enough. After a few minutes, a brown SUV with tinted windows pulled up and parked right in front of Barney's car. We all watched carefully as the door opened and a dark shape climbed out, arms laden with full egg cartons. At first, all we could make out was a dark profile, but then the shape moved to Barney's window, passing under a streetlight, and knocked. Oh no, George whispered, watching intently, her face paling. Oh, you have got to be kidding me. I thought this couldn't get any worse. I looked to where she was looking, but couldn't see any cause for distress. The shape had morphed into an older, bulkier-looking version of Barney. This version had dark hair, cropped close to his head, and he wore a rumpled-looking button-down shirt instead of a t-shirt, but the resemblance was unmistakable. I should have known, George was moaning. I should have seen the resemblance. Oh, man. I caught Bess's eye in the rearview mirror, but she looked just as confused as I felt. What's the problem here? Bess asked. I mean, besides the obvious committing vandalism in a strange town for dubious reasons problem. George groaned again. I went on a date with that guy, she said, pointing at Big Barney. His name is Jake, and I'm guessing Barney is his brother. I think Carrie set us up, actually. It was a long time ago, but he's going to know my name isn't Jackie and that I don't go to St. Mary's. I was already automatically pushing the key back toward the ignition. We could make a break for it, make some stupid excuse to Eloise and Barney. Mirabelle got spooked, or I really had to use the bathroom. We could get away before anyone noticed the resemblance between Jackie and this girl Jake once went on a date with. But then I was surprised by a knock on my window. Eloise. I swallowed hard and rolled down my window. You startled me, I cried. The thing is, Mirabelle really has to use the... And this is Katrina. Barney's puppyish voice piped up behind my car, and I turned to find him just a few feet away with Jake beside him. Both of them were holding several cartons of eggs now. Jake looked down at me and waved, and then, horrifyingly, knelt to look inside my car. Nice wheels, he said, nodding, looking from the dash to the passenger seat. Is this a 2000... Hey, it's you! George cringed. She'd been spotted, and it was too late. My chance to bolt had passed. My heart sank. Caught. George slowly folded herself out of the passenger seat and opened her door, standing and smiling broadly at Jake. Hey there, Jake, she said in a confident voice. I realized she was still hoping she could save this. It's Jackie, remember? Jake frowned. He shook his head slightly. No, your name isn't Jackie, he said. Are you playing a joke? Because I'm sure of it. Your name was really unusual for a girl. Bob or Steve or something. I know, George. George's face fell. Barney looked from Jake to her, still smiling hopefully. "Nah, man," he told his brother. "These are Katrina's friends from St. Mary's, Mirabelle and Jackie." Jake furrowed his brow. "St. Mary's? No, that's not right either." He put the eggs down on the roof of my car and pointed at George. "Her name is George, and she's from River Heights. We went to a party together. She's Carrie Kim's friend. Remember her?" A pack of confused faces turned to all of us, pale in the harsh streetlight. I felt my heart plummet into my stomach. Eloise was the first to speak, all her friendliness disintegrating as she turned her hard gaze on me. "All right, Katrina," she said, her lips twisting into a snarl. "How about you tell us what's really going on?" Chapter 8. The Ugly Truth. "You don't go to Boylestown High, do you?" Eloise went on, her nose wrinkling in disgust. "That explains why I've never seen you during school hours. I can't believe I never even asked you what grade you were in." I looked uneasily at my friends. "We can explain." "You're Carrie Kim's friend?" Barney said, pointing at George with an angry expression. "That's what Jake just said, right?" George looked doubtfully at me. Well, yes. She's my cousin." A gasp went through the little crowd. Barney turned his glare to me now. "You came up to me at the protest, asking me all these questions about how the sports complex would impact the environment, and the whole time you're working for Carrie Kim's campaign? Man, how could I be so dense? You were just pumping me for information she could use to crush us." I shook my head. "Barney, that's really not true." "Then what are you doing, Katrina?" Eloise asked, folding her arms in front of her chest. "If that's even your real name. Since Jackie is really George, and I'm going to guess your mother didn't actually name you Mirabelle," she added with a pointed glare at Bess. I took a breath. "I'm Nancy," I said. "Nancy Drew. Look, I'm really sorry. It was never my intention to mislead you guys." "Really?" Barney asked, his eyebrow raised in doubt. I thought about that for a minute. "Well, okay. Honestly, it was. But it wasn't just to mess with you or hurt your feelings. I'm trying to find out who keeps harassing Carrie Kim." Eloise perked up. "Carrie Kim is being harassed?" In brief, I told her the whole sordid story, the note at the block party, the manipulated recording, and finally, the deceased squirrel that arrived in the mail. Barney paled visibly at that story. Eloise looked utterly disgusted. "My God," she muttered, "you must think I'm an animal." "No, I don't," I insisted, then gave a helpless shrug. "But I didn't know how committed you were to the environmental cause, or how far you'd go to stop the sports complex." Eloise shook her head, then looked me confidently in the eye. "I'm very committed to the environmental cause, and I'll do anything within my power, anything ethical, I mean, to keep the sports complex from being built, but I would never kill a squirrel. Jeez." I glanced at Bess and George, who looked just as sheepish as I felt. Okay, I'd totally misjudged this one. "Anyway," Eloise went on, placing a hand on her hip, "I believe in democracy. The voters get to decide whether Carrie Kim gets a town council seat, not just me." "But," I put in, as an important detail came back to me, "you had some Boylestown Teachers Association stationery in your locker." Eloise frowned. "Yeah?" she asked. "And?" I explained. The first note Carrie got, the one that was handed to her at the block party, was written on BTA stationery. That's what led us to the high school in the first place. The paper smelled of smoke, and I was thinking Ms. Meyerhoff might have been involved. Kiki, the mohawked girl, sneered at me. "Ms. Meyerhoff?" she asked. "Sheesh, you aren't a very good detective. Ms. Meyerhoff wouldn't hurt a fly." Barney nodded sagely. "She's actually a member of PETA," he explained, naming the famous animal rights organization. "There's no way she would send you a dead squirrel. She's the most peaceful person you'll ever meet." Eloise was looking more and more annoyed. "The stationery in my locker does belong to Ms. Meyerhoff," she added. "So score one for Nancy Drew, I guess. But I didn't steal it as part of some nefarious plot to scare your cousin. I work as her teacher's assistant third period, and I write letters for her sometimes. That's all." Ah. I glanced at Bess and George. Score one for Nancy Drew. So why did I feel like this whole experience had been a spectacular failure? I'd upset some perfectly nice-seeming kids, and most infuriating, I was no closer to figuring out who actually was harassing Carrie. Suddenly, a bright light turned on outside the house we were standing in front of, blinding all of us. A loud male voice boomed out from behind the light. "Who's out there? Are those eggs? Eloise Stromberg, is that you again?" "Oh, no," Eloise muttered, looking around at the dozens of eggs Barney and Jake were holding. "I can't get caught again. Scatter, guys." I didn't know what to do for a moment, but then loud footsteps came pounding down the walkway from the house, and Eloise and her friends suddenly took off running in all different directions. Jake and Barney tossed the eggs on the ground, and Jake bolted down a winding driveway across the street. I looked helplessly at my friends. "Don't just stand there," Bess hissed. "Run!" I ran. Not gracefully or straight, but I ran. I took off down the road and then turned down a narrow alley that was brightly lit at the other end, implying that it led out into another street. I heard footsteps behind me, and my heart squeezed, but when I emerged from the alley and dared to look behind me before I took off across a huge green lawn, I saw that it was only Barney running behind me. "Keep going," he said, panting. "The guy ran down the street this way." So I cut across the lawn, and then across the street, down a narrow, rocky footpath that led down to the parking lot for a local playground. When we were there, I paused to think about where to run next, and I felt Barney place a hand on my shoulder. He was still panting, trying to catch his breath. "Think we're safe," he gasped, then collapsed onto the pavement. I was panting too. I put my hands on my hips and walked back and forth, waiting for my breathing and heartbeat to return to normal. "How will I get home?" I managed finally, casting a nervous eye in the general direction of my car. "You'll drive," Barney said, sounding a little stronger now. "Karlowski, he's caught us before. He chases until he gets tired, which is like 5 minutes. Then he gives up." I nodded. "Oh." Barney looked a little more together now. His breathing was almost back to normal, but he was still sitting on the ground, staring at the pavement. He ran a hand through his hair, wiping the sweat from his brow, and then brought up his other hand and cradled his head. He looked utterly miserable. "What a night," he muttered. All his pink-cheeked, smiley puppyishness was gone, and he looked older, and also tired. It made me feel terrible. "Barney, I'm really sorry I lied to you," I said, meaning it. He shrugged. "I get why you did it, I guess." He looked up at me, and there was a spark of playfulness back in his eye. "It's just my curse to appreciate mysterious women." I couldn't help but smile at that. Barney glanced in the direction we'd come and listened for a moment. "I think it's probably safe," he said. I nodded, and together we made our way back up the path, through the alley, and back to our cars. When we got there, Bess's blonde head popped up over the roof. "We think Karlowski went inside a few minutes ago," she whispered. "It didn't look like he even noticed your car." George stood up next to her, stretching, and gave Barney an awkward nod. "Hey." Barney nodded back. "Well, I'll leave you ladies," he said, looking over at his own car. "It looks like most of my passengers are back." He paused. I'd say it's been fun, but actually it hasn't." I cringed and nodded. "Fair enough. I hope you have a much better tomorrow, Barney. You deserve it." He shrugged and turned away. "See you around, I guess." I glanced at my friends, and together we all opened up our respective doors and climbed back into the car. I put the key in the ignition, but then just sat there for a moment, sighing. "That," I said finally, "was not my finest hour of sleuthing." Bess reached up from the back seat and patted my arm. "Oh, don't feel bad, Nance," she said encouragingly. "The stationery sent us in the wrong direction. We can take another look at the notes, and maybe the box the squirrel was sent in. Maybe that will give us some leads." George was staring out the window, and she nodded and turned back to face us. "We've definitely been looking in the wrong direction," she said. "Whoever's harassing Carrie, they're bigger and more dangerous than a bunch of eco-loving high school kids." The next day, I was desperate to do something worthwhile. So Bess, George, and I all headed down to Carrie's Boylestown headquarters to volunteer. There was lots to do, because Carrie had to let several staff members go when she realized she couldn't afford to pay them. The three of us stuffed envelopes, handed out flyers near the busy supermarket, and updated Carrie's database of supporters. By 5, I was feeling a lot better and had almost forgotten the disaster that was the night before. Carrie paid for a pizza for all of us, and we ate it eagerly around the big folding table by the wall. "It feels like we're making some headway," Julia said brightly, looking up from her laptop to take a quick sip of diet soda. "I just confirmed 5 new friends on Facebook." But Carrie's face remained inscrutable. "Great," she said sarcastically, pulling the crust off her pizza. "That almost makes up for the 500 or so we've lost since the whole recording debacle." Julia frowned. "Carrie, you have to stay positive," she urged. Carrie put down her pizza and took in a breath. "I'm trying," she said, "but it's really hard when the front page of the Boylestown paper looks like this." She pulled a Boylestown bugle out from behind the table, and I gasped. There was a photo on the front page from the disastrous dinner, with Carrie standing at the podium, looking horrified as the manipulated recording played. "Local candidate caught on tape insulting voters," the headline screamed. In smaller letters, the headline asked, "Is this the end for the Kim campaign?" Bess and George looked as surprised as I was. "How long has this been all over the papers?" George asked. Carrie shrugged. "Since it happened," she said, folding the paper and putting it back behind the table. "But each time they run another story, we lose even more donors. It just keeps getting worse and worse. I'm almost out of money, cuz." She poked at her pizza and groaned. "I really wanted to do something for this town, and especially for those high school athletes, but I'm beginning to think maybe I should quit while I'm ahead." Julia jumped up from her seat. "Carrie, no!" she insisted, walking over to her longtime friend. "You can't just give in like that. You care too much about this town." Carrie shrugged. "But does this town care about me?" she asked. "They loved me when I was this big tennis champ, but now I almost feel like the townspeople want me to move on." "That's not true," Julia said. "Remember the elderly folks we talked to at the senior center yesterday? They loved your idea of bringing elderly volunteers into the schools." Carrie blinked, then nodded slowly. "Meeting with them was probably the one good point in my last week," she agreed. Julia narrowed her eyes. "And kids still like the sports complex idea," she went on, as if speaking her thoughts as they came to her. "Plus, lots of parents. That's still a really good idea, Care. Some yahoo with a squirrel issue notwithstanding." Julia seemed to be going deeper and deeper into her own thoughts. Carrie looked over at George, shrugged, and took a bite of pizza. "Too bad good ideas don't pay the bills," she muttered, sipping her soda. Julia's eyes widened. "That's it!" she shouted, loud enough to make us all jump. We looked at her curiously. "Why can't a good idea pay the bills?" Julia asked, running back to her laptop and typing furiously. "The sports complex is still the best idea you have. What we need to do is throw a big event to get the town back on our side." "A big event?" Carrie asked disbelievingly. "Jules, have you not been listening? We don't have money to pay the bills, much less throw some big event." I looked at my friends and noticed that Bess's expression had turned all moony and thoughtful. "Uh-oh." "She's right," said Bess, standing up and smiling in Julia's direction. The high school athletes still support Carrie, and the town supports them. Julia looked up at Bess like she'd just invented the light bulb. That gives me an amazing idea. She stood, throwing her arms out to either side. What if we throw a joint fundraiser for the campaign and for the football team? We could split the profits 50-50 and have some football players come make speeches in support of Carrie. You know they would care. This could totally save your campaign. I had to admit, it sounded like a great idea. But when I looked over at Carrie, she still looked hesitant. It's a good idea, Julia, she said, looking down at the table and sighing before she could turn back to us, and went on. But how am I going to pay for it? I'm going to have to borrow money. And then what if it doesn't work? Not only is my campaign over, but I'm in debt. Julia moved in closer. Come on, Carrie. It's a gamble, I know. But it's a good gamble, Bess put in. She moved closer, nodding her head. Trust us, Carrie. This is a safe bet. It's a really good idea. If all goes as planned, it could not only save your campaign, but get you elected. And isn't that the most important goal? Carrie still didn't look convinced, but I could see from her thoughtful expression that she was beginning to consider it. I guess I could ask my dad for a loan. Short term, to be paid back as soon as the fundraiser is over, she murmured, then shook her head and pushed her pizza away. She looked at George. Cuz, what do you think? You have a good head on your shoulders, and I feel like I'm not in my right mind right now. Is this a good idea, or is it just going to make things worse? George looked from Julia's and Bess's expectant faces to Carrie's thoughtful one. Then she smiled. It is a good idea, she said. Athletes love you, and why shouldn't they? I really think it could save your campaign, Carrie. Carrie broke into a wide, bright smile. I couldn't help but smile too. It's official then? Julia asked, pulling her smartphone out of her pocket. I can start making calls? Carrie nodded and stood. And I should call my dad now. But yes, ladies, it's on. We all whooped and cheered, and Julia got right on her computer, searching out the best venue and athletes to contact and caterer to serve. After the excitement died down, I returned to my job sticking mailing labels on flyers and putting them in a bin to mail. The thrill of a few moments earlier had passed, replaced by a restless, itchy concern. Carrie was borrowing money to throw this fundraiser, and the last fundraiser hadn't exactly gone according to plan. We still hadn't caught whoever was behind all the harassment. I sure hope this works, I thought. Chapter 9. Unexpected Guests. Well. My boyfriend Ned stood on our stoop, holding a red rose corsage and with a big smile on his face. He looked so handsome in his gray flannel suit with a tie to match my red shift dress. I grinned at him, leaning in to accept the corsage and a kiss on the cheek. You do clean up well, he added, smiling even bigger. You prefer this to my usual polo shirt and khakis? I asked, spinning in a quick circle. I did feel pretty that night. Hannah had helped me arrange my wild red hair into a complicated French braid updo, and I was wearing a ruby pendant my dad had loaned me, which had belonged to my mom. I don't prefer either, Ned said, holding out his arm. It's just nice to see you. I've been so crazed studying for midterms this week, I've barely had a chance to turn on Skype. I couldn't say I hadn't noticed. Ned was a student at River Heights University, and I was used to him disappearing into little study hazes whenever midterms or finals were coming around. He was always so sweet and attentive when we were together, though. Seriously, the sweetest guy ever. I didn't mind. It's nice to see you, too, I said now, touching his cheek. Ahem. My father's throat clearing broke the moment. We both turned to find him standing in the doorway, arms folded. His eyes softened a bit when he saw me. You look beautiful, honey. Thanks, Dad. I gestured to the pendant on my neck, and he nodded, his eyes misting briefly. Then he turned to Ned. "Back by 11, you two?" Ned nodded. "Of course. We'll call or text if anything comes up." Dad smiled. "Have a good time." He closed the door behind us, and Ned put his arm around me and led me to his car. "So," he said once we were buckled up and the engine was running, "tell me." I'd filled Ned in a little bit about the Carrie case when I'd called to invite him to the fundraiser, but I'd really only said that the investigation up to this point had been a disaster, and Carrie was hoping this event could save her campaign. Now I went into more detail, telling him about the notes, the stationery that led me to BHS, the whole Green Club debacle. I treaded sort of lightly around the Barney issue, though, just mentioning that he was a nice guy that I hated to deceive. No need to make him jealous. I finished up with the current state of Carrie's campaign and what she was hoping the fundraiser would do. By the time I'd finished, we were pulling into the parking lot of the Elks Lodge. "Wow," Ned said, a little breathless. "This has been one action-packed week for you, Nance. Did you actually egg that teacher's house?" I shook my head. "No eggs were thrown," I said, "but I would have done what I had to do to keep my cover." Ned nodded appreciatively. "Hardcore," he said, "but I'm glad you didn't get arrested. What if your dad somehow blamed me?" I rolled my eyes at him. "Ned, come on. Dad knows I'm the firecracker in this relationship." He smiled, and I looked out the window, watching people pull into the lot and climb out of their cars, a mix of young and old, high school athletes and their dates and supporters, plus parents, seniors, even a few local politicians. Did one of these people mean Carrie harm? I shuddered at the thought. Nothing unusual had happened since the dead squirrel's arrival, but I still had the sense this wasn't over. "I just wish I had a lead," I said now, knowing that Ned would follow my thinking. Ned squeezed my shoulder. "You'll figure it out, Nancy. You always do." He unclipped his seatbelt and opened his door. "Shall we? You stay there. I'll give you a hand." I stayed put, watching the dressed-up people come and go as Ned walked around and opened my door. "And they say chivalry is dead," I said as Ned reached down for my hand and helped me out of the car. "They don't know me," he said with a grin. We had to walk around to the front of the building to reach the entrance. Even before we got out of the lot, I could tell something unusual was happening. There was something electric in the air, and the event-goers in front of us were whispering and pointing, letting out the occasional, "OMG," or, "Really?" "What's going on?" Ned asked. The line to get in was sort of stuck. The older couple in front of us explained that the police weren't letting anyone in. Something had happened to the lodge entrance. "Something?" I asked, craning my neck to see. "Oh, I don't like the sound of that. Come on." I led Ned out of line and off the sidewalk, tromping across the lawn in my spiky heels to get around the building and get a good view of the entrance. Now I noticed Boylestown PD cars parked haphazardly near the entrance, their lights still flashing. 4 or 5 policemen were standing in front of the glass doors, roping it off. Oh no. That's when I saw the blood, and my heart stopped. It was bright red, poured all over the glass doors and down the stairs leading up to them. I raised my hand to my lips, feeling lightheaded. "It's paint," Ned said, running up beside me and putting a hand on my back. "Smell it." I inhaled and could smell the chemical latex smell of paint. Ned was right. I felt a weight lift off me. At least no one was hurt. But this was still a pretty powerful act of vandalism. I followed the trail of red paint down the front path and saw a message scrawled there in the paint. "This represents the blood of the animals you'll kill by destroying their habitat." The handwriting had the same block-style letters from both of the notes. That's when I noticed Julia, down on her hands and knees on the path with a bucket of soapy water, trying to scrub off the paint. Her hair had escaped its complicated updo and was poking out in all directions, making her look a little crazy. Her chic yellow dress was smeared with paint and soaked with soapy water. She looked a mess. I glanced back at Ned, then moved closer. Julia? A man with a mustache moved in from the other side, pointing his smartphone toward Julia. Ms. Jacobs, would you say this act of vandalism is a statement against Ms. Kim's controversial plan to build a sports complex on the site of a 100-year-old forest? Julia stopped scrubbing and turned to face the reporter with an incredulous look. You think? She spit at him, shaking her head as she turned back to her scrubbing. Ms. Jacobs, a slight Latina woman approached with a notebook and pen. Will you call off the fundraising event tonight? Julia sighed and sat back on her heels, blowing her escaped bangs out of her face. Does it matter? I heard her mutter. The two reporters looked at each other. Can you repeat that? The man asked, jabbing his smartphone closer. I moved in closer, not liking the sound of this. Wait, Julia. But if she heard me, she gave no indication. Does it matter? She asked, looking from reporter to reporter, and then turning her gaze back to the red-soaked glass doors where police still swarmed. This is a disaster. I've given everything to this campaign, but we're broke. We're losing in the polls. Julia! I hissed through my teeth, reaching down to grab her arm. Clearly, all the stress was getting to her. Julia was a genius PR rep. She knew better than to air the campaign's dirty laundry in front of the press. Why don't you come with me? We can go to the ladies' room to freshen up. Julia looked at me blankly. They won't let us in, she said in a small voice, because of the vandalism. Didn't you see? She pointed to the front door. Like I could have missed that. Julia, I think you should stop talking to these reporters before you say something you regret, I whispered. You're obviously really upset. With good reason. I felt a gentle poke in my back and turned to find Bess and George, both dressed to the nines and both looking as baffled and disappointed as I felt. Hey, Nance, George said, smoothing her green halter dress. They're starting to let people in the side door. The event is still a go. I looked at Julia. Did you hear that? You should go inside. Julia nodded slowly, then pointed half-heartedly to her scrubbing bucket. I'll take over, I said crisply, shooting Bess and George a meaningful look. I'll make sure someone takes care of it. Bess and George will take you inside to find Carrie. I'm sure she needs you. Julia looked at me, her expression dazed. After what seemed like an eternity, she nodded. Okay, she said, dropping the sponge she still held back into the bucket and taking George's hand. The mustached reporter pushed his smartphone after her departing form. Any last comments? No, I said at the same time Julia replied. This campaign is a nightmare. I tried to stifle a groan as the reporters turned to each other with glee, the woman scribbling furiously. Ned was waiting for me where I'd left him, just a few feet from where we'd spotted Julia. Are you okay? He asked. Not really, I replied. I think this whole vandalism thing has made Carrie's campaign manager go crazy, and none of this is going to help Carrie. Ned nodded sympathetically. What do you want to do? I shrugged. I guess we should go in. But before I could finish the thought, I spotted a familiar face, skulking off to the side of the building, away from all the chaos. Dark mop of hair, nose ring. Barney. My heart squeezed, and I felt blood rushing in my ears. What is he doing here, skulking around like that? I reached out a feeble hand to touch Ned's arm. Excuse me for just a sec. Then I went running over to Barney. Hey! I yelled, wanting to make sure he knew I saw him before he could dash off. What are you doing here? Barney looked up. It was definitely him, though the expression he wore now, wariness, distrust, annoyance, made him look nothing like the puppyish boy I'd gotten to know. His eyes narrowed as I stepped closer, and when I was just a few feet away, I could see that he was holding a duffel bag. He stared at me challengingly. What are you doing here? I repeated. His mouth twisted into a sneer. That's really none of your business, he replied, and just as I was beginning to wonder what accounted for the change in his demeanor, he added, You look awfully fancy tonight, you and your boyfriend. I sighed. Oh. Right. I'm sorry, Maybe I should have told you about Ned. It just didn't seem relevant."
Barney shrugged. "Why should I be surprised? You lied about everything else."
I bit back a retort that I'd never actually lied to him about having a boyfriend. I'd just neglected to mention Ned, as I realized I was getting sidetracked. "It just seems kind of convenient that you're walking by with a duffel bag after someone just spread red paint and an environmental message all over the front entrance."
Barney's eyes blazed. "What are you accusing me of? I'm just standing here."
"With a duffel bag," I added, cutting my eyes toward the zipped-up bundle.
Barney snorted. "That's not a crime."
"You're right. It's not. So why not let me see what's inside?" I suggested, nodding at the bag. The anger in Barney's eyes blazed even brighter. It was safe to say at this point that it had turned to hatred. A little part of me felt bad and saddened to lose a friend. But if Barney was behind the attacks on Carrie's campaign, I was going to stop him. Right here, right now.
"I don't have to show you anything,"
he snapped, yanking the bag behind him. I gave him a dubious look. "You don't have to," I agreed. "But if I get the attention of some of those officers over there, and they asked you, that would be a different story."
Barney groaned. He pulled the bag out from behind him and shoved it toward me. "Fine. If you're that convinced I'm some kind of criminal, knock yourself out."
I hesitated. His sudden giving in made me pause. It seemed like a bad sign. And I was right. When I unzipped the bag and hastily searched through, I found not red paint, but clothes? I looked up at Barney with a confused expression.
"A uniform, actually."
Barney reached in and pulled out a formal black pair of pants and a creased, recently ironed white shirt.
"I'm waiting tables at this event."
"Oh." I felt my heart jump into my throat. I'm really...
"Sorry, I know."
Barney zipped up the bag and pulled it away, a sardonic smile on his face.
"You've been saying that a lot lately."
With those words, he hoisted the bag over his shoulder and headed over to a side entrance. I stood watching him for a few minutes, wishing a hole would open up beneath my feet that I could crawl into. Another stellar interrogation in the life of Nancy Drew, world's worst detective, I thought with a groan. I spotted a bench off to the right of the entrance Barney had disappeared into and collapsed onto it, taking a moment to collect myself. Why had I spent this entire investigation jumping to the wrong conclusions? First, the stationery led us in the wrong direction. That's when an unwelcome thought crept into my mind. The stationery. If Barney is Eloise's friend, couldn't he have swiped some BTA stationery from her locker to lead us in the wrong direction? Perhaps to make us suspect a teacher? My heart thumped. It was an inconvenient thought to have just then, but it kept replaying in my mind. He practically could have grabbed some when I was there. Sure, he'd had that opportunity before. And then I realized something else. If he's an event waiter, couldn't he have worked the fundraiser where the manipulated recording was played? My sleuth senses were tingling. I hadn't seen Barney at the first fundraiser, but then I hadn't been looking either. I'd barely met him at that point. I jumped up and found Ned on his hands and knees, dabbing at the painted walkway with the sponge Julia had been using. "Oh, Ned," I said breathlessly. He looked up.
"Don't look so impressed. I'm not doing a lick of good. The paint is pretty dry by now. I think it might be a lost cause."
I sighed. "Thank you for trying. I'm sure Carrie will reimburse the lodge for the damage." He stood and I squeezed his arm.
"All done out here?"
he asked me. I nodded. "Sorry about that. I'm ready to go in now."
Ned raised his eyebrows. "Find out anything?"
I shook my head. "No. Yes. I'm not sure yet. Listen, Ned." I looked up at him and cupped his face in my hands. "I need to apologize to you in advance. My brain is churning with a million ideas, and I may not be a lot of fun tonight." Ned put his hands alongside mine, then leaned down and kissed me on the forehead.
All I ever ask is that you be yourself, Nancy." I grinned at him, took his hand, and led him into the Elks Lodge. See what I mean? Sweetest guy ever. Inside, Ned and I quickly found our seats, and then I disappeared to go look for my friends and Carrie. I found them in a small room backstage, where Carrie was patting Julia on the back and speaking to her in soothing tones. Bess and George stood awkwardly on either side, looking like they had no idea what to do. "Jules, really, it will be okay. We've done everything we can. Now we need to just get on with the show." Julia looked up at her friend and her face crumpled. She took out a balled-up mascara-stained tissue and gently dabbed her eyes. "I just keep thinking about what you said," she whimpered. "If I hadn't insisted, you would have given up your campaign last week, and I think that would have been the right thing to do." Carrie took a deep breath and looked up at that moment, catching my eye. I could see the pain in her face. It must have hurt to have her best friend tell her she should have quit. When Carrie had just, finally, started to accept the fact that she still had a shot. "Julia, go home," she said after a few seconds. "I've got this, and you need to rest, okay?" George stepped forward. "She's right, Julia. You're upset, and it's not going to help the campaign. Why don't you go home, get some sleep, and come back to HQ tomorrow, when you've cleared your head?" Julia looked from George to Carrie, then shook her head furiously. "I'm not leaving you, Carrie." She sniffled, then brought the tissue down to her nose and blew. "I'll pull myself together, but I'm staying for this dinner." She shot an angry glare in George's direction. "Your little cousin can't kick me out." George groaned and rolled her eyes, and Carrie gestured like she was about to say something, but I walked over and grabbed her hand. "Carrie, can I talk to you a sec?" Carrie looked up at me confused. "Sure. What about?" I shook my head. "It could be nothing." Carrie nodded, and I led her out of the little room into the hallway, down toward the kitchen. Inside, a crew of caterers were working at top speed to get salads and appetizers out to 30 tables of 10 people each. Things were chaotic, and nobody noticed us watching as a stream of waiters walked briskly out, each carrying a big tray of salads high above his or her head. "Do you see that waiter?" I asked, pointing to Barney, who now looked all crisp and proper in his black and white uniform. Carrie squinted. "The kid with the dark hair?" I nodded. Carrie looked at me curiously. "Do you remember whether he worked the last fundraiser?" I asked. Carrie frowned. "I'm not sure," she said. "I don't remember all the faces. But yeah, I think I saw him there, and it's likely. We used the same catering service." She gave me a quizzical look. "Why?" I watched Barney disappear into the ballroom. "No reason." I turned back to Carrie with what I hoped was an encouraging expression. "Well, Bess and George and I probably should find our seats and let you work on your speech. Should we try to take Julia, too?" Carrie smiled with relief. "Oh gosh, that would be great." We went back into the little room where I told Bess and George that we'd better get seated, and George convinced Julia to come find her table with us. Carrie needed alone time to psych herself up. Bess, George, and I headed back to the table where Ned waited. Julia took her seat at a table near the front. As I settled into my seat, though, I watched Barney carefully as he emerged from the kitchen again, a pitcher of water in each hand. "Maybe I haven't caught you yet," I thought, "but I'm keeping my eye on you." Chapter 10. A Surprising Speech. It soon became clear that I wouldn't have to work too hard to keep an eye on Barney. He was our waiter. Just seconds after we'd taken our seats, Barney hefted 2 pitchers of water over to our table. A few feet away, he seemed to spot me and shook his head like, "I can't believe it." But he pasted on a professional smile and kept going, ducking his head politely as he filled our water glasses. When he got to mine, he wouldn't make eye contact at all. When he got to Ned, he accidentally missed the glass and got a little puddle on Ned's lap. "Sir, I'm so sorry," Barney said in a smooth voice, grabbing Ned's napkin and going to swipe at the spot. "It's fine.
Ned grabbed the napkin and sponged himself off. Accidents happen. But after Barney nodded and made his way back into the kitchen, he leaned over to me and whispered, "Isn't that the guy you were talking to outside?" I nodded. "I'm sorry. I don't think he's my biggest fan." "Or yours." Ned watched Barney's back as he walked away, shrugging. "Hazards of a sassy girlfriend, I guess." I smiled, but already my mind was cranking on another idea. I asked Bess for a piece of paper and a pen, which of course she was able to produce from her huge purse in about 5 seconds. I love having prepared friends. Cupping my hand around the paper as the rest of the table discussed the latest episode of The Amazing Race, I carefully wrote, "Barney, I'm sorry I accused you. I know you're not a bad guy. Forgive me? Nancy." A few minutes later, Barney was back with a huge tray filled with salads. He carried a little metal stand with him, which he set up on the floor, and then placed the big tray on top of it. Without making eye contact, he began swiftly sliding a plate in front of every diner. When he got to mine, I slipped the note into his hand. "I'm sorry," I whispered, quietly enough so that only he could hear. Barney disappeared again, and we all eagerly dug into our salads. Ned, Bess, George, and I were sharing the table with 2 Boylestown basketball players and their dates. They all seemed very nice and were interested to learn that we knew Carrie and were working on her campaign. George eagerly told them all the things that made Carrie the best candidate for town council, and I noted that now when George talked about the sports complex, she seemed authentically excited about it. How things change. I tried to pay attention and contribute to the conversation, but my eye kept wandering to the door where waiters occasionally popped out of the kitchen. It was one of the quietest times of the meal for the waitstaff, because the attendees needed time to finish their salads, and entrees were likely already set out. At one point, I watched Barney come out of the kitchen, lean against the wall, and make conversation with a tall Asian girl about our age, also part of the waitstaff. He glanced over in my direction, and I quickly looked down, not wanting to get caught. But even after I turned back to the conversation at our table, I felt his gaze lingering. Finally, Barney came to clear our plates. He didn't look at me at all as he grabbed the plate containing a good half of my portion. I'd been too distracted to eat. I kept watching him hopefully, but he never acknowledged me and soon disappeared with the dirty plates back into the kitchen. I felt my heart sink. Did my plan fail? But a few minutes after that, as Bess was telling one of the basketball players' dates about an amazing nail salon she'd found in Boylestown, Barney reappeared from the kitchen, this time carrying a tray of entrees. He strode purposefully to our table, still not looking at me, and began placing the dish in front of each attendee. He placed mine last, and before he pulled his hand away, he found my hand and shoved a piece of paper into it. By the time I realized what had happened, he was gone. The rest of the table was laughing at something Ned had said as I unfolded the paper and looked inside. Forget it. No big deal. 5 words. But it wasn't the words I was interested in. It was the handwriting. As I stared at the blocky, evenly spaced letters, my blood chilled. It was the same handwriting that had been used on both notes to Carrie. The same handwriting as the message scrawled in paint on the front entrance. I could feel the blood rushing in my ears. I was right. Barney is really behind everything. I'd thought he was so cheerful and harmless. How had I been so fooled? Now I watched him emerge from the kitchen again and settle, leaning against the wall with a good view of the podium. Oh no, I thought. The speeches were going to start any minute. So far, Barney had made his point using anonymous notes, a manipulated recording, a dead squirrel, and a can of paint. What else was he planning for this fundraiser? How is he going to ruin it? I wasn't going to wait around and find out. I jumped out of my chair, and when all eyes turned to me, mumbled a feeble, "Excuse me, restroom," before heading off toward the backstage room where I'd found Carrie with Bess, George, and Julia earlier. I shoved through the door, only to find the room empty. I backed up and looked around, and soon spotted Julia, standing with her arms folded as she leaned against a plain white door.
I ran up to her. "Julia, I need to talk to Carrie. It's urgent." Julia narrowed her eyes at me. She must have gone into the restroom to clean herself up. Her hair had been tucked back into its complicated updo, and her yellow dress was now wrapped with a peach-colored shawl, hiding the stains and smears of red paint. She looked nearly TV-ready. "Carrie's not to be disturbed," she said coolly. "She's in this restroom putting the finishing touches on her speech. I'm sure we don't have to tell you, Nancy. These speeches have become more important than ever. It's crucial that she get the tone just right." I was a little stunned by how completely Julia had reverted to her usual calm, responsible self. Wasn't she just sobbing a few minutes ago? Telling the press that this campaign is a nightmare? Did she realize that half the reason Carrie had to get the speech just right was to undo all the damage Julia had done? "It's kind of an emergency," I said, looking urgently at the door. "Can you get her?" Julia looked me over thoughtfully, then uncrossed her arms and took my shoulder. "Maybe I can help you. Let's talk elsewhere." She led me down the hallway toward the kitchen, stopping just before the entrance to the ballroom. "Now what's up, Nancy? You look like you've seen a ghost." The words tumbled out in a rush. "I think I know who the note writer and squirrel killer and entrance painter is." Julia raised her eyebrows. "You do? Who?" I turned and looked toward the ballroom. Sure enough, Barney was still leaning casually against the wall, nibbling a fingernail and waiting for the speeches to start. "It's that waiter, right there, with the black hair." Julia turned to look at him, then turned back to me with a thoughtful frown. "How can you be so sure?" I told her the whole story as briefly as I could. How I'd met Barney trying to find out more about Ms. Meyerhoff and the whole Green Club misadventure. How I'd seen the stationery in Eloise's locker. How Barney had likely been a waiter at both of Carrie's fundraising events. And most importantly, the sample of his handwriting, which I pulled out to show Julia, which nearly was the same handwriting used on both notes and outside in the paint. Julia's brow seemed to crease further and further with each piece of evidence. Finally, she looked up from the note into my eyes. "Very impressive, Nancy," she said, nodding slowly. "You're a very clever girl. Thank you for telling me. You can go back to your seat. I'll take care of it." I stared at her, surprised. "Take care of it how?" I asked. "We need to get him out of here. Who knows what he'll try next?" Julia glanced over at Barney, then turned back to me, leaning in to speak quietly right into my ear. "I want to keep this quiet, Nancy. This night has already been a bit of a PR nightmare. I realize I'm responsible for that, and I'm so sorry. But I can't take it back now. I just need to keep the campaign rolling." She paused and gave me a serious look. "I'm going to call the police, and they'll come get Barney. But I don't want to make a big scene, okay? We're going to try to handle this without any of the audience finding out." I opened my mouth to protest, but then stopped. It felt wrong. Not to see Barney let out in handcuffs, not to have my big moment of "I knew it was you" as he was let out by the cops. But when I thought about what Julia had said, I knew she was right. I'd become involved in this case because I believed in Carrie's campaign and didn't want to see it destroyed. And what was best for her campaign was to handle this quietly, with little fanfare. "Okay," I said softly with a little nod. "I'll go sit down. But can you tell the police to hurry, please? I'm worried about what might happen if Barney's here for the speeches." Julia agreed. "I hear you, and I'll tell them," she said, shaking her head. "The last thing we need is another embarrassing incident." I took a deep breath. "Okay, thanks." Julia actually patted me on the back as I turned and made my way back to the table. When I sat down, I looked back in her direction and could see that she was already deep in conversation on her cell phone. She gave me a little wave, then disappeared back into the hallway. I tried to regulate my breathing. George reached over and squeezed my arm. "You okay, Nance? Your face is a little flushed." "Breathe. Breathe." "I'm okay." I considered telling her what had happened, but the basketball players and their dates were all watching us eagerly, their faces warm with concern. I thought I saw a mouse in the restroom. I hate mice, but it was just a dust bunny. Everyone laughed. And before the conversation could progress much further, a tall, burly redhead stood up and approached the podium. "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen," he said. "My name is Ted Gelman, and I play tight end for the Boylestown High School state champion football team." The audience erupted in cheers. Ted was one of the 3 football players Julia had selected to get up and speak about the athletics program and how Carrie's proposal would change things for the better. I struggled to relax as Ted's speech continued without incident. He was self-deprecating and funny, and the audience was responding just as we'd hoped they would, with warmth and interest. But when Ted had been speaking only a few minutes, I glanced up, and my heart jumped into my throat. Barney was approaching with a carafe of coffee. As I watched carefully, he went around the table pouring coffee into George's and Ned's cups. I demurred, and he nodded kindly and moved on. If he had any idea that I'd told Julia to call the police to take him away, he gave no indication. Speaking of which, where were the police? Ted finished his speech to roaring applause, and then a shorter African-American boy with dreadlocks stepped up to the podium. "Hi, I'm Trent Wickham, and I play defense for the Boylestown High School state champion football team," he began. Again, the audience greeted him with warm applause. Trent began talking about what the football program meant to him, how it had changed his life and his outlook, and I stared stubbornly at the clock. Then Barney, who was leaning against the wall again. Then the clock. Where are the police? My heart was beginning to pound. Barney might have planned something to disrupt the speeches at any minute, and who knew what that something could be. So far, his stunts had just been meant to embarrass Carrie, but what if he'd planned something more dangerous? What if someone got hurt? It might seem far-fetched, but he'd killed a squirrel, for goodness sake. Wasn't that one of the warning signs of a child sociopath? Cruelty to animals? Anyway, Trent was saying, and I realized that 5 more minutes had gone by, and I'd not heard a single word of his speech. "I just want to express my wholehearted support of Carrie Kim, who was an athlete herself, and her amazing sports complex proposal, which will change the lives of many more young people like me." Everyone whooped and clapped, and I slapped my hands together on autopilot. Should I find Julia again? But then I saw them. 2 uniformed Boylestown police officers making their way along the side of the ballroom toward the kitchen. My heart leaped. They headed toward the kitchen, and one of the cops said something to Barney, who looked confused. The second officer gestured for him to calm down, and then pointed down the hallway, like he wanted the 3 of them to go and talk elsewhere. Barney frowned but followed, still looking confused, and the 3 of them slipped out of my sight. It took every bit of willpower I had not to leap up and run down the hallway, but I knew that in doing so, I would only make more of a scene. Still, I focused every hearing muscle I had in the direction of the kitchen. Maybe I was just imagining things, but I felt I could make out raised voices over the din of conversation as the 3rd football player slated to speak, a red-faced blonde boy, stood up. "What?" The shout was brief and furious, and definitely Barney's voice. I squirmed in my seat, but just then the football player stepped up to the podium and the crowd began cheering wildly. "I'm Frankie Ludlow," he said, "and I play QB for the Boylestown High School state champion football team." More cheers and applause. If anyone in the audience had heard Barney's shout from the kitchen, it was quickly forgotten. But then I heard, clear as day, one more outburst in Barney's voice. "Aunt Julia, what's going on?" I lost my breath for a moment. Wait a minute. Aunt Julia? "And I'm here to tell you," Frankie Ludlow was saying, but he had to wait for the applause to die down. "I'm here to tell you." I got unsteadily to my feet as Frankie finally got the first line of his speech out. "I'm here to tell you
why electing Carrie Kim to the town council would be a huge mistake for Boylestown.
Chapter 11. The Wrong Man. The hooting and applause died down immediately. A gasp went through the crowd, which immediately grew silent, wanting to hear exactly what Frankie Ludlow had to say.
Carrie Kim's sports complex would destroy the local environment. Do you know how many unique species live in Willow Woods, in the trees she's planning to tear down to build a new football field? They'll be gone forever, people. They're not going to be able to live in a few scraggly trees planted on the current field.
I knew I should run back to the kitchen and see what was going on, but I felt like my feet were stuck in concrete. Frankie's face shone with passion, and I could tell the audience believed he truly meant every word he was saying. But who had arranged for him to do this? Julia had chosen all the speakers. Julia. I turned around and spotted her then, slipping out of the kitchen with a look of pure pride and delight on her face. She seemed to catch Frankie's eye and nodded to him, making a keep-going gesture. Frankie turned back to the mic, adding details about what the turfing process would do to local groundwater and wildlife. I glanced at Bess and George. Their faces were mirrors of my own shock. Julia, I mouthed to them.
So, as I'm sure you can understand by now, Frankie went on, pounding the podium with his fist for emphasis, while I support the high school sports program, I don't think that athletics are more important than taking care of the planet.
The police started escorting Barney out of the kitchen at that point. He was handcuffed, and while it was clear they were trying to be discreet, several eyes in the audience turned to watch as Barney was dragged out, still protesting.
This wasn't me, I swear, I was just...
Over the din of Frankie's speech, the confused chatter in the ballroom, and Barney's anguished shouts, I could suddenly make out another sound. Banging. Coming from the hallway where Julia had told me Carrie was working on her speech in the restroom.
Let me out!
Carrie's voice was barely distinguishable in the loud ballroom.
Frankie isn't telling the truth! Julia! Why did you lock the door?
That finally gave me the motivation to pull my feet from where they felt welded to the floor. I shot a meaningful glance at Bess and George as I went, and they sprang up from their seats and followed me as I ran over past the kitchen, down the hallway, and to the restroom where Carrie was imprisoned.
Carrie, are you all right? Called George.
I'm fine, but I'm stuck in here,
Carrie yelled back.
Julia must have locked me in from the outside, and I could hear the speech Frankie's making. Bess was already digging in her purse before Carrie could finish her sentence. Within seconds, she handed me her precious credit card. You know the rules, she said, giving me a warning look. No damage to the magnetic strip. I've already asked for 2 replacement cards. I nodded. You know I'm a pro, Bess. The card slid easily between the frame and the edge of the door, and with a few flicks of the wrist, I'd soon wedged it around the bar that held the door shut and forced it back, picking the lock. I turned the knob and pulled the door open, revealing a red-faced Carrie, still holding the scribbled-on printout of her speech. Before she could speak, I held up my hand. Hold that thought, I said, shoving the credit card back into Bess's hand and running down the hallway to where Julia stood, watching the chaos in the ballroom with a thrilled expression.
So I hope you'll join me, Frankie was saying now, in rejecting the preposterous and irresponsible plan Carrie Kim has put forth.
I grabbed Julia's arm. How much did you pay him? She turned to me with a look of surprise that quickly turned to pride. She grinned. Why, I didn't have to pay Frankie anything, Nancy. I just offered him a personal recommendation to Bridgetown University. You know, Carrie's in my alma mater, and Frankie's dream school. I narrowed my eyes at her. What do you have against Carrie? I asked. I thought you two were best friends. Bess and Carrie emerged from the hallway then, and Carrie caught Julia's eye. Carrie's face was filled with surprise and hurt, but Julia looked almost pleased as she folded her arms again and smiled tartly. I had just thought to wonder where George had gone when suddenly the sound system cut out, leaving Frankie near silent on the podium, tapping confusedly at the mic.
"Is this on?" he asked.
Tap, tap.
"Can everybody hear me?"
He turned to frown at Julia. Carrie clutched her speech in her hand and walked over to Julia and me. Her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes were dark with fury. "You did this?" she hissed at Julia, gesturing to Frankie. "The notes, the squirrel, you're behind all of it?" Julia did something really disturbing then. She laughed. A real, delighted laugh. "That's right," she whispered, "and you had it coming. Our whole lives you've been treated like the golden child, having all kinds of doors open for you because of your stupid tennis championship. I was always the smart one, but no, nobody cares about intelligence anymore." Carrie frowned at her. "What? I had no idea you felt this way." Julia's easy laugh turned into a scowl. "Do you remember when we both applied for that job in Congresswoman Rudolph's office? I knew every word of her policies, had studied her every action on the Hill, and you still got the job. Because Rudolph played tennis in college and thought you were some kind of kindred spirit." She paused. "Do you remember that, Carrie? Do you?" Carrie's forehead creased. "I do remember that, Julia, but I had no idea you were still so upset about it." She moved closer. "That's when you got the assistant job at your PR firm, and I thought that made you happy." Julia's eyes flashed at her old friend. "You were wrong," she snapped. "I was sick over that job, and I'm still sick that people think sports are the be-all and end-all of achievement. Well, you've had your comeuppance now. You quit your job to run for office, and now you're going to lose." Carrie stared at Julia. Her eyes, still filled with hurt, seemed to harden into tiny black stones. "We'll see about that," she hissed. "I haven't got my anything. The election hasn't happened yet." Pulling her speech close to her, she poked her head into the hallway. "George, turn the sound back on." Frankie Ludlow had stepped down from the podium and was talking animatedly with his teammates, who seemed to have a lot of questions about his sudden change of heart. Carrie strode purposefully past them and stalked up to the podium. The crowd hushed at the sight of her. Carrie took a deep breath, then smiled a dazzling smile. "My fellow citizens," she begins, "this campaign has been a long and bumpy ride, and that may be partially my fault. But tonight, now, before it's too late, it's time to tell you what Carrie Kim is really about." Chapter 12. Victory Celebration. "Over here, Nance!" Bess grabbed my arm, juggling 2 huge blue clouds of cotton candy in her other hand, as she dragged me across the parking lot gravel and onto the grass that surrounded the new Boylestown High football field. "Carrie's going to cut the ribbon any minute." It was 3 months later, and summer had settled over Boylestown like a warm electric blanket. The grass of the new field shone neon green in the bright sun, and the crowd was oohing and eyeing at the beautiful new bleachers and newly planted and painted field. George was already standing in Bess's designated spot, and she took one of the cotton candies and pulled off a hunk. "I think Carrie made a wise decision to put the new field right on top of the old one," she said, looking across at the old forest, where the new field had originally been slated to go. "It might have been more expensive, but she was able to save Willow Woods." "Well, it helped that she was able to get Hamlin's athletic shop to sponsor the field," Bess pointed out, gesturing to the bright Hamlin's for all your athletic needs ad that framed the scoreboard and were painted along the edge of the field. "They covered most of the extra cost. And I was reading in the paper that the owner says his business is already up 25% since they announced the sponsorship." I smiled. After Carrie had decided to build the new field on top of the old one, her new sports complex idea had gone over well with everyone, even the Green Club. She had easily won the election 2 weeks after the last fundraiser, and so far, she seemed to be loving her new position on the town council.
The last time we'd seen her, she'd beamed as she told us about a new after-school literacy program she was introducing for the elementary students and how much they seemed to be enjoying it. Now Carrie stepped up to a small podium erected on the edge of the field. "Ladies and gentlemen," she said, "it's been a long time coming, but I'm thrilled to announce that the new Boylestown football field and athletics complex are open for business." She leaned down with an oversized pair of scissors and cut through a red ribbon that had been strung along the sidelines. The crowd whooped and cheered. "BHS!" Some students began chanting. "BHS! BHS!" George grinned, turning to Bess. "Aren't you worried?" she asked. "With these fancy new digs, isn't Boylestown going to crush your beloved River Heights team?" Bess shrugs. "They may have fancy new digs, but we have heart. We always have." She smiled and took another bite of cotton candy. "Besides, I'm sure our team is up to the challenge." I chuckled. "Come on, let's find Ned. He was going to get us a cold drink." But when I turned on my heel and took a step toward the concession stand, I bumped into someone. Someone tall and skinny. Someone with pale green eyes and a mop of dark hair. "Barney!" I gasped. I hadn't seen my erstwhile Green Club colleague since that last fateful fundraiser, where he'd been let out in handcuffs. I'd learned the rest of his story through George, and from the stories in the local papers. Barney claimed that none of the attempts to sabotage Carrie's campaign had been his idea. He'd just been helping his beloved Aunt Julia, with whom he'd always shared a love of politics and justice. Too bad he was playing for the wrong side, George had added when she'd told me the story over lemonade a few weeks before. I couldn't help but agree. Now Barney studied me through his green eyes. He looked more like his old self, cheerful, unself-conscious. Hi," I said, trying and failing to hide the awkwardness I felt. "Barney, it's good to see you." He smirked. "It's good to see me out of jail, you mean?" he asked, tilting his head to the side. "The last time you saw me, I believe I was being led out in handcuffs." I took a breath. "Well," I could feel myself blushing as I forced a shrug. "Bygones, right? Listen, I'm really sorry if I got you in trouble you didn't deserve. I've been following your story in the papers. I know now that you were just carrying out the orders of the bad guy. You weren't the bad guy yourself." Barney nodded. "Yeah, that's one way to put it. But I'm not totally blameless either. I didn't see how twisted Aunt Julia had gotten in wanting Carrie to be defeated no matter what. She was making it sound like Carrie was this totally selfish environment-hating witch when, in fact, Carrie was totally willing to change her plan after sitting down and talking to Eloise and some local experts. I got duped. I did some stupid things, and now I'm paying the price." I nodded. Suddenly, I couldn't stop the question that had stuck in my mind for months from bubbling out of my mouth. "Who killed that squirrel?" Barney let out a little snort of a laugh. "Man, that poor squirrel. I found it in our yard like that, honestly. I think it fell out of a tree. Anyway, I told Aunt Julia about it while she was having tea with my mom one day, and the next thing I knew, she told me she'd sent a box making some big statement to Carrie's headquarters. Believe it or not, I didn't find out the details until you told us the night we were going to egg Karlowski's house." I let out my breath. Wow, that's actually a huge relief. My perception of Barney when I first met him hadn't been that far off. He was seriously misled and had made some big mistakes, but at least he wasn't a killer, squirrel or otherwise. "You said you were paying the price?" I realized. "What does that mean? You're not in jail, obviously." Barney shook his head. "Neither of us were given time, actually," he said. "They gave us both community service instead. The judge thought we both needed a wake-up call about what's truly important in our community, so we're both working with this program that brings sports into underprivileged communities." I raised an eyebrow. "Sports?" I asked. "You?" I know. Barney grinned. "I've had some choice words to say about athletes in the past, and for the record, I still think this school places too much importance on athletics,"
He paused. But it turns out I'm kind of a killer hockey player. Who knew?
Who knew indeed. I couldn't help but laugh, imagining Barney chasing around a puck on the ice. Well, good for him. I'm glad you're happy, I said honestly. Barney nodded. His expression changed a bit, and he twisted his mouth to one side.
So, hey, he said, now that we're on good terms, if you ever have some free time for an organic, sustainable veggie burger,
As I struggled to figure out how to respond to Barney's request, Ned did it for me. He slipped up beside me and touched my arm.
Hey, Nance, he said, I've been looking all over for you. I signed us up to be partners in the ping pong tournament in the new complex, and it's going to start in 5 minutes.
Looking up, he seemed to notice Barney for the first time.
Oh, hey, man.
Ned nodded.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Barney waved his hand. It's cool. He shot me a look of understanding.
Nancy was just telling me what a stand-up guy you are.
Ned, bless his heart, blushed.
Oh, wow.
He squirmed a little, then gestured toward the complex.
Well, shall we? This other ping-pong team can't beat us if we don't show up.
I chuckled. Ned wasn't exaggerating. We're both terrible at ping-pong, but it was fun to play anyway.
I signed up to play myself, Barney said. I should probably find my partner, Eloise.
As we moved toward the complex, we ran into Bess and George again. Hey, Bess said, touching my elbow. Do you know where the ping-pong tournament starts? George signed us up to play in the first round.
George did? I asked, shooting my friend a joking glance. Miss I Hate Sports?
Miss Why Aren't We Funding Chess Club instead?
George shook her head defiantly. It's not sports, she said. It's ping-pong.
Ned nodded.
And guess what? You're looking at your competitors.
Wow. George widened her eyes, taking us in.
What do you think, Bess? Do you think we can take these two?
Bess's eyes narrowed. Bring it on, she said, then added with a laugh. Ping-pong, the sport that unites athletes and non-athletes alike. Dear Diary, I'm so happy we were able to figure this one out. Boy, was I wrong about Barney, but I still can't believe that Julia would do that to her friend. I'd never want to hurt Bess or George. I think I've definitely learned how dangerous politics can be, and I'll certainly be staying out of campaigns, at least for a while. I'm off. Oasis Audio presents The Nancy Drew Diaries, Number 6, Secret at Mystic Lake, by Carolyn Keene. Read for you by Georgina Marie.
Chapter 1. Just One Small Problem.
I can't believe I'm doing this, my friend Bess Marvin muttered, poking morosely at her eggs. George Fane, my other friend and Bess's cousin, elbowed her and grinned.
"It's because you love me so much," she said. "Just remember that."
We were all eating breakfast at the quaint inn where our upcoming 3-day bike tour around the scenic, sprawling Mystic Lake Park was about to start. George's parents had bought the trip for all 3 of us as a birthday gift to George, and they'd come to drop us off so we wouldn't have to leave our cars. Bess wasn't exactly as thrilled about the trip as George and I were. In fact, she was distinctly unthrilled.
"It'll be good for you, Bess," Mr. Fane said. "Get out of town for a few days. Get back to nature. Get some exercise."
Bess sighed and looked balefully at her cousin. "Why can't you be really into outlet shopping?" she asked. "Why can't your most dearly held birthday wish be like sitting on a beach in St. Thomas for 3 days?
George shook her head. "Because I'm not like you," she retorted. "Come on, Bess. This will be fun. I bet you'll end up loving it." Though they were related, Bess and George couldn't be more different from each other. George was sharp, sensible, and outdoorsy. Bess was cheerful, fashionable, and decidedly not outdoorsy.
"Like I've been loving all our practice rides?" Bess asked snarkily, then couldn't help breaking into a smile. George and I both started laughing. "Come on, Bess," I said, gently nudging her. "You only cried for the first hour last time." The truth was that Bess had been a pretty good sport on the practice rides the 3 of us had taken around our hometown of River Heights. We'd started at 10 miles and worked our way up to 35, which was the length of the rides we'd be taking on the tour. I was no athlete, but I kind of liked the bike rides. It was exhilarating whooshing through the town, almost like you were flying. I'd been sore for days after the first couple of rides, but gradually I'd gotten stronger. After our last ride, I hadn't had to take even 1 aspirin.
"Oh, look," said George, pointing at a tall honey-blonde girl who'd just stepped into the dining room. She was wearing bike shorts and a slim tank top, and her hair was pulled back into a sleek, low ponytail. Behind her came a boy about her age, also with honey-blonde hair, but his was cut short and matched the stubble on his face and chin. He wore a pair of cargo shorts and a baggy t-shirt that read, "A Legend in My Own Time." "I think that's Caitlin and Henry. They're twins, and they're leading the tour." Our tour was run by a business called Adventures & Company that George said ran a lot of these types of trips, but Caitlin and Henry had been featured online as the co-leaders of our particular trek. Caitlin smiled and headed toward us, gesturing for Henry, who looked less enthusiastic, to follow. "Hi, I'm Caitlin Moorhead. Are you all here for the bike tour?" "We are," said Bess, standing and offering her hand. "I'm Bess Marvin, and this is my cousin George Fane and my friend Nancy Drew." Caitlin and Henry shook each of our hands. "Welcome," said Caitlin. "I think we're going to have a lot of fun." She smiled, but I couldn't help noticing that there was something tense behind her smile. Then again, maybe I was reading too much into it. I have a tendency to do that sometimes. See, my thing is solving mysteries. My friends love to tease me about it, but they're always happy to join me in cracking a case. Together, we've snagged more than our fair share of crooks in River Heights. If there was something odd in Caitlin's expression, Mr. Fane didn't seem to notice.
"I'm Russ Fane, George's dad," he said.
"Nice to meet you," Caitlin said, shaking his hand. "It's beautiful up here, isn't it?" Mr. Fane smiled, but his expression quickly turned serious.
"And what are the safety procedures on a trip like this?" he asked. "What if, for example, there were an emergency?"
Caitlin nodded, looking unruffled. "Well, I'll always have my satellite phone with me, so we can contact emergency services even when we can't get cell service," she said. The website for the tour had made it very clear there was little, if any, cell service in the Mystic Lake region. But I've also taken several courses in first aid, including CPR and child CPR, and I carry a full first aid kit, of course." She paused, then flashed that same tense smile. "I've been a cyclist on at least 10 of these trips, though, sir, and nothing's ever gone wrong beyond some bumps and bruises. I wouldn't worry too much." Mr. Fane didn't smile.
"And what is your background?" he asked. "How does one become qualified to give a tour like this?"
Again, Caitlin didn't seem bothered in the least as she launched into a description of how she'd grown up doing long-distance biking trips with her parents, camped all over the country, was a varsity athlete in high school, and was planning to study environmental science at Yale in the fall. "Yale?" George asked, her eyebrows raised. "Wow, that's impressive."
Henry smirked. "My sis is too modest to tell you, but she's going on a full merit scholarship from Grayson Industries, a biotech firm in our town," he put in. "She beat out loads of impressive candidates with her 4.5 GPA.
Even Bess looked impressed by that. "How did you get higher than a 4.0? She asked Caitlin. "Isn't that the best GPA you can get?" Caitlin rolled her eyes, looking embarrassed. "It's the way our school counts advanced placement courses," she said. "You get some extra points. No big deal." But Bess still looked puzzled, as though she was trying to do the math in her head. "How many AP courses did you take?" she asked. Caitlin was turning slightly pink. 8, she replied quietly. "Wow," Bess said breathlessly, shaking her head. "Well, I guess I should feel confident putting my life in your hands." She turned to Henry. "What about you?" she asked. "You're co-leading the ride, aren't you?" Henry gave her an easy grin.
"I am, but only because the tour company insists on having 2 people lead if they're under 21. And it makes my parents happy, honestly. Caitlin's done most of the planning. She's the overachiever in the family. For instance, while Kate's up pulling all-nighters next year, I'll be relaxing in the south of France." He elbowed his sister. "I'm taking a year off to travel."
Henry smiled as he said that, I noted, but Caitlin didn't. She turned back to us, all business. "Are there any other questions I can answer for you guys?" As Mr. Fane interrogated Caitlin and Henry some more, George reached over and touched my arm. "Let's make sure we have all our gear together," she suggested. "Sure," I agreed, and got up from the table to follow her and Bess out to the foyer, where we'd placed our packs. We each had a large backpack containing a few extra clothes, changes of underwear, toiletries, aspirin, the bare essentials. Caitlin and Henry had provided a list of items we'd need for the trip, but they didn't include too much.
"Probably so we don't get bogged down with stuff during the ride,"
George had noted happily. We also carried a big bottle of water, and George's parents had gotten us some protein bars, just in case. Meals were included in the tour, but the Fanes didn't want us to get hungry. The Fanes had also sprung for a super fancy, super light tent that the 3 of us would take turns carrying on the rides and share at night. It was separate from the packs, and George suggested that we draw straws to figure out who would take it first. I won, so I would carry it on the first leg of our trip, until lunch today. As George and I peeked outside, where our tour-issued bikes were waiting, Bess sauntered up to us, took one look at the packs, and shook her head. "I hope you know," she said, "that this is by far the most outdoorsy thing I have ever done." "OMG! Me too!" A female, slightly nasal voice piped up from the top of the stairs, and we looked up to see a curly-haired brunette with startling blue eyes walking down, carrying a huge backpack and tent. "Are you guys leaving on the tour?" "We sure are," George said, smiling. "We're really excited. I'm George, and this is Bess and Nancy. You are?" The girl smiled, revealing a slightly crooked bottom tooth. "I'm Zoe Ferrullo. Gosh, I'm so glad to meet you guys. I don't know anyone on this tour. I signed up to go with my friend Gemma, who is totally outdoorsy, but then she backed out at the last minute. She got mono." She paused, looked off to the side, and smiled wickedly. I told her that would only make her as lazy as I am, but she wasn't buying it. Ha 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 ha.
Zoe bent over laughing at her own joke, and Bess giggled too. Girls? We all looked up to see George's parents approaching the doorway from the breakfast room, already getting misty-eyed.
It's about time to get going,
Mr. Fane said, walking over to George and putting an arm around her shoulders. I smiled at him. Caitlin and Henry passed your interrogation? Mr. Fane nodded and smiled.
Just be happy you have George's mother and me looking out for you girls.
George winced at the sound of her real name. Nobody ever used it except for her parents, but she quickly recovered and leaned in to give him a hug. Oh, we are, she assured him. Caitlin and Henry appeared in the doorway then. Henry looked relaxed as he checked his phone, but Caitlin looked slightly stressed. She put on a bright smile and said, "Bike tour participants, I have to apologize. We had a printer malfunction last night." Here she shot Henry a meaningful glance. "And I was unable to print out your tour maps. But Henry and I have maps, and I promise you're safe under our leadership." Zoe laughed that awful laugh. "Ha! What would a map even have on it out here? You pass more trees here, then more trees?" George cleared her throat. "I think what Zoe means is, it's fine," she said, shooting Caitlin a comforting smile. Caitlin's grin seemed to become a little more relaxed then. "Great. Well, let's all go outside. It's time to get ready to roll." 20 minutes later, I settled myself on my bike seat and pushed off, following behind Bess, George, and 4 others, including Zoe. The Fanes stood waving on the steps of the bed and breakfast. "Have fun," Mrs. Fane called. Bess turned around and shook her head as if to say, like that's possible. George turned her head and flashed a sincere smile at her parents. "Thank you so much, you guys." We all kept waving and calling our goodbyes until we rounded a corner out of sight. We passed a low wall of pine trees, and suddenly a gorgeous vista came into view. Rolling hills surrounding a glimmering blue lake. Mystic Lake. Everyone oohed and ahed. Henry, who was in the lead with Caitlin, turned his head to call back,
"This is just the beginning. You guys won't believe the beauty we'll experience on this trip."
Bess, who was already panting behind me, let out a little sigh. "I hope we experience lots of resting, too," she muttered, too low for most of the group to hear. But Zoe, who was in the back of the pack with us, laughed that same crazy laugh. "Ha ha ha ha! You said it! This is pretty and all, but I'd be just as happy at home in front of last night's Project Runway." Bess glanced at Zoe with a surprised, wide-eyed stare that said something like, "You just might be my soulmate." "Who's your favorite?" she asked, tossing her long blonde ponytail. "Angelo," Zoe replied quickly. "Heather's too avant-garde for me, and Justin can only do pants." Bess nodded appreciatively. "Oh my gosh, come ride by me," she said, gesturing to the space next to her bike. "You could be the one thing that gets me through this tour." I couldn't help smiling. Trust Bess to find a fellow fashionista and outdoors hater, even in the least likely of places. But then I caught George's eye as Bess pedaled ahead, making space for Zoe. She gave me a skeptical look. "Figures," she whispered. "I finally get Bess out of the mall and she finds a fellow shopper." By the time we stopped at a still green pond for lunch, we'd seen a family of deer, 2 groundhogs, a bald eagle, and something George swore was an elk, but just looked like a big log to me. We'd also seen, as Henry had promised, tons more breathtaking scenery. Still, I could feel my muscles complaining as I dragged myself off the bike and walked the short distance from where we'd left our gear by the side of the road to the picnic tables a few yards through the trees, by the pond. It's going to be an aspirin night, I thought. George took in the clear, still pond, ringed by wildflowers, with a towering purple hill in the distance, and let out an appreciative sigh. "Isn't it amazing?" she asked. "This is exactly what I was dreaming of when I told my parents about this tour." A short, gray-haired man beside her, one of our fellow bikers,
looked out at the same vista and nodded sagely.
"Communing with nature makes us feel more alive," he said solemnly.
George looked over at him and smiled. "I don't know if we've met. I'm George," she said.
"Dagger," he replied, nodding.
"And I'm Nancy," I added.
"Nice to meet you both."
Dagger was the only person on the tour we hadn't yet met. The group was made up of Bess, George, myself, Henry, Caitlin, Zoe, and Dagger. So far, Dagger, Caitlin, and Henry seemed like serious bikers, while George, Bess, Zoe, and I pulled up the rear. Caitlin was very patient with us, though. She pointed out that we were all there to see the sights, first and foremost. How fast we saw them was unimportant. We all settled down by the pond, while Caitlin fished around in a cooler and brought out sandwiches and fruit. Henry walked up to the table and sat down heavily. I noticed he made no move to help his sister, who arranged 8 sandwiches on the table, all in color-coded plastic bags. "The red are ham and cheese, the green are turkey with lettuce and tomato, and the yellow are hummus and cucumber," she said, smiling sheepishly. I didn't know if we had any vegetarians or vegans in the group.
"No animal products for me. I'm vegan, and I'm starving," Dagger said, reaching for a yellow bag. "Thanks."
Bess seemed restless. She kept glancing back at the road with an uncomfortable expression on her face.
"Something wrong, cuz?" George asked, taking a big bite of her ham and cheese sandwich.
Bess grimaced. "It's just... Is it really safe to leave our stuff by the side of the road like that?" she asked. "I know we're in the middle of nowhere, but it feels wrong."
Caitlin laughed. "We're in a beautiful rustic spot, not quite the middle of nowhere," she said, gesturing to the pond. "Would nowhere have scenery like this?"
Bess looked unamused. "It's very pretty," she said, "but you know what I mean." Zoe spoke up. "It feels a little weird to me too, Bess. It must be a city girl thing."
George glanced at me and rolled her eyes. "We're all city girls," she mouthed.
Zoe went on. "But who's going to take our stuff out here?"
Henry nodded. "Exactly. It's totally safe, guys. If anyone happens by, it will be another hiker who knows how precious that gear is. They'd never steal."
Bess shrugged. "Okay, if you say so." She sat down and we all dug into our sandwiches, making polite conversation about where we were from, what we did, and what had brought us to the tour. Dagger was a bookkeeper from Chicago who wanted to feel closer to nature and offered to lead us all in meditation just after dawn the next morning. Henry and Caitlin were recent high school graduates from the nearby town of Taylorville. Zoe was a college student who was spending the summer with her parents in nearby Cedar Village. "I only came on this tour," she said, dramatically waving her orange section, "because my friend Gemma made me." Caitlin raised an eyebrow. "Oh, great," she said. If she was being sarcastic, Zoe didn't pick up on it. "I'm not really a nature person," she went on. "I like comfy beds and good sheets and manicures and cable TV. But Adventures in Company said my deposit was non-refundable, so I'm doing my best to be a good sport. Like I brought a ton of nail polish, so if anyone wants a manicure tonight, you know where to go." Bess raised her hand. "Me," she said cheerfully. "I want a manicure tonight." Zoe smirked at her. "We can complain to each other about all the good TV we're missing." Caitlin bunched up her lunch bag with a loud crinkling sound. "Anyway," she said, "we have another 20 miles or so before we get to our campsite, so we'd better get going." Everyone stood, and when I struggled to get to my feet, I fully realized how stiff my muscles had gotten during our short rest, and how sore I would be that night. Oh well, I was really enjoying the ride and the scenery so far. Caitlin led the way through the trees back to our bikes and gear, but stopped short when she got to the road. Oh no," she murmured. "What is it?" Zoe asked, crashing through the trees behind her. "Is something wrong?" Caitlin was staring at the ground. "That's strange,"
she said, turning to look at Henry with a confused expression. What? Zoe asked again. Henry looked where Caitlin was staring, and his face paled.
It looks like,"
he said, glancing at his sister. Exactly, she said to him. Weird, no? Bess held up a hand like she was in class. Can someone please tell me what's wrong? She asked. Henry turned to her, clearly trying to look calm.
"Oh, it's no biggie,"
he said, adding in a tense chuckle.
"It's just one small problem."
Caitlin shook her head, then pointed at our packs where I noticed suddenly there seemed to be slightly less gear than there was before. A bunch of our stuff is gone, she said in a hollow voice. It looks like our tents are all missing. Chapter 2. Back to Nature. Zoe pushed her way forward, shoving Caitlin aside to take in the empty spot where our tents had been. Our tents are missing? She asked. Are you kidding? Caitlin looked pained. I mean, I'm pretty sure they were all right here. Zoe moved forward and started pushing aside the backpacks, peering around like the tents might be underneath. Who would steal our tents? Henry moved forward to join her and Caitlin, poking at the backpacks and furrowing his brow. Bess cleared her throat behind me. Should we go back? She asked. No, Caitlin replied, turning to frown at Bess, at the same time as her brother murmured, well. But I was still focused on the what, not the what now. Can we go back to Zoe's question? I asked. Who would take our tents? It's not like they were that far away, and it's pretty quiet around here. But I didn't hear anyone come up while we were eating. George nodded. Yeah, and it's not like this is an easy spot to get to. To get to our stuff without us hearing, a person would have to be on foot. But I guess on foot they couldn't have gotten very far. Henry raised an eyebrow. That's a good point. Maybe this is a prank. For some reason, this made Caitlin turn to him with an exasperated look. A prank? Henry, if you... But Henry cut her off by raising a hand. I had nothing to do with it, I swear. I'm just saying that makes a lot more sense than any other explanation I can think of. He gestured back to the rest of us, still standing in the trees. We didn't hear anybody ride or hike up, but each of us left the group at one point to use the bathroom or get supplies. We all looked at one another uncomfortably. He was saying, one of us took the tents. Awkward. Caitlin seemed to consider his words, then looked back at us, her charges. One by one, she looked us in the eye and seemed to mentally calculate our likelihood of being behind a tent-stealing prank. Okay, she said finally in a clipped, no-nonsense voice. Let's spread out and take 10 minutes to look for our tents. If any of you know anything about this, no matter whose idea it was, I would encourage you to talk to me about it. With that, she moved along the road, poking through the underbrush, apparently looking for the lost tents. I turned back to Bess and George, who looked as confused as I felt. You have got to be kidding me, Bess muttered, shaking her head and walking over to the other side of the road to start looking. Who would think this is funny? Zoe glanced at us, let out a deep sigh, and then followed Bess. This stinks, I heard her whisper to Bess as the two of them poked through the wildflowers lining the road. George and I paired up and went back toward the pond, looking around in any shadowy, covered-up spots. We didn't see anything, though. No tents, no sign of footsteps, no trampled grass or broken branches. Dagger came back with us and searched a bit, too, but it all felt kind of hopeless. This is weird, I whispered to George as we pulled back the fern fronds covering the bank to find nothing. George chuckled. Come on, Detective Drew, she joked. You're off duty today. Plus, there's probably a totally reasonable explanation. Maybe it was just someone's idea of a practical joke. Maybe, I said, remembering that this tour was her dream vacation and not wanting to step on it. But deep down, my sleuthing senses were tingling. What had happened to our tents? If this was some kind of prank, I didn't get it. And honestly, none of the people on the tour struck me as big pranksters. Zoe didn't seem to find anything about this trip funny, and while I didn't know him very well, Dagger seemed a little too zen to pull a tent-stealing gag. He was standing just a few feet away, and I gave him a friendly smile. So this is a little strange, huh? Dagger was half-heartedly poking through the plants that covered the pond's bank, and he looked up at me and shrugged. I didn't expect it, he said, but it doesn't make much difference. I've slept under the stars before. Sleeping under the stars? When he put it that way, it didn't sound all that bad. But was it strange that he was so unconcerned that half our gear was missing? All right, Caitlin, who was still out on the road, clapped her hands and shouted, I think that's it, folks. We need to accept that the tents are gone. I glanced at George, who nodded, and we walked back through the trees together to rejoin the group that was reforming on the road. Henry jogged back from where he'd been searching a few yards back, and Bess and Zoe walked back from the other side of the road. Caitlin glanced around at our faces, still looking a little wary. Anyone find anything? Yes, Henry said cheerfully, and when we all turned to him expectantly, pulled a small object out of his pocket. I found a 4-leaf clover, he said, holding it out for all of us to see. Good luck, right? Caitlin sighed and rolled her eyes. Great, Henry, that's great. Very funny. Henry looked offended. What? We could use all the luck we can get. Dagger chuckled, and George smiled too, but Caitlin didn't look amused. She gave Henry a pointed stare, and he shrugged again as the smile faded from his face. So what do we do? Zoe asked, shifting her weight onto one leg and putting her hand on her hip. Do we go back? I mean, do we really want to keep going if we're not going to have shelter? Caitlin didn't have a ready answer. She looked from face to face. Well, she said finally, tents aren't a necessity, really. We could sleep out in the open. Under the stars, Dagger put in. I'm up for that. There was some murmuring. Bess looked at Zoe and shook her head. I don't know, she said slowly. Nature is beautiful and everything, but I'm not sure I'm up for sleeping out in the open for 2 nights. George pursed her lips. But if we go back, we lose a whole day, she pointed out. And where would we even get new tents? We'd probably have to stay at the bed and breakfast tonight, Caitlin put in, while Henry and I drove into town to get some new gear, but we would lose a day. Henry and I have a family wedding to go to in 3 days. We couldn't extend the tour. George sighed. We all looked around at one another awkwardly. Actually, I have an extra tent, Zoe piped up out of nowhere. You what? George said at the same time Bess gushed. You do? Zoe shrugged. You can't be too careful. I tried to catch George's eye. What? But she was still staring at Zoe, who turned to Bess. It's a small one. Nothing fancy, but there's probably room for one other person, if you want to share with me, Bess. Bess grinned. That would be awesome. George was shaking her head now, but before she could say anything, Caitlin held up her hand. Why don't we take a vote? She asked. Who wants to turn back? No one raised their hand. I glanced at George. She gave another little shake of her head. She's wanted to make this trip for months, I reminded myself. Of course she's not going to want to cut it short. Okay, Caitlin said, nodding. Who wants to keep going? Dagger, George, and Henry shot up their hands. Zoe glanced at Bess, shrugged, and slowly raised hers. Bess followed suit. As long as everyone else is okay sleeping outside, it's fine with me, Bess said quietly. I realized then that everyone was looking at me and that I hadn't put up my hand to vote for either choice. What do I want to do? I asked myself. Not that it mattered. A clear majority wanted to keep going. Something about this whole thing still felt very fishy. My sense that something was off, honed by years of sleuthing, was going full force. But on the other hand, George was giving me the puppy dog eyes. She has big brown eyes, so her puppy look is pretty effective. And she only pulls out the puppy dog eyes on very rare occasions. George is by far the most pragmatic of the three of us. She usually goes with the flow. It's pretty rare that her feelings come into play when making decisions. But now, she was clearly having feelings. Please, please, Nancy, let's keep going. I'm having so much fun. Feelings. I sighed and turned to Caitlin. Should we be worried? I asked bluntly. If our tents were stolen, could that mean someone's following us? Someone with bad intentions? George looked disappointed as we all turned to Caitlin. I think that's a little dramatic, she said, looking away with a casual laugh. It was probably a prank no one's owning up to, or an innocent mistake. I mean, we're not the only hikers and bikers in this area, and lots of people stop at this picnic spot. My guess is that another group came by, mistook our gear for theirs, and grabbed it. I wondered if Caitlin's theory sounded as shaky to everyone else as it did to me. A whole group of hikers came by and none of us heard them? I wondered. And if it was an innocent mistake, why would they take both our gear and their own? Then I looked around the circle of faces. Dagger was looking off at the beautiful hills in the distance, seemingly not paying attention. He said he liked sleeping under the stars. Maybe he decided to force the issue? Henry was staring down at his hand, picking nervously at a fingernail. I remembered how Caitlin had snapped at him when he'd suggested it might be a prank. Could it be a brother-sister practical joke we were all caught in the middle of? I wondered. Maybe that was why Caitlin wanted to keep going. Finally, I sighed and raised my hand. All right, I vote to keep going. George grinned and gave a little jump, reaching over to touch my shoulder. Thanks, she whispered. We all walked over to where our remaining packs lay, stooping to put our gear back on. My back still ached from the morning's ride. I guess it could be sort of nice, I said, catching George's eye. She looked excited, sleeping out under the stars. Exactly, George said, smiling again and turning to pick up her bike and throw her leg over the side. Let's go. The ride to the campsite was so beautiful, it pushed the whole mystery of the missing tents out of my mind. Everyone seemed to be in a good mood, laughing and joking. Caitlin noted a mother and baby deer just a few yards away through the trees, and Dagger pointed out another bald eagle flying overhead. With the gorgeous views and the wildlife that seemed to surround us, it was easy to forget our troubles, at least for a little while. I did notice Bess and Zoe chatting and giggling at the back of the pack like a couple of schoolgirls. At one point I caught George looking at them, a skeptical expression on her face. Bess made a new friend, I said cheerily, wondering if George was feeling a tad jealous. Even though she and Bess were about as alike as oil and water, they'd been close their whole lives. But since we'd gotten on the bikes this morning, they'd barely spoken. Bess was too distracted by Zoe. George just shook her head. Who brings an extra tent? She asked, rolling her eyes, then pushed ahead to catch up with Caitlin. It was a good question, but really, it was just one of many unanswered questions from that morning. The sun was low in the sky, casting a gorgeous golden light on the trees, when Caitlin pulled out a map and told us we were just a few minutes from our campsite on the shores of Mystic Lake. We'd seen the lake shimmering in the distance all day, and now I felt a little thrill of accomplishment that we'd actually traveled far enough to reach it. Then my stomach growled, and I realized how hungry I was. It would feel fantastic to get off my bike, relax, and eat dinner. We passed a curve in the road, and then suddenly the lake appeared before us, glimmering in the late-day sun, which was just starting to dip in the sky to meet the tree line. I gasped appreciatively. It was so peaceful and still. The surface of the water almost looked like a mirror. It's beautiful, George said. Caitlin turned back with a smile. Wait till you see it in the morning with a little fog. You'll realize why they named it Mystic Lake. We pulled our bikes to a stop, where a narrow path led into the trees, and then walked them up a gentle slope to a small clearing ringed by Queen Anne's lace and wild daisies. We were on a small hill overlooking the lake. In front of us another path, this one steep and rocky, led down to the shore. On either side, the flowered meadow soon gave way to dark, pine-filled woods. George laid her bike on the ground and took a deep breath. This is amazing. It's so pretty here. I'm almost glad we don't have tents to block our view. Zoe looked up from the ground where she'd already spread out her pack and was pulling out, in fact, a tiny 2-person tent. I hope you won't mind one, she said, a sly smile on her lips, because a tent is a must for me. What led you to bring an extra? I asked, crinkling my eyebrows in what I hoped looked like a mildly curious expression. Was it just a coincidence that someone stole our tents, and she just happened to pack an extra? Zoe shrugged. No offense, she said, looking over at Caitlin, who was laying her pack on the ground. But I don't trust anyone to prepare as well as I can. I'm always like this when I travel. I bring clean sheets even if we're going to a nice hotel. I bring snacks even if meals are included. It's just this compulsion I have. A totally weird compulsion. I smiled and nodded, but I wasn't completely convinced by her answer. Caitlin suggested we take a few minutes to stretch, answer the call of nature if we had to, and start collecting wood for a fire. Zoe and Bess were totally absorbed in setting up their tent, and George had headed into the woods to use the bathroom, so I decided to start looking for firewood. Do you think she brought a generator and television too? A deep voice asked behind me, startling me so much that I stumbled forward. A strong hand reached out and grabbed my arm, pulling me back to my feet. Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. I turned and found Dagger behind me, a friendly grin on his face. I shrugged, not wanting to say something about Bess's new friend, but not wanting to make Dagger feel awkward either. Different strokes for different folks, I guess. Dagger nodded. I suppose I should be happy she brought the extra tent, he said. Otherwise we'd probably be at the B&B tonight and we'd miss all this. He gestured behind him at the gorgeous vista of the sun setting over the lake. That would have been a shame, I agreed. For a moment we just took in the beauty of the lake, the quiet calls of birds around us, the wind flowing through the trees. I don't mean to be unkind toward the young lady, Dagger said, but this won't be the first time I've slept under the stars, and I'm sure it won't be the last. Look at this amazing view, the food we just ate, the companionship. We should be grateful for what we have. I agree, I said quietly. Dagger was framed in the glowing pink light of sunset now, so dark I could barely make out his features. Then, just as quickly as he'd appeared, he picked up a branch from the ground and was gone. Chapter 3. Under the Stars. With Caitlin's leadership, we built a fire and settled our things around it, then dug out the food for dinner, and used the campfire to cook hot dogs, buns, and foil-wrapped baked potatoes. It was a simple meal, but when we were finally ready to eat, it was the most delicious food I'd ever tasted. I let out a groan of happiness when I took my first bite of hot dog. Henry laughed, shooting me a look of understanding. Like a gift from heaven, he said with a smile. Exactly, I replied. Caitlin smiled at me. Part of it is that we don't realize how many calories we're burning riding our bikes all day. You really work up an appetite. Zoe took a big bite of her hot dog. That's one good thing about this tour. I can eat this hot dog and simple carbs with no guilt. Bess laughed. Exercise does have its rewards, Zoe. Zoe? Bess already had a nickname picked for her new BFF. It almost makes up for missing Revenge tonight, Zoe went on, but not quite. Oh my gosh, I love that show.
Bess and Zoe immediately huddled to discuss the last season, throwing out character names and plot twists like they were discussing the trials and travails of their closest friends. I glanced at George next to me. She was staring at Bess's back with a dismayed expression. "I think we've lost her," I whispered, leaning over to give George's arm a playful squeeze. "I'm beginning to think we lost her when I asked her to come on this trip," George muttered. "I thought she'd at least try to have fun, but—" "She is having fun," I pointed out, nodding at Bess, who was giggling hysterically at something Zoe had said about catfights. George frowned. "Maybe I should rephrase that," she said. "I hoped we would have fun together." Popping the last of his hot dog into his mouth, Henry suddenly stood up and stretched his arms, letting out an exaggerated yawn. "Well," he said, looking around at all of us, "I'm really tired. I suppose it's time to retire to my knot tent." Dagger chuckled casually, and even Zoe flashed a smile in our direction, but Caitlin's face suddenly went cold. "Very funny," she said, shooting a glare up at her brother. Henry smirked. "Come on, Kate," he said. "Don't be a spoil sport just because your first tour isn't up to your usual perfect standards. It doesn't hurt to laugh at yourself once in a while, you know." But Caitlin's glare didn't lessen. "You can laugh at yourself," she said, her tone turning cold. "In fact, that's all you ever do. But some of us have responsibilities. Some of us need to pay for books for college." Henry rolled his eyes. "I'm sure Adventures and Company will hire you next summer, even if there was a tent snafu on your first trip. Don't worry, you'll still be able to pay for books, sis." Caitlin was silent for a moment, and I thought she might have calmed down, but then she stood up so suddenly, her paper towel fluttered off her lap to the ground. "Can I speak to you privately?" she hissed. Henry looked a little surprised, but nodded. Okay," he said, glancing around at the rest of us. "Excuse me." We all watched silently as Caitlin marched off into the woods, Henry trailing reluctantly behind her. "She seems a little stressed out," Dagger said, leaning forward to grab a piece of potato and pop it into his mouth. "She should meditate with me tomorrow. You all should." George asked Dagger about his meditation practices, and soon even Zoe and Bess started taking part in the conversation, Zoe gushing about the Bikram yoga class she was taking. I tried to follow along, but my brain was buzzing with all the strange events of the day. I thought back to the moment when the tents went missing. There seemed to be some tension between Caitlin and Henry then, too. It was clear from the moment that had just passed that Caitlin was pretty upset about the tents going missing, even if she tried to hide it from those of us paying for the tour. What had she said just now? Some of us need to pay for college? And Henry had said something about Adventures and Company hiring her anyway. So maybe this little tour was like a tryout for Caitlin. If it went well, they'd hire her next year? I tried to remember more about what she'd said when the tents went missing, but my eyes were beginning to droop, and my brain was filling with the fog of exhaustion. I didn't know what time it was, but it had been at least an hour since the sun had dipped below the horizon, and it was dark enough that I couldn't see much just a few yards beyond the fire. "Right, Nancy?" George suddenly poked me, and I realized that my eyes had been closed. Had I been sleeping? "What?" Bess looked at me and giggled, her blue eyes twinkling in the firelight. "Feeling a little tired, huh?" I shook my head. "I guess so. We did do a lot of biking today." George nodded. "Well, I was talking about my favorite part of our ride today, but maybe we should turn in instead. I have to admit, I'm pretty worn out too." Zoe nodded and stretched, yawning the same kind of exaggerated yawn Henry had faked earlier, except hers seemed real. "Yeah, let's say goodnight," she agreed. "Our cozy tent beckons." Bess glanced at George and me uncomfortably, like she was feeling a little bad about the tent situation, but I shook my head at her. "And my cozy sleeping bag beckons," I said. "Honestly, I'm so tired tonight, I don't think it matters whether I'm in a tent or not. I'm going to be out cold as soon as I'm horizontal." Bess smiled, looking a little relieved. We all stood, Dagger too, and Bess and Zoe walked over to their tent on the outskirts of the clearing, while George and I grabbed our sleeping bags to set them up just outside the fire circle. Dagger said goodnight to all of us, took his sleeping bag, and started walking down the rocky slope to the lake. "I saw a little flat area down here to set up my sleeping bag on," he said, when he turned and saw me watching him curiously. "I love the sound of water lapping the shore." That sounded nice. I nodded. "See you in the morning, Dagger. Sleep well." As George and I went to leave the fire circle, a figure suddenly came bursting out of the darkness. Henry. "Hey," he said, looking around at the empty fire circle. "Everyone going to bed?" George nodded apologetically. "We're pretty tired," she admitted. "You and Caitlin have been gone a while. What happened to her?" Henry's face started to tense, then stopped abruptly, like he suddenly thought better of it. He made his face neutral. "Oh, she went to bed," he said. "Said she was feeling tired. Our sleeping bags are set up in the meadow, right over there." He pointed only several yards away, but it was so dark that I couldn't see much of anything beyond his fingertip. "Okay," said George, nodding awkwardly. "Well, good night." Henry smiled. "Sleep tight," he said, walking over to the fire and starting to push some rocks over what remained of the embers. "Hope the mosquitoes don't bite." As I shot George an alarmed look, Henry turned back around with another smirk. "Just kidding," he added. "The mosquitoes made such a buffet out of my legs they must be full by now, unlike the bears." George shook her head. "Such a joker," she muttered, picking up her sleeping bag and stepping over one of the big logs that circled the fire pit. "Ha-ha!" I followed George sleepily about 50 feet away from the fire pit, then did as she did, spreading my bag on the ground. We went together to use the makeshift bathroom Caitlin had dug out near an old oak tree in the woods, then came back and settled into our nice, cozy sacks. The air had gotten a little cool, and the flannelly warmth felt really good. I settled my head on the pillow and closed my eyes, breathing in deeply. "The air smells nice," I said. "Kind of misty and piney." "I know," George agreed. "Tents or no, I'm really enjoying this trip." "It just got a little breezier," I said, turning over onto my side and hugging my pillow. "It feels good." I settled into my favorite sleeping position, letting my jaw drop open on the pillow, and felt that delicious I am in the perfect position, about to drift off feeling spread over my body. That was when the first drop hit me on the shoulder. I blinked my eyes open, surprised, just in time to see the sky open up as it started to pour. Chapter 4. Too Close for Comfort. I shot up into a sitting position. Rain poured down onto my hair and dripped into my eyes, and the driving streams in the dark made it hard to see George's face just a few feet away. When I finally could see her, she didn't look happy. "Son of a biscuit," she hissed. At that moment, several things happened at once. I heard Caitlin let out a little yelp, presumably as she woke up and took in what had happened. I saw Henry run over from where he'd been lingering at the fire pit, I guessed to help his sister, and then after a moment, a small but blinding beam of light hit me right in the face. I squinted, trying to see where it was coming from, and saw that a dark figure was shooting a flashlight out the front flap of Zoe's tent. "Guys, come in here!" It was Bess's voice. I squirmed out of my already soaked sleeping bag and looked at George. "What are you waiting for?" she asked, already on her feet and shoving her folded-up bag under her arm. "Let's get in there." I pulled my sleeping bag off my feet and balled it up into something small enough to carry, then sprang up and darted across the meadow toward the flashlight beam. I pushed into the narrow fabric entrance, and I immediately felt the slick, squishy feeling of a sleeping bag beneath me, followed by a yelp from Zoe. "Hey, watch it!"
George pushed in right behind me, knocking me off my feet and sending me sprawling over Zoe's head. "Oh!" she whined. "Guys, it's pretty tight in here." Bess had pulled the flashlight back inside, and now she aimed it at the wall so we could all see one another in the ambient light. Whoa. Zoe was right. The tent was teeny, a little tight for 2 people, really. For the 4 of us and our sleeping bags to fit in there, we were going to have to sleep practically on top of one another. I pulled myself back into a crouch and crept over Zoe, trying to settle myself in a little pocket of empty space by the door. "Sorry, guys." "Don't be sorry," said Bess, but I heard Zoe sigh loudly. "We couldn't leave you out there to get soaked," Bess went on. "This is like the worst bike tour ever. Did you guys see Caitlin and Henry?" "No, but I heard her yell." Like me, George was clearly struggling to find space in the tiny shelter, and now she swung her rear end around and settled it on Bess's sleeping bag. Bess wordlessly scooched back to make room. "I'm sure they're used to bad weather, but I don't think anyone's very happy about this shower." Bess glanced at Zoe and bit her lip. "They'll just be stuck out there getting soaked. Should we invite them in?" Zoe widened her eyes. "Are you kidding? I didn't bring an extra tent to try to fit everyone in. Where would we sleep?" Beth shrugged, looking frustrated. "We wouldn't all fit in here to sleep, but maybe they could at least get out of the rain." Zoe shook her head forcefully, and George sighed. "Never mind," she said, moving toward the entrance. "I'll check on them." Before any of us could stop her, George was outside the tent running through the rain. "Caitlin? Henry?" I heard her calling. "Dagger?" Silence fell in the tent, and I looked awkwardly from Bess to Zoe. "I hope they're okay," I said. "I'm sure they are," Zoe said quietly, the annoyed edge fading from her voice. "They're the gung-ho nature people, remember? And it's just rain, after all. They'll dry." Bess and I were quiet for another minute, neither of us sure what to say, when George pushed her way back into the tent. "They say they're fine," she said. "Caitlin and Henry are trying to rig up a tarp she brought to block the rain, and Dagger says he likes it. It makes him feel closer to nature or something." She shrugged, sitting back down on Bess's sleeping bag and running a hand through her soaking wet hair. Bess squealed. "Hey, watch it," she said. "I invited you guys in here to keep you dry, not to make me wet." "See?" Zoe asked, turning to Bess and me with a satisfied smile. "All the people left out there are the dedicated nature people. It won't hurt them to get a little wet." George looked at her and frowned. "I think you can enjoy nature and still not want to get wet." Zoe rolled her eyes. "I guess," she said, and sighed. "Listen, your sleeping bags are soaking wet. Can you throw them outside to make more room?" George's frown deepened. "And where will Nancy and I sleep?" Zoe shrugged, as though the answer didn't matter very much to her, but Bess spoke up before she could reply. "Maybe Zoe and I could climb out of our sleeping bags and unzip them," she suggested. "We could sleep on top of one and share the other like a blanket." Zoe looked distinctly unexcited about this idea, but George spoke before she could say anything. "Great, let's do it." Bess jumped into action, and Zoe hesitated only a moment before wriggling out of her sleeping bag, too. It took some maneuvering, but soon we had Bess's sleeping bag unzipped and spread out on the tent floor. We all got on it, trying to negotiate a way for all 4 of us to sleep in the small space, without being on top of one another. In the end, we ended up sleeping side by side, all lined up like railroad tracks. We were so close that when I tried to snuggle into the sleeping bag beneath me, Zoe yelped in alarm. "Ouch! You just kneed me in the butt." "Sorry," I murmured, trying to get comfortable in the position I was in. It was tough. I felt all stretched out and unnatural. For a second, I thought longingly of that moment just before the rain had fallen, when I'd been about to fall asleep out in the cool, misty air. That would have been nice. Bess groaned. "Cuz, stop shaking your leg, please." George stopped abruptly. We were close enough that we could all feel it. "Sorry," she said. "I'm a little uncomfortable." Zoe snorted. "You're uncomfortable?"
she asked, because I was a lot more comfortable before you guys showed up. No offense.
George sat up, and even in the darkness I could see her eyes shooting daggers at Zoe.
No offense? She asked. Gee, Zoe, I was a lot more comfortable before we came in here, too. No offense.
Uh-oh. Guys, I began, trying to use my most diplomatic tone. We're in kind of tight quarters here, so... Now Zoe sat up, too.
Why don't you go back out there?
She asked, pointing to the closed door of the tent, outside which the rain poured down with a constant rat-a-tat-tat.
After all, you voted to keep going even knowing we had no tents, right? I mean, it must have occurred to you that it might rain.
George set her jaw.
It did, she said, but I thought the risk was worth it to enjoy the trip I'd been dreaming about for months.
Zoe groaned.
You outdoorsy people, she said with a sigh, all about experiencing nature until it gets a little uncomfortable, and then you're just like us.
Us who?
George asked.
Zoe smirked. Us, like me and Bess, she said, looking back at Bess, who was on my other side. The reasonable people, who like shelter and good sheets and bring extra tents to save your butts. Even in the dark, I could tell George was more than miffed at that, but Bess just giggled. Can we just go to sleep, guys? She asked. The sooner we go to sleep, the sooner we wake up in the morning, and the sooner this whole experience is over.
Amen to that, Zoe agreed, and settled back down on her pillow. Everything was silent for a moment. I hoped desperately that the conversation was over and we could all go to sleep. I closed my eyes, but George wasn't finished yet.
Gee, cuz, she said after a moment, a chill creeping into her voice.
I'm so sorry that my dream trip has been such a nightmare for you.
Bess was silent for a moment, then let out an awkward laugh.
Come on, she said. You don't agree that this trip has been kind of a bust so far?
I've seen some amazing scenery and met some really cool people, George said. I've seen more wildlife in one day than I've ever seen before.
Zoe snorted.
And I've noticed that someone stole our tents 2 hours in, and things have just gone downhill from there, she cried. Come on, George. You haven't noticed that our leaders don't seem to agree on anything, and that Dagger is a total weirdo? And that we got a total downpour tonight and we're all packed in here like sardines?
Yeah, Bess added quietly, before George could respond. This hasn't exactly been my dream vacation, cuz. George was quiet for a few seconds. When she spoke, her voice was full of barely restrained anger.
I'm so sorry I inconvenienced you by wanting to share my trip with you, she said sarcastically. I thought it wouldn't be a big deal for you to go outside your comfort zone for 3 days to celebrate my birthday.
Bess didn't move, but when she spoke, her voice was angry too.
I came for you, cuz, she said, but this isn't my thing. You can't make me like it.
I only came for my friend too, for Gemma,
Zoe said with a sigh.
Stupid mono. George lay back down on her pillow. Again, I hoped the conversation was over, but George fired one parting shot.
Bess, for your 13th birthday, I went to a makeover slumber party for you. You decided I would look better blonde, and we snuck out to the drugstore and I let you bleach my hair. Remember? It was orange for a week.
Bess hesitated a second before responding. I remember.
But I never complained, George went on. That party was like the best night of your life, and that made me happy, because cousins make sacrifices to make each other happy.
With that, George flopped onto her side. Bess didn't say anything else, and for several minutes there was silence in the tent. The rain pat-pat-patting on the roof was the only sound. I stretched my legs again, struggling to get comfortable, wishing I could recapture the cozy warmth I'd felt before the rain began. But that didn't seem terribly likely.
The tension in the tent was thick enough to cut with a knife, and I wondered if I'd ever get to sleep now. But in the end, my exhaustion won out. Maybe 20 minutes after George said her last words, I finally drifted off to sleep. I awoke hours later, still in the dark, to a scream. Chapter 5. Gone. I shot upright. It was dark still, but there was an edge of pale light creeping in, like dawn wasn't far off. The rain had stopped, and there was a total silence outside our tent. It was just light enough to make out Bess, George, and Zoe next to me, all still sleeping peacefully. Had I dreamed it? I bit my lip, wondering if I'd really heard what I'd thought. Maybe it was just the tail end of a nightmare. Maybe... But then I heard something scuffling past our tent. Someone was awake out there. I scooted from beneath Bess's sleeping bag blanket and crept out of the tent. I stood up in the little meadow looking around. It seemed darker outside than it had inside the tent, and it took a minute for my eyes to adjust. I looked to the right, down over the lake, then straight ahead, then to my left. Oh! Pain seized at my lungs. Dagger was standing there, no more than 5 feet in front of me, silently watching.
"Sorry if I startled you,"
he said after a moment in his calm, unruffled voice.
"What are you doing up?"
I swallowed. Should I tell him? Let's face it, either Dagger would be nice and help me figure out where the scream came from, or he had caused the scream, and letting him know I'd heard it would end badly for me.
What are you doing up?"
I said finally. Dagger smiled.
"I was just about to start my pre-dawn meditation," he said, gesturing behind him, where I could now make out a bright blue blanket and a little dish of incense. "Sunrise isn't far off, and it promises to be breathtaking. Would you like to join me?"
No thanks, I said, scanning the clearing as I remembered my real purpose in coming out here. Had someone really screamed? Was a member of our group in trouble? The truth is, Dagger, I woke up because I could have sworn I heard somebody scream. Dagger frowned.
Yes, I heard something too, a minute or so before you came out. I thought it was just a large bird. Nature can be a bit noisy before dawn."
I kept looking around the clearing. There was no sign of Caitlin or Henry, but hadn't they relocated after the rain began? Maybe they were in the woods, safe under their tarp, fast asleep. A prickle of guilt entered my thoughts at the memory that we'd slept safe and dry in a tent while they'd had to struggle in the harsh weather. "I think I'm going to check on Caitlin and Henry," I said finally, turning to Dagger with a little shrug, "just to be sure they're okay. Do you know where they moved when the rain started?" Dagger pushed his lips to the side. Was he thinking, or was he uncomfortable with what I'd said?
"I wouldn't check on them," he said after a few seconds. "The truth is, I wanted to preserve their privacy, but I heard them having a fairly serious argument not long before the bird call. That's what woke me up, though it was nicely timed to prepare me for my sunrise meditation."
He smiled briefly, then turned serious.
"It sounded unpleasant. You know how fraught sibling relationships can be."
Huh. I didn't know, actually, because I didn't have brothers or sisters. Even so, Dagger's information made me want to check on Caitlin and Henry more, not less. "What were they arguing about?" I asked.
"I couldn't make everything out, but it seemed to center on a text message of all things," Dagger said. "Henry got a text message that seemed to cause Caitlin some concern. I heard something along the lines of, 'I can't believe you're involved in this,' followed by, 'It's none of your business.' It was very heated for a few minutes. Then there was silence."
"I can't believe you're involved in this." Those words made me nervous, but even so, something seemed weird about Dagger's story, and it took me a minute to figure out what it was.
A text message, of all things.
That was it. As the website had warned us, the Mystic Lake area seemed to offer no cell service whatsoever.
George's, Bess's, and my phones hadn't worked at all since that morning. It gave me kind of a creepy feeling, honestly, just realizing how cut off we were, and how much I normally depended on my smartphone. So was Dagger lying about the fight? Was he trying to distract me from figuring out who had screamed? "I'm going to check on them," I blurted quickly, and ran off toward the edge of the woods before Dagger could stop me. "Caitlin? Henry?" I ran into the trees, poking around the edge of the forest where I figured Henry and Caitlin would have set up their tarp if they were in a hurry. Plenty of trees grew close enough together to string a tarp between. There was no need to delve deeper into the woods. I could hear Dagger running after me. Though I wasn't sure whether he was a threat, this made me run faster. "Caitlin? Henry?" I ran around the edge of the meadow, peering into the still dark woods. Dagger's footsteps were just a few yards behind me now. He was closing the distance between us, not saying a word. "Hey, what's going on?" Bess's voice cut through the pre-dawn silence, and both Dagger and I turned to see her standing outside the tent, squinting in our direction. "I thought I heard a scream," I called. Dagger seemed to go limp, his arms falling flatly by his side. "Yes, we're looking for Caitlin and Henry to check on them," he said. "Nancy, I believe their new campsite is over there." He pointed farther down to our left. Was he only helping because Bess saw him? I pushed the thought out of my mind. I wasn't going to try to figure that out now, and I was still worried about Caitlin and Henry. Sure enough, when I ran in the direction Dagger had pointed, I could just see a bright blue tarp strung between two trees with what looked like sleeping bags set underneath. "Caitlin? Henry? Is everything all right?" I called, running closer. But when I was still a few yards away, I could see that both sleeping bags were empty, balled up and tossed aside, as if their inhabitants had taken off quickly. A chill ran up my spine. Maybe one of them had gotten up to use the bathroom, but both of them? Why would they both be missing from their beds before dawn? "Caitlin! Henry!" Dagger's footsteps came to a sudden halt behind me. "Oh no. Where could they be?" he asked in his perpetually calm voice. Bess ran into the woods behind us, followed closely by George. "What's going on?" George demanded. It was Dagger who filled her in this time. "Caitlin and Henry aren't in their sleeping bags. Nancy thinks she heard a scream." George widened her eyes in alarm. Bess pressed her hand to her mouth. "We need to find them," I said unnecessarily. George nodded. "I'll check out the bathroom spot. Let's all split up and look around, okay?" "Okay," I agreed quickly, glad not to be alone anymore. Or alone with Dagger, really. We split up and ran around the edge of the woods, calling for them. Bess ran back toward the road to see if they might have gone out there. George quickly ran back from the makeshift bathroom to report that no one was there. No one was anywhere nearby. "I don't see any sign of them," she whispered to me while Dagger searched the rocky area leading to the lake. "They're gone. It's just like the tents." I felt my stomach flip. What was going on here? It didn't make sense for several tents to disappear into the wilderness with no sign. It definitely didn't make sense for two teenagers to do so when they were supposed to be leading a tour. "Where are you, Caitlin and Henry?" We all kept looking, searching farther and farther from the campsite, going deeper into the woods. The sun was beginning to rise now, and as Dagger had promised, was creating quite a gorgeous display over the lake, but we were all too tense to appreciate it. Nobody was meditating. I sighed and stopped for a moment in the clearing. My heart was pounding, both from the exertion of running around non-stop and from the creeping feeling that something terrible had happened. I looked at Bess, who was searching the grass for clues, dropped items, footprints, anything. "I'm going to go back to the tent and wake up Zoe," I said. Bess nodded. "Yeah, I think it's time." I started walking toward the tent, the tall grass sliding against my bare legs. I paused, just briefly, to turn to my left and take in the bright pink and purple sunrise glimmering over the lake. George was right. This area was beautiful. Shame it seemed so dangerous, I thought.
Then a figure suddenly came at me from the woods, and my heart stopped. "Zoe!" I cried. She blinked at me curiously, then pushed her curly dark hair behind one ear. Her face was still creased from the lacy sleep masks she wore. "Hey, Nancy, what's up?" "Where were you?" I demanded, looking somewhat accusatorily behind her to the path she'd taken from the woods. Zoe pouted. I woke up and had to pee, so I went in the woods," she said. "It's traumatic enough without you acting like it's a major felony, you know." "You didn't hear us all running around yelling for Caitlin and Henry for half an hour?" I pressed on. "You didn't even care that the three of us were missing from the tent before dawn?" My inner voice continued. I knew Zoe seemed a little selfish sometimes, but really? Zoe rubbed her eyes and sighed. "Since you mention it, yes. I woke up just a few minutes ago and did notice that you and Bess and George seemed to be playing some kind of hide-and-seek thing out here," she said, sounding annoyed. "But I really had to go, so I figured I'd take care of business first." I shook my head. I still wasn't sure whether Zoe's behavior was shady or we just had completely opposite personalities. And either way, this wasn't getting us any closer to finding Caitlin or Henry. "Our leaders are missing," I said curtly. "Both of them. I heard a scream about half an hour ago. Can you help us look, please?" Zoe raised her eyebrows. "Caitlin and Henry are missing?" she asked. "Are you serious? Can you look?" I asked, nodding. Zoe let out an amazed sigh. Yeah," she said, turning back toward the woods. "Caitlin! Henry! Oh my gosh!" I was headed to the tent, but I turned to see what had Zoe so rattled. Some kind of wildlife? Broken nail? But when I saw what she was yelling about, I let out a little yelp too. Oh no! Because Henry was staggering out of the woods, covered in blood. Chapter 6. More bad news. Henry was moaning. He stumbled out of the trees into the tall grass and collapsed into a heap. "Henry, are you okay?" Zoe was asking, running over to his side as I was running from the tent. "You're bleeding!" I cried. Henry moaned again and rubbed his eyes. "No, I'm fine. Physically, I'm fine." "What happened to Caitlin?" I asked urgently. Henry moaned again, then closed his eyes. "She's gone," he said simply. "Gone?" Zoe asked as I repeated, "Gone?" "Where is she?" Zoe continued. Bess came running up from the meadow. "Henry, thank goodness!" I could see George coming up from the woods on the other side of the meadow, and Dagger's head peeping over the edge of the rocky slope that led to the lake. They must have heard the commotion too. Henry sat up, running his hand through his hair. "I don't know where she is," he said, quietly enough that I had to lean in to hear. "I woke up and her sleeping bag was empty. Then I heard a scream." So I did hear a scream. "So you went after her?" I asked. Henry nodded, his face drawn. "I went in what I thought was the direction of the scream, but I couldn't find her. Then I thought maybe I'd heard wrong. Maybe she'd just gotten up to use the bathroom. But she wasn't there either. I've spent the last half hour or so running all through the woods looking for her." Zoe gestured to the blood on his arms, legs, and face. "You're bleeding, Henry. Why?" Henry looked down at himself, surprised. "Wow," he said breathlessly. "Honestly, I've been so freaked I was just crashing around through bushes and stuff. I guess I scratched myself up pretty bad, and I must have touched my arms or legs, then touched my face." George walked toward him and took off her sweatshirt, dabbing at his face with the sleeve. Sure enough, all the blood wiped off. "You're right," she said. "You have some scratches, and you must have moved the blood around with your hands." I tapped my lip, thinking. It was a relief that Henry hadn't been attacked or anything that serious, but I was still really worried about what had happened to Caitlin. Where could she have gone? "Henry, can you think of anything Caitlin might be doing?" I asked. "Does she often stalk off after arguments? Dagger said he overheard you fighting." Henry frowned. "Fighting? We weren't fighting." He shot Dagger a look, and I couldn't figure out whether it was confused or challenging. Dagger shrugged, his zen calm still evident on his face. "I overheard a heated discussion, maybe, about a text message."
Henry's face reddened. Text message? What are you talking about, man? No one gets service out here.
Dagger shrugged again.
I am only relaying what I heard.
Henry scowled.
You heard wrong, dude.
He rubbed his nose and sighed.
Caitlin and I pick on each other all the time, just like all brothers and sisters do. But like I said, I woke up to find her missing. There was no fight.
Huh. So you have no idea why she might have run off? Or what she might be doing? I asked.
Henry looked up at me, surprised. No, he said emphatically. Listen, this is really unlike her. She's the one who lectures me about the dangers of going on hikes alone, and she gets tense, sure, but she's not the kind to have some kind of tantrum and stalk off.
In the silence that followed Henry's words, the six of us looked at one another. I could read from everyone's expressions that we were all at a loss. Finally, I asked the question I sensed we were all asking ourselves. What do we do now? We decided to move to the fire pit to have a serious conversation.
I hate to say it,
Dagger said, speaking first,
but it seems that Caitlin may be well and truly missing. Gone, as Henry said. We've all been looking for her for at least an hour now, with no response.
George nodded. I think it's time to call someone, she said, looking earnestly at Henry.
But Henry looked confused. Call someone? He asked. My cell doesn't work out here. I don't know about you guys.
Caitlin told us she had a satellite phone to use in emergencies, I spoke up, in case anybody got hurt or needed medical attention. Or went missing. Why didn't he know this?
Henry still looked mystified. She said that?
Bess frowned at him. Yeah, you were right there, actually.
Henry's face reddened. Oh, well, I mean, Caitlin took care of all the logistical stuff on this trip, he said. But okay, if we have a phone, totally, we should call someone now.
He stood up from the log he was sitting on, and I took the opportunity to scan the circle. If Caitlin's disappearance involved foul play, if anyone from our tour was involved in whatever had happened to her, then presumably calling the authorities would make them uncomfortable. Under the circumstances, it seemed unlikely that anyone would jump up and scream for Henry to stop, but people wear their discomfort in telling ways. They fidget, break eye contact, remove themselves from the conversation. When I looked around, though, nobody was doing anything I would immediately associate with being uncomfortable. Dagger was scratching his cheek, watching the scene intently. Zoe had her arms crossed and looked slightly bored and annoyed, the same expression she'd worn for most of the trip. Bess and George, of course, looked as bewildered by this morning's events as I felt. We all got up slowly and followed Henry over to where he and Caitlin had slept under the tarp and where they'd placed their packs. Looking a little uneasy, Henry walked over to Caitlin's backpack and gingerly unzipped it. As we watched, he began searching the main compartment, then the front pocket, the side pocket, a rear pocket. You have no idea where she might have kept it? George asked. Henry looked up, wearing a frustrated expression. I told you, Caitlin knew all the logistical stuff for these tours, he said. And what do you know? Bess asked pointedly. What are you usually in charge of? Henry looked uneasy again. He didn't answer, just looked back into the pack and rooted around some more. It's not here. Maybe she put it in the cooler bag with the food. We all waited while Henry trooped us back to the fire pit where the cooler had been kept. He walked over to where it had been set the night before and frowned. Then he looked around the fire pit, then back at the same spot, then at us. You don't know where the food is? Zoe asked incredulously. Henry shook his head. It's not that, he said. It's that I think the food's been taken. Chapter 7. Time to get help. Stolen? I asked. Was he serious? First the tents, then Caitlin, then the food? Henry nodded. I know we left it here last night, and now? He gestured at the empty spot. Dagger moved forward, looking down where Henry had been searching, and then scanning the whole fire pit as Henry had.
Is there any chance Caitlin moved the food because of the rain?
He had a point. Knowing how sensible Caitlin was, she'd probably stashed it under a rock or something to keep it from getting soaked.
Henry shook his head. I seriously doubt it. We were scrambling around like chickens with our heads cut off trying to get that tarp up. I don't know when she would have had a chance to move the food.
So just to clarify, I said, we're without food and without the emergency phone, right?
Henry looked at me for a moment, then nodded. We can keep looking for a bit, he said, but it seems that way, yeah.
Bess sighed. So now we really have to ask ourselves, what do we do now?
Henry looked pained. What do you guys think?
We should contact the police, I said, one way or another. Caitlin's been missing for about an hour now by your timeline, Henry, and now it looks like someone's stolen our food and our emergency phone is gone, I added. It seems like someone is out to sabotage this trip. At my words, I could see everyone shudder a little bit. I'm sure the thought had occurred to all of us, but saying it out loud made it seem truer somehow.
Henry sighed. I just hate to leave Caitlin, he said, on the off chance she did get mad about something and wander off and get hurt or something like that.
I thought you said you didn't fight, George pointed out.
We didn't, Henry said, but you know how girls are. When his comment was greeted with stony silence, Henry looked up and seemed to recognize that he was talking to 4 girls and only 1 guy. I mean, he said,
If we left, where would we go? Zoe asked in a crisp voice. Do you even know how to get to the police?
Henry nodded. I mean, I'm not totally useless, he said with a crooked smile nobody smiled back at. He dug into the pocket of his shorts and pulled out a crumpled paper. I have a map of our ride in the area, he said, unfolding it. According to this, there's a ranger station about... He squinted at the map and frowned. 2 hours ride from here, give or take a few minutes. He passed the map to Dagger, who was standing closest, and Dagger spread it on the ground so we could all look. The map looked incredibly confusing to me, but Henry pointed out the ranger station, and it didn't look impossibly far.
I think we should go, Zoe said, crossing her arms again and hugging herself. If nothing else, we'll be safe with the police. She didn't say more, but she didn't have to. Her meaning was clear. We're not safe out here.
Henry looked sincerely pained. I agree, Dagger looked at him, raising his eyebrows. If we leave, we could be leaving Caitlin? He asked. Henry nodded, looking grateful. Exactly. Dagger nodded sagely. Then he looked around at the rest of us and raised his hand. I propose that we stay here at the campsite for 1 hour more. We can gather our things, try to find something to eat. If in 1 hour's time Caitlin hasn't returned, we'll leave for the ranger station, okay?
We all looked around at one another, nodding. Okay, I said, and was soon echoed by Henry, George, Bess, and Zoe. Once we'd decided, Henry went back to the woods to pack up his and Caitlin's gear, and Zoe and Bess took off to start breaking down the tent. Zoe quickly rebuffed my and George's offers to help. No offense, she said, but it's a small tent, and I think this is a too many cooks kind of thing. After Bess and Zoe departed, Dagger went back over to collect his meditation supplies and move them down to the little plateau he'd slept on by the lake. This seems like a perfect time to clear my mind and connect with the universe, he explained to us. Care to join me? George and I looked at each other blankly, then shook our heads. You have fun, said George. Satisfied, Dagger disappeared down the rocky slope. I think it would take bleach and about 3 days of scrubbing to clear my mind this morning, George muttered when he was out of earshot. I shivered. Do you think we're in danger? I asked. I don't know. I paused, then put voice to the question that had been bumping around in my mind all day. The one I wanted most to ignore. Do you think someone on the tour is behind all this? George was silent for a moment. I could feel her shiver, too. I don't know, she said, more softly. For a few minutes we were quiet, just watching the lake, which was still sparkling gorgeously in the sun, like it didn't realize that a girl was missing, and our tents and food were gone, and we were hours away from getting any help. I heard George sigh and put a hand on her arm. "I'm sorry your birthday trip has gone so wrong," I said. She shook her head. "Thanks, but I'm not worried about that. I just want Caitlin to be safe," she said. I nodded. At that moment, Bess's giggle rang out from the meadow, where she and Zoe were struggling to fold the tent small enough to fit back into Zoe's pack. George looked over in her cousin's direction, and all at once I remembered their argument the night before. "Maybe you should talk to Bess," I suggested. "Try to work it out?" George shook her head. "Why bother?" she muttered. "I'm still kind of mad at her for complaining so much. Besides," she added, nodding in Henry's direction, "we have bigger problems to worry about." Chapter 8. Bad to Worse. An hour later, my stomach was rumbling. Dagger had helped us collect a breakfast of edible greens and berries from the forest, and we'd split a couple of protein bars from Zoe's snack stash, plus the bars George's parents had packed for us, but I was still ravenous from our long ride the day before. There was no sign of Caitlin. "We should go," Dagger said finally, gently, once we'd finished eating. Henry nodded, balling a protein bar wrapper up in his hand. "Okay." We all dragged our gear over to where the bikes waited, near the side of the road. We picked up our bikes and climbed on, all except, I quickly realized, Zoe. She held her bike upright, but was staring back at the campsite. When I shifted to get a look at her face, I realized she looked stricken. "Zoe?" I asked. "Are you okay?" She shook her head, not taking her eyes off the woods. Are you sure it's a good idea to leave?" she asked. "Maybe we should just wait a little longer." Surprised, I looked at Bess. "We talked about this, Zoe," she said gently. "It's best for us to get help. Come on, she'll be okay." Zoe shook her head again, looking down at her feet. When she looked back up, I realized there was a tear trickling down her cheek. She was crying. "I just can't stand the thought that she might be hurt or... She swiped at her eyes, shooting me a challenging look. "We don't know what happened to her. She might need us." I leaned over to touch her arm. "Zoe," I said softly, "she needs help right now. Help from the authorities. Come on, we all agreed on that." Zoe seemed to pull herself together, then finally nodded. "Sorry I'm being such a drama queen. You're right, it's just—" "I know," I said quietly, wondering why Zoe was suddenly so teary. "It doesn't feel right, but it is." Henry, who looked utterly bewildered by this whole display, nodded. Everyone lined up in formation, ready to take off, but I lingered back beside Zoe. "Zoe," I whispered, "is there a reason you're so worried? You don't know anything we don't, do you?" Zoe didn't meet my eye. She was climbing on her bike, and she looked down at the ground as she settled on the seat and put one foot on the pedal. "No," she said finally, shaking her head. I nodded and adjusted my bike helmet, but I couldn't resist one glance back at her before we took off. She was glaring right at Dagger, her expression unreadable. It was a quiet ride through the woods. Henry had told us that we'd be riding along this road for 10 miles, at which point we'd cross a river and turn off onto a smaller path. Nobody seemed able to think of much to say. Even the normally chatty Bess and Zoe were quiet, each staring ahead, thinking their separate thoughts. As we were riding, something occurred to me, and I noticed that Dagger had fallen to the back of the pack, a few bike lengths behind the others. I slowed my pedaling to fall beside him. "Hi," I said, giving him a friendly smile. "Hello," he said with a nod. "How are you holding up?" "I'm okay," I said with a shrug. "Can I ask you a question, though? Something's bothering me." Dagger nodded.
Perhaps it's the same thing that's bothering me,
he suggested. Perhaps, I agreed. Well, you said you heard Henry and Caitlin having a pretty bad argument before she disappeared, but Henry says they didn't fight at all.
Dagger nodded grimly. Yes, I find that troubling, he said.
This may sound silly, but are you sure you heard them fighting? I asked. You weren't just dreaming or something like that?
Dagger shook his head. I heard an argument, clear as day, and there was a lot of emotion involved, he added. Caitlin at least sounded very upset. I can't imagine why Henry is denying it, but then I don't understand many things about Henry.
Like how he doesn't seem to know anything about this trip? I filled in. But that was more understandable if Henry was used to Caitlin taking charge. Could any sane person really have a fight with their sister and not realize it was a fight? Or was Henry, more likely, just trying to hide something? I hadn't forgotten that Dagger had acted slightly weird this morning, too. He'd claimed to think the scream was a bird call and had discouraged me from checking on Henry and Caitlin. I still shuddered when I remembered his footsteps behind me as I ran toward their campsite, and the way he'd stopped short when Bess had come out of the tent and called to me. Was he about to hurt me? Stop me from going after Caitlin? As much as I hated to believe it, I knew it was possible that someone in the group had something to do with Caitlin's disappearance. And the most likely suspects were Henry, who'd been missing at first with her, and Dagger, who'd also been up when I got out of our tent. Dagger said he'd overheard a fight. Henry said it never happened. Who was lying?
Excuse me.
I suddenly realized that Dagger was snapping his fingers, trying to get my attention. Oops, I'd wandered off into Sleuthyville there. Yes? I smiled, trying to look like someone who wasn't suspecting him of kidnapping and potential murder. Dagger raised his eyebrows.
Shouldn't we have passed the river by now?
Huh. I thought about it and soon realized Dagger was right. We'd been riding for at least an hour. Surely we'd gone 10 miles. I think you're right, I told Dagger. Dagger pedaled faster to get closer to Henry, calling for him. When he had the co-leader's attention, he insisted that we stop. Henry obeyed, and we all pulled over to the side of the road. Dagger moved up to confront Henry, stepping off his bike and frowning at him.
Where's the map?
Henry looked confused. Hold on. Why are we stopping?
Give me the map, Dagger insisted.
Henry frowned at him.
Not until you tell me what's going on, man. What's got your nose out of joint?
Dagger let out an exasperated sigh as the rest of us got off our bikes and gathered closer.
You said we would ride 10 miles and pass a river. We have not passed a river, and we've surely gone more than 10 miles, haven't we?
Henry looked thoughtful.
I guess.
Dagger held out his hand impatiently.
Give me the map.
Henry shook his head. Hold on. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the crumpled map, but he angled his body away from Dagger so only he could look at it.
Okay, yeah, I guess I misread something, but...
Dagger groaned.
Clearly you can't read a map. Can you give it to me, please, so we can get to the ranger station and tell the authorities what's going on?
Henry looked up, anger flashing in his eyes.
Hey, watch it. Give me a minute to figure things out. I want to get to the ranger station even worse than you do.
Dagger cocked his head, raising a single eyebrow.
Do you?
The anger in Henry's eyes intensified.
What are you trying to say?
George grabbed my arm and shot me an alarmed look. I nodded and shrugged. I could see this conversation was turning ugly, but the sleuth in me wanted to see what Dagger and Henry would say to each other, and if it would shed any light on whether either of them was involved in whatever had happened to Caitlin. Dagger breathed in through his nose, as if to calm himself.
I am saying, he said, that you were the last person to see your sister. You fought with her, and you are denying it. You claim to have no idea what happened to her, yet somehow, mysteriously, her satellite phone is missing as well, so we have no way of calling in the disappearance to the authorities, and now you are leading us in circles in the guise of getting help.
Henry's eyes widened, and he swung his leg over his bike to dismount and lunged toward Dagger.
Are you seriously saying...
I'm stating the facts, Dagger replied, his calm expression intact.
Why should we trust you?
Henry asked, pointing at Dagger with the hand that still held the map.
You were up and around right after my sister disappeared. Don't think I didn't notice. You gave us a fake address on your tour application. Yeah, I noticed that too, dude, and I brought it up to Caitlin, but she said we needed a 7th person or they'd cancel the tour, and you've paid for everything in cash. How do we know who the heck you really are? Is your name even Dagger?
Dagger didn't flinch.
My name is Dagger now,
he said calmly. Henry shook his head, as if trying to shake something off, and then stepped back.
If I find out you hurt her,
he said in a low voice, smoothing out the map. Dagger held out his hand again.
Give me the map, Henry.
But Henry had turned back to the map and was busy trying to follow our route with his finger.
Okay, so our campsite was here,
he said, his brows furrowing.
And then I think we rode here and...
Dagger sighed quietly, seeming to register that Henry was ignoring him. Then very calmly, he reached into a pocket on his backpack and pulled out a long, gleaming silver blade. My heart seized.
Let's try that again,
he said, gesturing toward Henry with the knife.
Give me the map.
Chapter 9. Revelations. A horrified silence fell over the group. Without thinking, I reached out for George's and Bess's hands. They both grabbed mine, squeezing to let me know they were just as freaked out as I was.
Please,
Dagger went on, his voice just as cool and calm as always.
The map. Please.
Henry shot an alarmed look at the rest of us, as if to say,
You saw that, right?
And then held the map out to Dagger.
Knock yourself out, dude.
Dagger took the map without comment. He pushed the handle of the knife between his torso and upper arm and held it there while he used both hands to spread out the map. He didn't make another peep, didn't look at the rest of us, didn't make any move to touch the knife. At one point, he took one finger and pressed it to his lip, thinking. He said.
Well,
I looked at Bess and George. What was happening here? I didn't know what to think. Was Dagger, or the stranger formerly known as Dagger, going to kill us now? Was he just waiting to figure out where we were on the map before he gutted us like fish and buried us in the woods? I could tell from my friends' expressions that they were just as thrown by this as I was. After what seemed like an eternity, Dagger looked up.
Very well,
he said, handing the map back to Henry, who took it with the enthusiasm of someone heading to the dentist for a root canal.
I'm guessing we missed a turn about 8 miles back. The map is a bit confusing, but we do not cross the river on this road. We need to turn off to a smaller path, then cross the river, then turn again.
He grabbed the knife and slipped it into his backpack, then walked back to his bike and set it up to mount. Henry looked at the 4 of us girls. We stared, bewildered, back at him.
Said Henry, straightening up. You going to kill us now, dude?
I cringed. Not how I would have put the question, but Dagger looked mystified as he turned back to Henry.
What do you mean? I'm ready to continue on our way.
Henry stood even straighter.
You just pulled a knife on me, man.
Dagger frowned at him.
What, this?
He asked, pulling the knife back out of his backpack and waving it in our direction. All 5 of us took a step back. That's the one, I said. Dagger, why do you have a weapon? Dagger laughed, looking fondly at his knife.
This isn't a weapon, he said. I always bring my knife on hikes or camping trips. It's extremely helpful for cutting through brush or chopping food, or in a pinch dealing with hostile wildlife.
Henry raised his eyebrows.
Like me? He asked.
Dagger looked at him, clearly not following.
You pulled that knife on me, Henry said. Don't tell me there was an angry bear behind me. You used that knife to threaten me into giving you the map.
Dagger shrugged, putting the knife back in his pack again.
Perhaps I did, he admitted. You were frustrating me, being unreasonable. You're co-leading a bike tour, yet you don't know how to read a map. I lost my patience.
He paused, looking at our unsure faces.
Oh, come on. I promise you I'm not a threat to any of you. Does someone else want to take the knife?
Yeah,
said Henry, reaching out his hands. "I'll take it." Before I could even think through what a potentially bad idea that was, Henry being one of my 2 main suspects for sabotaging the trip and being behind Caitlin's disappearance, Zoe spoke up.
"I'll take it," she said, stepping forward and carefully taking the knife from Dagger. "Now if you boys are finished swiping at each other like a couple of cranky bears, can we get back on the road? Some of us are still worried about Caitlin."
We all quickly obeyed, jumping back on our bikes and falling into formation behind Dagger now. I groaned inwardly at the thought of retracing our steps, but I held out hope that this would bring us to the ranger station and help for all of us. As we rounded a curve back in the direction we'd come, I found myself next to Zoe. "Good thinking," I whispered to her, getting the knife away from the boys. "I don't quite trust either of them." Zoe nodded grimly.
"They both had the opportunity to hurt Caitlin, I know, but it's worse than you think," she whispered back. "I was talking to Dagger yesterday at lunch when no one was around. He was telling me he used to be homeless. He says he had some major issues and did all sorts of things he's not proud of, like spending some time in jail." I frowned. But if it's in his past, like he says, then he isn't necessarily a threat. Did he mention anything specific? Zoe shook her head, then pursed her lips. "No, he didn't mention anything. It's more of just a feeling I get, like he's always sneaking up behind me or something." I shrugged, not wanting to let on that Dagger had spooked me on more than one occasion too. I pedaled even harder. We couldn't get to the ranger station fast enough. 4 hours later, the midday sun beat down unmercifully, making our group even more miserable than we already felt, which was saying something. We were hopelessly lost. Dagger's course correction didn't lead to the river, and since then, each one of us had taken a turn trying to read the map and lead us in the right direction, but we had no idea where we were anymore. Nothing we saw seemed to match up to any place on the map. I was beginning to worry that we'd wandered so far that we weren't even on the map anymore, which meant we were even farther from civilization, and even farther from the ranger station. "We need to stop," Zoe shouted from the back of the pack, and everyone groaned, but we still dutifully pulled over. "This route isn't right either," she went on, although she really didn't have to say it out loud. We were all thinking it. If George had been correct in reading where we were, we would have passed a picnic area along this path, but we'd been riding for an hour and passed nothing. Now we were in a heavily forested area. Deep woods flanked the path on either side. "Guys, I'm going to say it," Bess spoke up. She looked miserable, sweaty-faced and sunburned, deep lines of concern etched on her face. The Bess I was facing now was a far cry from the cheery, dimpled Bess I was accustomed to in real life. But the adventures of the day hadn't treated any of us well. "We're lost." George fished out the map from her pocket. "Don't even bother," said Henry, wiping the sweat off his face with the bottom of his shirt. "We're so turned around that thing is useless." Dagger turned to him. "And whose fault is that we're so turned around?" Henry sat up in his seat, turning on Dagger. "I tried my best here, okay? You took a turn reading the map wrong too, if I recall. The difference is, I'm not one of the leaders of this trip." Henry turned pink and shoved a finger toward Dagger as though he were going to shout something back, but Zoe cut him off. "You guys both got us lost, okay? You were both trying to be king of the mountain or whatever, and neither one of you handed off the map until we were good and lost already. I can't believe this." "Like you were so helpful," Henry spat, turning on Zoe. "All you've done since we've left the inn is complain. Why are you even on this tour?" "Guys!" Bess cried, holding up her hands in a big truce sign. "Who cares whose fault it is? Have you forgotten that Caitlin is still missing? Every hour we sit here yelling at each other about it is another hour that she doesn't get help." Bess's pronouncement was greeted by a shamed silence. After a minute or so, Zoe cocked her head. "Do you guys hear that?" I tried to focus, but I couldn't hear anything. Maybe I was too zonked by the ride. "It's like burbling," George said, looking into the trees on the right side of the road. "I think it's a stream," Zoe said. Henry let out a sigh of relief. "Well, that's something," he said, dismounting from his bike and grabbing his water bottle off the underside of his seat. "We can at least take a break and refill. I do have water purification tablets in my pack. Maybe we can even take a dip if it's deep enough." "Yes," Dagger agreed, climbing off his bike too. "Let's take a break and regroup. Then we can talk about what to do." We left our bikes on the roadside and followed Zoe through the trees into the woods. It took a few minutes, but soon we found ourselves on the bank of a clear, bubbling stream, just deep enough for wading. We all eagerly refilled our water bottles. Henry pulled off his sneakers and waded in. After I'd wandered into the woods to answer the call of nature, I came back out and took off my shoes too. When I dunked my toes in, I gasped. The water was cold enough to take your breath away, but it felt kind of good after the hot sun. I waded in a little deeper, then splashed some water on my face. Bess, George, Dagger, and Zoe had all dispersed, either using the bathroom or resting in the woods or filling their bottles a distance away, so I found myself alone with Henry. "I just can't stop thinking about my sister," he said in a quiet voice before I could say anything. "I'm sure we'll find her," I said, trying to look optimistic, though it was getting harder and harder as the day went on. Henry nodded. "I hope so. I keep thinking, what if she just wandered off to, see a different part of the lake or something, but then she came back and we weren't there?" I raised an eyebrow. "Henry, are you sure you two didn't fight before she disappeared?" Henry sighed and shook his head. "For the last time, we didn't. But Caitlin gets mad at me a lot. She always says she feels like she has to work so hard for everything, and I just kind of bob along in her current, We fought a lot before we left for the tour, honestly, because she felt like I wasn't pulling my weight." I wasn't sure what to say to that. "It sounds like you guys are really different." Henry nodded. "We are. But if you guys didn't fight, why would she just run off like that?" Dagger said. "Dagger's an idiot," Henry suddenly burst out, poking his finger in my face. "Seriously, you believe that guy?" I stared at Henry, trying to remain calm. "I have no reason not to," I said quietly. "Do you think he has a reason to lie about you and Caitlin fighting?" Henry shook his head, running his hands over his face. "I don't know. I don't know anything. I just so want this all to be over." I nodded. "Me too." "Oh, no!" A scream suddenly cut through the afternoon stillness, exploding from the direction of the road. It was female. "Zoe?" Henry and I looked at each other briefly and then splashed out of the stream and up onto the bank. We didn't bother to put our shoes back on as we thundered through the trees, trailing Bess, with George close behind. "What happened?" Bess cried as she left the trees. Zoe didn't answer in words. She just gestured to the side of the road, where our bikes lay, awaiting our return. Every single tire on every bike had been slashed. Chapter 10. Another long night. As we all stood staring at the bikes, open-mouthed, Dagger stepped out of the trees. "You!" Henry screamed, rushing toward him. "You did this! You have a knife!" Dagger looked confused. "I did what? Then he spotted the bikes. "Oh dear." "Oh dear?" Henry mocked, getting up in Dagger's face. "Oh dear? What kind of reaction is that? Either you did this or you're some kind of sociopath." Dagger shook his head. "I'm not a sociopath," he said. "I'm just in a constantly balanced state, because of my meditation. I am as upset about this as you are, I assure you, but I don't see the benefit of yelling and screaming about it." Henry stuck a finger in Dagger's face. "Give me one good reason to believe you didn't do this," he said. Dagger smirked. "Because I don't have the knife anymore?" Oh, right. I had actually forgotten that too. All eyes turned to Zoe, who was crouching over her bike like it was her injured child. She glanced up and seemed after a moment to follow what we were all thinking. "You think I did this?" she asked. "Are you kidding? Of the 6 of us, who do you think is most eager to get back to electricity and running water?" She had a point there, but George didn't seem totally convinced. "Where's the knife, Zoe?" Zoe frowned. "It's still in my pack. Look." She went over and grabbed her backpack, then unzipped the main compartment. She had to pull out a lot of clothes and toiletries to show it to us. "It's right where I put it when I got it. If I'd used it to slash those tires, it would be on top, no? Unless you knew we were going to ask, I pointed out, and buried it back under all your clothes to look less guilty. Zoe narrowed her eyes at me. I did not do this, she said. Fingerprint me if you want. But listen, we can't deny it anymore. Someone in this group is working against us. That's right, I said shakily. It was hard to say out loud, because the thought terrified me, but there was no way a stranger had done this to our bikes. I didn't want to believe this, but it has to be true. Someone here is the culprit behind the tires and the tents and the missing food, and probably knows what happened to Caitlin. Everyone looked at one another uncomfortably, but no one refuted what Zoe or I had said. After a second, Dagger spoke, his voice a low rumble. Only one person in this group had any motivation to hurt Caitlin, he pointed out, and that would be Henry. We all witnessed them arguing briefly at dinner, and they had a much more serious argument right before she disappeared. Henry groaned. Yeah, look, Caitlin and I argued sometimes, but I'm not the one with the knife and the fake name. How about we start with that? Fine. My real name is Robert, Dagger said mildly. Way back when, I was a very different person than I am today. I did some things I'm not exactly proud of. Found myself behind bars at one point. He took a breath and continued. A few years ago, I was coming out of a very difficult time and decided to start my life over. So I chose the name I always wanted. Dagger. It sounds very powerful, no? He stepped closer to Henry. Can I ask you a question? Why do you insist that you didn't fight with Caitlin before she disappeared? Henry glared at him. Because I did not fight. What were you involved in? Dagger went on. That disturbed her so much. What was the text message? Henry suddenly leaped at Dagger, grabbing his shirt. Caitlin doesn't approve of anything I do, he said in a gravelly voice. Okay? I don't know what you're talking about, but she would snipe at me constantly. Dagger stared at him warily but didn't say more. After a few seconds, Henry let him go. We were all silent for a few minutes, not knowing what to say. The afternoon sun pounded down on us, and I remembered my shoes and gear were still by the stream. Not that it mattered. We weren't going anywhere. At least not via bike. Look, we can't turn on each other now, George said. In a few hours it will be dark. We're lost in the woods without food, and Henry's sister is still missing. What will we do? Everyone was quiet. From the expressions we wore, I think we were all running through possibilities in our heads, but nobody wanted to voice our options, because they were all terrible. Stay here with no supplies? Just start walking and hope we found civilization before we all starved? Finally, Henry spoke up. I'd like to suggest a plan, he said. Go ahead, said Zoe. Henry took a deep breath, as though he were bracing himself for our reactions. Me and Dagger take the map and try to hike to the ranger station. Failing that, maybe we would at least find an area with cell service. George shook her head. I thought this entire area had no cell service, she said. I mean, I haven't gotten a single message since we've been here. Henry nodded. Yeah, I know, it's very sketchy out here, but there are a few places where you can get a bar or two of service, he said. I got a couple of messages yesterday, so if we can just find one of those places, maybe we can make a call. Suddenly, Zoe squealed. Wait a minute. If you and Dagger leave, that means you're leaving us girls here alone? In the woods? With no food? And when it's probably one of you guys who's been harassing us this whole time? Henry looked at Dagger, and Dagger looked back warily. Suddenly, George spoke up. That's what makes it the perfect plan, she said. Don't you see? Dagger and Henry go together. They'll keep each other honest. If one of them tries anything, the other will squelch it right away. Yeah, or the bad guy kills the good one and then circles back to kill us, Zoe pointed out, shooting George a skeptical look. Henry sighed. Do you have a better plan? He asked. Maybe we should all stay here and sleep with one eye open until we starve, or whoever's doing this stuff shows himself. I don't think so. My sister is still missing. We have to do something. Zoe sighed. George, Bess, and I all shared a sympathetic glance. All right, said Bess. All in favor of Henry's plan? Dagger raised his hand right away, then George and me, then Bess, and then finally Zoe. You guys better walk fast,
she said, still not looking at all happy about this. It wasn't raining, in fact there wasn't a cloud in the sky, but Zoe insisted she still wanted some kind of shelter, so we used her tent as a tarp, stringing it between the trees as Caitlin and Henry had done the night before. That at least gave us enough space to set up our sleeping bags beneath and sleep without someone's knees in our back. The woods felt eerily silent once the boys had gone. We did our best to fill the silence with idle chatter. Bess and Zoe spent an hour breaking down each designer's chances on Project Runway, and for once George actually sat and listened, and even put in a few comments here and there. After dinner, kind of a depressing meal of protein bar chunks, wild blackberries, chestnuts, and dandelion greens, Zoe insisted that we have a karaoke competition. At first I felt kind of ridiculous, belting out a Katy Perry song to the silent pine trees, but after we got going, I had to admit that it was really fun and helped us use up the manic energy we were all feeling. George sang a One Direction tune that Bess was shocked she even knew, and that led to a bubbly conversation about pop music and some pretty funny jokes about boy bands from Zoe. We kept talking and laughing until the moon was high in the sky, and then finally our constant yawning made it hard to ignore the obvious. "I guess we should really go to sleep," Zoe said, looking nervously out into the dark. "Can't put it off forever." We all agreed. We were too tired to argue. We set up our sleeping bags in a cross shape with our heads at the center. Nobody said anything, but I think we were all thinking that it would be impossible to disturb one of us without the rest of us waking up too. Safety in numbers. It was all we had. For a few minutes, we all just lay there. Zoe had a flashlight, and she said she knew she should turn it off to conserve the batteries, but she didn't want to just yet. "Hey, cuz," Bess said sleepily. "Yeah?" said George. She sounded tense, and I wondered if, like me, she was thinking about whether she'd actually get to sleep. "I'm really sorry about how I acted at the beginning of this trip," Bess said. "I thought I was just teasing, but you're right. This was your big thing. I'm sorry if I made you feel bad about it." "It's cool, cuz," George replied, and for the record, for like a minute, while we were decorating the cupcakes with edible glitter, I kind of had fun at your makeover party. "I hate it when we fight," Bess added. "George, you'll always be my BCF. Best cousin forever." "Likewise." "Well, good night, guys. I should probably turn this off," Zoe said, flicking off the flashlight. As feeble as the tiny beam had been against the huge woods, I was still unprepared for the darkness when it was off. It felt like we were trapped in a black velvet cloud. I raised my hand in front of my face, but still couldn't see it. Clouds must have been covering the moon. As tired as I was, my mind was still racing in too many different directions to fall asleep just yet. I kept thinking over the events of the day, all leading to one big question. Who done it? Henry or Dagger? Dagger was right that Henry had the only motive, but at the same time, Henry seemed so doofy and clueless it was hard to imagine him as a criminal. Except, of course, when he'd lunged at Dagger after he asked him about the fight. That was scary. But on the other hand, we still didn't know Dagger's real full name, awfully convenient for someone planning to commit a crime. And he had a pretty huge knife, as much as he tried to insist it was a totally reasonable object to bring camping. But on the other hand, I yawned and closed my eyes. Just for a minute. When I woke up, it was still pitch black and silent. Go back to sleep, I told myself immediately. Wait till it's light. But my bladder would not listen. I squirmed in my sleeping bag, urging myself to hold it for just a little while, just until it was light, which might only be an hour or two. But it quickly became obvious to me that that was not an option. I had to get up to find a place to relieve myself, and I had to do it now. I sat up in my sleeping bag and scanned the area outside our tent. Blackness. Nothing. But just as I was forcing myself to squirm out of the bag, I heard movement. Zoe. She sat up too, looking sleepy. "I have to go so bad," she whispered. "I've been holding it for an hour.
Should we go together?" "Oh, gosh, yes," I said breathlessly, unable to contain my relief. I don't want to be a wimp, but safety in numbers. Zoe smiled, and we got out of our sleeping bags, then slipped out of the shelter with Bess and George still fast asleep. Zoe shone the flashlight at the trees. It should have made me feel safer, but instead it just seemed to emphasize how dark the woods were outside its feeble beam. "There are some good privacy trees over here, I think," Zoe whispered, leading me back toward the stream. "You take the tall one over there. I'm going to go nearer to the stream. Are you okay if I take the flashlight?" "Sure," I whispered, thinking how I kind of liked Zoe now that I'd gotten to know her. "You'll come back when you're done?" "Of course. We'll walk back to the tent together." Zoe walked away through the trees, leaving me in privacy. I had never felt so relieved to take care of business and get back to bed. I stood by my tree, waiting for Zoe to come back and pick me up, but all was silent over by the stream. I figured maybe nervousness was getting the better of her and tried to be patient. How long had it been? It felt like 5 minutes or more, but surely it hadn't really been that long. If Zoe was having some kind of trouble, she'd tell me, right? She knew I was waiting, tense, alone, in the dark. "Ah!" The scream sliced the air like a knife, unmistakably Zoe's. I felt my insides wrench. Barely a second later, I heard the second voice. "Gotcha." My lungs turned to ice. Henry. Chapter 11. A Midnight Visitor. "Run, Nancy!" I heard Zoe yell, followed closely by another scream. Adrenaline flooded my senses, and I could feel my heart pounding in my ears. I have to run, I thought. But where? I could barely see my hand in front of my face, and who knew where we were besides in the woods? Then I heard footsteps coming through the trees, and my instincts took over. I ran. I scuttled between trees and through brush. I tripped over logs and got up and kept going. I skinned my knees and elbows but barely felt it. I knew I just had to keep running. My life depended on it. It had to be Henry behind me, and he knew I was there. And there was no way he was running after me just to chat. After a few minutes, the footsteps behind me faded away. Had I lost him? I crashed through some bushes and reached the stream. My eyes had adjusted to the night by then, more or less. There was a sliver of moon high in the sky, and it gave me just enough light to see a few feet ahead of me. I stopped and tried to listen, but it was hard to hear anything over the blood rushing in my ears and the crazy thudding of my heart. Something moved through the brush near the campsite, coming in my direction. Henry was still behind me. If I didn't move, he'd catch me soon. I gasped for air, trying to catch my breath and make some kind of plan. The stream burbled and poured over rocks and boulders. As I watched the water flow, I remembered something I'd read once in a book. If you're being followed and you walk through a river or stream, you leave no trace behind. No footsteps, no scent for dogs to pick up. I took a deep breath and plunged my feet into the freezing cold water. Immediately my ankles ached from the cold, but I didn't have time to whine about it. As quietly yet quickly as I could, I made my way over the rocks downstream. I kept going for what seemed like hours, but may have only been minutes. Every so often I could hear something moving in the woods, and my heart seemed to stop. I never knew whether it was just wildlife moving around or Henry. Henry. So it was him. Did that mean he'd actually done something to hurt his sister? He must have. That's why he'd led us in circles through the woods, to keep us from telling anyone. And now he'd come back to get us, I realized with a gulp. I remembered Zoe's terrified screams and shuddered. Then I thought of Bess and George, how I'd left them asleep under the tent. Were they still safe? Had Henry found them as well? What did he plan to do to all of us? After a while, the stream bent around a curve, and then I could see the lake shimmering below in the moonlight. Mystic Lake. The stream must empty into it. The sight of the lake we'd been biking around all this time gave me hope somehow, and that hope increased when I got a little closer and could make out a small dock jutting out from the bank. with a canoe tied up to the side. A canoe. I'd gone canoeing a few times in Girl Scouts. I was terrible at steering, but at least I could keep the vessel afloat, unlike Bess, whose canoe had capsized somehow, so she'd ended up in the water. And if I could paddle out into the lake, I'd be safe. Unless Henry was a champion swimmer, he couldn't come after me. I ran through the stream, up onto the bank to the dock. My feet made splashing sounds in the water, giving away my location to anyone listening, but I didn't care. As I scrambled down the dock toward the canoe, I heard them again. Footsteps. Now he was crashing through the trees, just a quick run away. Soon he'd reach the edge of the trees, and then he'd surely see me, if he hadn't already. I dove into the canoe, rocking it terribly, and making even more of a racket. I started unwinding the rope that fixed the canoe to the dock. Focus, focus. I heard someone just yards away at the edge of the woods. With trembling fingers, I unwound the last piece and pushed as hard as I could away from the dock. Paddle. Paddle. I wasn't exactly an expert canoeer, but I knew that the faster I got away from the dock, the less likely Henry was to come after me. I forced myself not to look back, just to keep paddling, focusing on a spot in the middle of the lake that was shining by the light of the moon. If I could just get there. Splash. Splash. The paddle cut into the water, over and over again. An owl hooted somewhere, and I took in breath after desperate breath of night air. Finally, I looked up and saw that I was nearly at the point I was aiming for. Much too far for someone to swim after me. Only then did I allow myself to look back. My blood chilled. I was far enough away, and the moonlight was weak enough so that I could only make out a shadowy figure on the edge of the dock. The figure saw me, though. As I pulled the paddle back through the water, it raised its hand, as if to wave. Gulp. I was safe now. Or was I? The figure couldn't come after me, but I was also completely vulnerable. I realized now that we were in a small pocket of the huge, sprawling Mystic Lake. You could probably circle the whole area in about an hour, and he could track my movements wherever I went. If I began paddling for the far bank, for example, he could easily try to outrun me on foot and meet me there. What now? I pulled out my phone, knowing it was a long shot, and I was right. No service. Trying to calm my still-pounding heart, I took a deep breath and looked around. Then another terrible thought occurred to me. If Henry was behind everything and he'd come back here, what did he do to Dagger? I shuddered. I hoped the meditation-loving nature enthusiast was still alive. Then I caught sight of something across the water, not far from the direction I'd come from. It was a small wooden structure, a shed. No, a cabin. I felt a tingle of hope in my chest. There were no lights on, but if I could get over there, maybe there would be someone inside, sleeping, or even just a landline I could use, or a bike, or a car. George once taught Bess and me how to hotwire a car, for emergencies, and I was not above using that information in a pinch. If I could get to that cabin, maybe I could find a way to get help. I started paddling, at first trying to be stealthy about it, then quickly realizing how ridiculous that was, and just trying to move the canoe as fast as I possibly could. After what felt like an eternity, I was close enough to see that the cabin had a small dock. About a dozen yards away, I gave up paddling and just jumped into the lake, swimming wildly for a ladder on the dock's side. I was desperate. I knew seconds counted if I was going to get help before Henry found me. I scrambled up onto the dock and ran down toward the cabin, soaking wet, cold, and dripping. The closer I got, the more clear it became that the cabin was uninhabited. There was no car parked nearby, no bike. The windows were dark, no sign of life inside. Still, I was quiet as I snuck up on the small porch. I didn't want to startle anyone inside. And if Henry was nearby but somehow hadn't spotted me yet, I didn't want to attract any attention. I felt for the doorknob and automatically tried to turn it. The latch easily gave way and the door pushed open. Really? I wondered, staring at the tiny sliver of the dark front room that was now exposed. Maybe we're so far out in the wilderness, they don't think it's necessary to lock their door? I stepped inside. If they didn't lock their door, They must have a phone for emergencies, right? That was just good common sense. I could only hope they had a landline. I looked around. There was just enough moonlight reflecting off the lake and through the window for me to see that I was inside a small kitchen. There was a sink below a window, a small fridge, and a 2-burner stove. My stomach rumbled, and it occurred to me that there might be some food in the cabin, but first, I wanted to find a phone. There was a door off to the right that seemed to lead to a small living room. I walked toward it, and just as I passed over the threshold, I was suddenly blinded as the lights in the living room went on. I felt a chill go up my spine. I blinked, trying to make my eyes focus in the sudden bright light. I could just make out 2 figures sitting on a small plaid couch. "Hello, Nancy," said a familiar voice. Chapter 12. Cabin in the Woods. It seemed like it took forever for my eyes to focus. When they finally did, I wondered if I was seeing things. "Caitlin!" My tour leader smiled, tossing her long blonde ponytail. "Aren't you a clever little thing, Nancy? Too nosy for your own good. I'd say you're a kindred spirit, a future overachiever, but I wouldn't want to wish my life on you." I shook my head, then turned to the figure sitting next to Caitlin. "Wait a minute. Zoe? How did you get here so quickly?" Caitlin laughed, and Zoe smiled as she looked from Caitlin to me. "I knew a shortcut, and honey, you're not exactly ready for the Olympic canoeing team. You never did catch on that we know each other, did you?" Zoe asked me, a faint smile on her face. "So maybe it would have taken you a little longer to figure out everything, but we couldn't be too careful." "Figure out everything? Wait, you faked your own disappearance?" I asked, turning back to Caitlin. "But why? Your life seems perfect." Caitlin rolled her eyes at me. "What?" I asked. "You graduated with this crazy high GPA and you're going to Yale on scholarship in the fall." Caitlin shrugged one shoulder. "It's not like I wanted to give all that up," she said, sniffing. "I just needed a break, okay?" "From?" I asked, still utterly confused. "From the sheer effort of being me," she exclaimed. "Working so hard all the time, being perfect, making sure everything goes according to plan, taking care of my parents, making them happy so my brother has time to loaf around and do whatever he does." She sighed and blew some hair out of her face. Zoe elbowed her. "I think it's all too clear what he does," she said, making a face, then laughing. Caitlin groaned. Don't remind me." "So Henry," I struggled to understand. "Wait a minute. Was Henry in on it?" Caitlin laughed. "As if. No, Henry was part of the reason I needed to get away." I raised my eyebrows, silently asking for more information. She sighed. "Listen, Henry and I are twins, but we couldn't be more different. Since we were tiny babies, it's always been this way. I'm the good one. He's the lazy one. But the thing is, everyone loves Henry, so it doesn't matter." "And that makes you mad?" I asked. Caitlin glared at me. "Of course it makes me mad. Wouldn't it make you mad?" She shook her head. "All through school, I'm up late studying. He's up watching dumb videos on his computer and hanging out with his stupid friends. I work all summer to save money for college. He goes to surfing camp on my parents' dime. And now I'm going to Yale on scholarship and paying for books myself, but he somehow convinced our parents to bankroll his 6-month backpacking trip through Europe. How does he do it? And why can't I get away with it?" She sighed again. "So you're co-leading this tour with him and disappearing?" I began. "Was your way of framing him? To get revenge?" Caitlin stood up, holding out one hand to me. No. I mean, not exactly. I wanted it to look like he did it for a while. I wanted him to feel bad, to wish he'd treated me better." She paused. "What happened was, last spring I went to this week-long camp for high-achieving girls, and that's where I met Zoe." I glanced at Zoe, surprised. She smirked. "Don't look so shocked, Nancy. I actually started my first business, a manicure salon that makes house calls, when I was just 15. I really don't like camping, but that doesn't mean I'm totally useless." I nodded, Of course not. How does that relate to Caitlin disappearing? Caitlin smiled at Zoe. Well, Zoe here, she saw how crazed I was about everything, and how hard I had to work, and how miserable I was. She was the one who told me, honey, you need a break. Life doesn't have to be this hard. So I started opening up to her, talking about my life and my family and everything that's going on. She and I started talking about how I could get a few days off for myself. So when my parents asked me if I'd let Henry co-lead this bike tour with me, since I needed a co-leader anyway, I said sure. And as I was planning it, and Henry wasn't helping me one bit, I started thinking, hey, what if there were a way to use this tour to show everyone what a screw-up Henry is, and in the process, I realized, I could get a little vacation. I took a deep breath. A vacation? I asked. That's what you're calling your disappearance? Caitlin nodded. I was going to come back in a few days, claim I'd bumped my head on my way back from the bathroom, got a little disoriented, wandered off, then lived off the land until I could find the ranger station. She smiled. Genius. I frowned. And the satellite phone? The missing tents? The food? Her grin widened. I took them all and stashed them in a hiding spot in the woods. When I left, I wanted to make the tour look like a total disaster. Look how useless Henry is. He doesn't even know where the satellite phone is. I even spent 2 weeks mocking up a fake map of the Mystic Lake area so you guys could get completely, hopelessly lost before you'd find help. Then I slashed all your tires at the stream just to drive the subject home. I couldn't believe all this. What about your job with Adventures and Company? I asked. When the tents went missing, Henry said something about you wanting them to hire you next summer. Caitlin laughed. Oh, I couldn't care less, she said. I'm sure an all-star student like me won't have any trouble finding a job, but I wanted Henry to feel good and guilty when he'd completely messed up this tour, in addition to losing his sister. I shook my head. Do you realize that Henry and Dagger have been fighting each other all day about who had something to do with your disappearance? Caitlin laughed, looking delighted, and turned to Zoe. It's true, Zoe said. Henry came up with this whole theory about how Dagger used a fake name to kidnap you or something. I kind of fed into it. And it just so happens that Dagger travels with this crazy knife. Henry almost got into a fist fight with him over it. Caitlin's cheeks turned a tiny bit pink. Wow, she said. That's kind of sweet. I didn't know Henry had it in him. So Dagger really had nothing to do with it. He was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. I was silent, my mind reeling. Something was still nagging at me. Did you and Henry really fight right before you disappeared? I asked. Something about a text message? Ah, the text message fight, Caitlin said with a laugh. Yeah, I may have neglected to mention, as if I didn't have enough ammunition to set this whole plan in motion. About 2 weeks before we left, I intercepted a text message to Henry talking about the insane amount of debt he's racked up gambling. Gambling? I asked. Betting on horses at the racetrack. Caitlin nodded. He owes like $5 or $6 grand at this point. So stupid. Anyway, I purposely picked a fight with him before I took off. We both woke up early that morning, and I wanted someone to hear us arguing, to place more suspicion on him. But when I tried to yell at him about this text message, the blockhead barely responded. He yelled back a couple of times and then was like, Whatever, Kate. She paused, fuming. Can you believe that? She asked. I mean, he's too lazy to fight properly. I nodded. It was all coming together in my head, forming into a clearer picture. Dagger had heard them fighting. But Henry probably felt guilty about his gambling debts, which might be why he'd yelled at Dagger for bringing it up. Henry really had nothing to do with Caitlin's disappearance, or the other sabotage of the tour. He was guilty only of being a lazy, somewhat troublemaking brother. And Dagger had nothing to do with any of this. He only had the misfortune of having changed his name, liking early morning meditation, and carrying a hunting knife. Now I became dimly aware of both Zoe and Caitlin staring at me. It was the perfect plan, Zoe said. Caitlin nodded. The only problem, she added, not taking her eyes off me, was you. Me? I asked again. Caitlin nodded again. You wouldn't shut up. You kept asking questions. Who did this? Who did that? Did you really see this? What about this? She scowled. You were kind of going in circles so far, true, but sooner or later you were going to figure this out. She looked at me with what seemed like grudging admiration. I'm an overachiever, too. I know the type, she said. I swallowed, not sure what to say. Thanks? Zoe nodded. Before Kate took off, she left me a little present, a satellite phone of my very own. This allowed me to get in touch with her if anything came up. So today, when we stopped by the stream, I went into the woods and called her. I told her you were asking too many questions. Something had to be done. We decided to grab you tonight. Caitlin tilted her head to the side. Unfortunately, you are a much faster runner than we thought, she said with a sigh. And once you got to that canoe out on the lake, we knew it was just a matter of time till you found my little hideout here. I shook my head. But wait, I heard Henry saying gotcha right after you screamed, Zoe, I pointed out. Where did that come from? And why? Caitlin smirked. Show her, Zoe, she said, gesturing to Zoe's pocket. With a smug grin, Zoe pulled out her smartphone and clicked on the music icon. Then she selected an MP3 and hit play. Gotcha, sis. April Fools. Haha, you have to admit that was a good one. Henry. Caitlin giggled. It's amazing what you can get someone saying when you record their conversations with you for like 3 months. I knew it would come in handy sometime. My head was still spinning. But why? I asked. If you were just getting me out of the way. Our plan was to conk you over the head with a rock and drag you to the shed outside before you woke up, Caitlin explained. I stared at her, waiting for some sign that she was kidding, but she gave none. We'd keep you here until I was ready to give myself up. But just in case you got loose, we figured it was a good idea for you to think that Henry was behind the whole thing. You know, in case you made it to the ranger station. Speaking of which, Zoe reached back for something leaning against the coffee table, then held it up. It was a huge, rusty shovel. We should probably go ahead and introduce you to your home away from home for the next few days. She raised the shovel menacingly. Chapter 13. Desperate. What do you mean? I asked, shrinking back. What would these girls do to me? I wondered. Would they really hurt me? Caitlin took in a deep breath through her nose. I'm not quite ready for the game to be over, she said. This is supposed to be my vacation by the lake, and as you can see, I still have a bunch of books to get through. She gestured to the coffee table where, indeed, about 5 or 6 romance paperbacks were piled up. We're borrowing this cabin without the owner's knowledge, but we found a shed out there that has no windows and a padlock on the door. It seems like a pretty good place to keep a nosy wannabe detective. I shook my head. Come on, guys, I said, trying to paste on my most we're-all-friends-here type smile. You don't have to lock me up. I mean, you hit the nail on the head, Caitlin. I'm a total overachiever, just like you. I could so use some time by the lake myself. I get what you're doing now, really, and I wouldn't tell anybody. Caitlin glanced at Zoe, who shook her head. Caitlin smirked. That's cool, drama club, she said, gesturing to the shovel. Zoe again raised it in the air. I instinctively backed away. But I'm not quite convinced by your performance. I swallowed hard. A plan was taking shape in the back of my mind, but I cowered down and made my voice high and desperate. Please, guys, I said, don't make me. The girls swooped down on me, each grabbing me by an arm, and dragged me off toward the door of the cabin. Zoe was holding the shovel in her other hand, and when we reached the porch, I was able to twist my right hand out of her grasp and reach up to pinch her armpit, hard. She dropped the shovel on her foot, letting out a shrill cry, and Caitlin loosened her grip just enough for me to pull away. I ran off the porch, down the path to the lake, and out onto the dock. By the time I dove in and started swimming for the canoe, they were following me, but neither one was brave enough to dive in after me. I grabbed the canoe from where it had drifted about 50 feet out into the lake and pulled myself up and in. Then I grabbed the paddle and started paddling. Just like before. Don't think. Just paddle. I went as fast as my arms could carry me.
Caitlin and Zoe dragged a rowboat down from the bank of the lake and climbed in, but luckily I had a big head start. Out on the lake it took me a minute to get my bearings, but I soon recognized the direction I'd come from by the pattern of the trees and the angle of the moon. As I got closer, I could see the stream I'd waded through to get to the lake. I paddled back to the dock and jumped out, hoping that the canoe's owners wouldn't mind that I hadn't bothered to tie the thing up. Terrified, I quickly glanced behind me, and sure enough, Zoe and Caitlin were rowing furiously, getting closer and closer to the dock. I splashed through the stream until I thought I was in the area we'd camped, and then just started screaming, "Bess! George!" I splashed up and down the bank of the stream, peeping through the trees, trying to find any sign of life. "Bess! George!" When I'd been yelling for about 2 minutes, I heard Bess's voice. "Nancy, is that you?" They came crashing through the woods. I ran to them like a starving man to a drumstick and threw my arms around them, letting out a moan of relief. "Are you okay?" George asked, grabbing my face and looking into my eyes. "We heard Zoe scream. We heard her tell you to run. We were scared as anything, but then nothing happened. No one came after us. We heard footsteps all around. After a few minutes, we got up and started looking for you, but there was no sign anywhere." "It's a long story," I said, glancing back in the direction I'd come. Caitlin and Zoe would be at the dock soon if they weren't by now. We didn't have a lot of time. "Guys," I said to my friends, not for the first time, and probably not for the last, "we have to run." Chapter 14. The Truth Comes Out. "Oh my gosh," Bess whispered, staggering over a tree root and nearly falling over. "I can't believe we're still in these woods. I can't believe we're not back in River Heights by now. How far have we come?" I inhaled a deep breath. It was morning. We'd been running and then hiking through the woods ever since I'd found my friends who knew how many hours before. "We've probably walked a few miles," I said. "The problem is, we don't have any idea where we are or where we're going, so we're probably walking in circles." "I'm so hungry," George moaned. "I haven't even seen any blackberries in this part of the woods. I'm about to eat some bark." "Don't do it," I said. "It would play into Caitlin's plan if we ended up poisoning ourselves out here." George grunted her assent. I'd explained everything that had happened to me since I'd left the tent the night before. Zoe's scream, hearing Henry's voice, and then being chased through the woods down to the canoe, as well as the whole confrontation with Zoe and Caitlin. "I just can't believe Zoe was behind this whole thing," Bess mused. "She was a good actress. She complained about every setback, but meanwhile she had helped plan them all." "Kind of nervy of her to bring the extra tent," George said, "when you think about it." I nodded. "I don't think Caitlin or Zoe thought they'd ever get caught," I said. "I get the feeling Caitlin's so used to making everything go perfectly, she thought she'd get away with this, too." "Poor Henry," Bess sighed. "I guess it's a good thing I don't have a twin who's my opposite and who I kind of hate." George shot her a sidelong glance. "Yeah, it's probably good we're cousins, not siblings." Bess gave her a rueful smile. That's when I heard something. A rumble. So familiar and yet so... "A car!" I yelled, trying to track the direction it was coming from. "To the right there. Do you hear it? Just through those trees." Bess's expression looked like I'd just told her there was $1 million on the ground, ripe for the taking. "What are we waiting for? Run!" We ran. I'm not sure I had ever moved that fast before, or that I'll ever move that fast again. We shot through the trees and came out onto a narrow 2-lane road. I could just see the taillights of a Jeep retreating into the cool dawn mist. "Wait!" I screamed, my feet slapping on the pavement as I ran after it. "Wait! We need help! Please!" The Jeep had nearly disappeared around the bend. I felt hope dying in my heart. But then, at the last moment, it stopped, and a moment later the passenger door opened up, and a curious face popped out. "Girls?" "Dagger!" George cried, running at him. The driver's side door opened up to reveal an older man wearing a park ranger uniform. "Are you part of the bike tour group that split up yesterday?" he asked me, looking stern. "We are," I said.
He nodded, glancing at Dagger. "Well, I have a lot of questions for you."
"Good," I said cheerfully. "I hope you have sandwiches, too." It turned out that Henry and Dagger had found the ranger station in the middle of the night, but when they'd led the rangers back to our campsite, they'd found the empty sleeping bags and known something was wrong. After we'd told him the whole sordid story, the park ranger took us to the local police station a few miles outside Mystic Lake Park and said he was bringing together some rangers to look for Caitlin and Zoe. By that time, George and Bess and I had gobbled up some bagels ordered for us by the officers and were relaxing in a room with Henry and Dagger. Dagger had, surprisingly, taken the news of Caitlin's faked disappearance in stride.
"She's clearly out of balance mentally," he said mildly.
Henry, on the other hand, was sitting alone in a chair by the wall, his head in his hands, looking utterly stricken.
"I knew we had our differences," he'd said a few minutes ago, speaking to the whole room, I guess. "I knew she thought I was lazy, but this is just insane. This is just insane."
He'd admitted that he had some pretty serious gambling debts, and that was why he'd denied fighting with Caitlin before she disappeared.
He hadn't wanted to reveal to the rest of the group what he was really up to.
As we waited for our parents to show up, the cops brought Henry back to ask him some more questions.
"They found Caitlin and Zoe," the young officer who came for Henry told the rest of us. "They were hiking along the road a few miles from the cabin you described. Some officers are bringing them in for questioning."
My stomach dropped a little. I didn't really want to look at Caitlin and Zoe as they were brought into the police station, knowing that I'd foiled their crazy plan. Actually, I wanted to be done with this whole chapter of my life. I wanted to go home, see my dad, take a bath, put on clean PJs, eat a bowl of our housekeeper Hannah's amazing fettuccine Alfredo, call my boyfriend Ned, and then collapse into my own bed and sleep for 3 days, and never go camping again. Before I could even express my thoughts to Bess and George, the Fanes pushed open the door to the little room we were being held in, followed by another officer.
"So we can take them, correct?" Mr. Fane was asking. "These girls are free to go?"
"Yes, sir," the officer said with a nod.
"Oh, Muffin!"
Mrs. Fane cried, running straight for George.
"Are you okay?"
George hugged her mom back hard. "I'm fine, Mom. Tired. And a little freaked out. But fine. I guess maybe a gift card would have been a better birthday present, huh?" She joked feebly. But Mrs. Fane shook her head. "Not at all, honey," she said. "I'm so sorry for you, for the way this turned out, but you're a responsible girl. This wasn't your fault." George looked at her mom and beamed. They hugged again, and Mr. Fane suggested,
"Let's get out of here. If any happening ever called for pancakes, this is it."
I couldn't have agreed more. We said our goodbyes to Dagger and were on our way.
"Oh my gosh, pancakes!"
Bess moaned an hour later as we gobbled up our breakfast. "Food of the gods! Seriously, George, why would you ever want to go camping or anywhere they don't have pancakes?" George shot her cousin an annoyed look, but she soon dissolved into a smile. "Well, let's just say I'm done with camping for a little while. Maybe not forever, but I'm going to take a break." I grinned at her over my orange juice. "No camping trip for your birthday next year, George?" She shook her head. "Definitely not." Bess raised a hand like she was in school. "Can I make a suggestion for your birthday celebration next year?" she asked. George shot her a sideways look. "I guess." Bess grinned. "Slumber party?" I giggled. After a moment, George chimed in too. "Only if you'll both be there," she said with a chuckle. We both grinned. I nodded. "Deal." Dear Diary, so there you have it. A perfectionist pushed too far. Who knows what Caitlin would have done in order to get her little vacation in the woods? I'm just glad we figured out her plan before she did some real damage, not only to us, but to her brother's reputation. And thank goodness Bess and George were there, because in the